little under 8.5 hours remain of the Spa 24 hours. It is a dry and bright morning here at the circuit, and it all began under sunny skies yesterday. A 65-strong entry got underway. There were nervous people in the garages, there were nervous people on track as Alessandro Pietruini had this big spin right in front of the field, and Nick Tandy was oh so lucky to avoid him. We lost Alex Buncombe early on with a suspension problem that forced a wheel under the car. He went off with high speed into the barriers, and the Nissan out very early on in the race. That brought out the first of 3 safety car periods that we have had thus far. When the racing got back underway, though, it was all about Mercedes taking on BMW, and then we had more drama at the top of Radion when Jos Menton spun the Lamborghini. With some force he hit the barrier and he was out of the race. He was okay, but the car started by Peter Cox was going no further. In the garages, drivers got ready for their turn behind the wheel. And early on, with the pace of the race, they were single-stinting drivers in most cars. Ludovic Vade had made up ground after an early spin. The Hexis McLaren had problems. It was overheating. It had electrical dramas as well, with problems with the alternator cable connection. And while Mike van der Straten was happy with the pace of his BMWs, Howard Blank was rather less happy with his tyre. A puncture brought him into the pit lane and lost the Ferrari some time. Maxime Martin had grabbed the race lead, but when he pitted, say number 3 BMW dropped back, and Nick Katzberg, who'd done a great job in the opening stint in BMW number 4, fighting with the Aston Martin of Stefan Mucker, inherited the race lead when the Aston pitted, then made his own stop to put Marcus Pautela behind the wheel. The battle was building up nicely between the 2 BMWs, but it included as well the Mercedes 84. Maximilians Goertz and Buch, along with Ben Schneider, had made an early stop behind the safety car for a splash and dash, and therefore the car runs out of sequence against everybody else. It's competitive, and in the early stages it was in this big lead battle against the BMWs, but also Porsche, because the Lemon and Lime Manthey Racing Porsche, with Richard Lietz at the wheel being squeezed towards the grass by Frank Stippler, was in that lead group as well. And as the first few hours unwound and Patrick Pilet took over the Porsche, it became ever more of a factor, working its way through traffic, working its way into contention, battling with BMW number 4. The third VDS BMW, though, had an engine problem, and as that expired out on the circuit and Ferraris scattered in avoidance, the 3-strong BMW team was down to 2. We lost a Porsche as well. Marco Schelp was assisted out of the way by Carl Wendlinger. Wendlinger's Mercedes got a drive-through. The damage for Schelp's Porsche was too great. And then the move of the race early on came from Patrick Pilet, right round the outside, not only of the back markers, but also of the BMW of Jelmer Berman to grab the race lead going into Les Combes. And grudgingly, even the Mark VDS Racing Team guys had to admit it was a pretty good move. Into the pits came Berman, and that allowed Pilet to continue to build up his advantage. BMW number 3 rejoined, and then it was time for Pilet to head down the pit lane and give the Manthey Racing Porsche back to the man who'd started it, namely Mark Lieb. Lieb, winner of the race in 28.3, ready to get back on board, and the battle would continue between the Manthey Porsche and the number 3 Mark VDS Racing BMW. But Berman powered up the hill, and as the Porsche came out of the long pit exit lane, the BM went back ahead. It didn't take Lieb long to get onto the tail of Berman, and he was able to box him in coming down towards Paul, lined up for the inside, and the Porsche swept by once more to put itself ahead of the BMW. As the sun set, the headlights came on, and the whole complexion of not just the race but the circuit as well began to look very different indeed. The fans started to drift away, the barbecues were lit, and although battles still raged on out on track, there were more distractions away from the circuit. Stefano Colombo was distracted as he tried to match his pace against the leaders. He ran wide, coming away from the campus corner towards the Cour Paul Frère. He ran off the road. But up front, it was still the Porsche heading BMW. In other words, Mark Lieb ahead now of Marcus Pautela. Eau Rouge looked as spectacular as ever as the car charged their way through. Johnny Adam had a piece of carbon fibre puncture a tyre and he limped to the pit lane. The Beach Dean Aston Martin still competitive, though, in the Pro-Am class. The picture postcard view of Spa, the lights on around the circuit, the lights on the cars, and Xavier Marson was another of those drivers who'd had a hard stint, needing somehow to keep cool. The spectacular fireworks display occupied people at night, so also did the Red Foo concert. Some danced the night away. Others in the pit garages weren't so lucky as they had to go back to work, but even in the hospitality areas, people found time to enjoy themselves, even whilst doing their chores. So as darkness fell, it was very much a fight between BMW, Porsche and Mercedes, although things would change during the course of the night. We had cars spinning as well just before they made final pit stops and get themselves into night mode. The number 4 BMW continued to look strong going into the darkness. And with Paltela, Moser and Katzberg behind the wheel, the car looked strong, looked competitive. Points were awarded as well at the 6-hour mark, and that was the leading car. Once 6 hours were up and 12 points went the way of the team. And now, as we come to 6 minutes past 8 local time, the race order looks very different indeed. First of all, let's see who is where, then we'll catch up on what's happened during the night, because now with 366 laps done, Ben Schneider, Maximilian Buch, Maximilian Goetz lead the way from Marc Lieb, Ricard Lietz and Patrick Pilet, and the car that led the championship coming into this race in the Pro Cup, Davide Rigon, Cesar Ramos and Daniel Zampieri now run third. Fourth, the Audi of André Lotterer, Christopher Mies and Frank Steppler, ahead of the surviving BMW now, Stefano Colombo, Greg Franchi and Frank Kekler. Sixth, Harold Primat, Oliver Jarvis and Christopher Haase. And this is the Pro Cup you're looking at, not the overall order, because 7th overall is where you find now the leading Pro-Am car, and that is Ferrari number 70 being hustled along in the hands of Alexander Scriabin. But I'm afraid that within the Pro Cup we've lost quite a few of them, and significantly out are both of the remaining Mark VDS BMWs. We'd lost number 14 last night. Number 3 has retired. A fire extinguisher failed, and in turn that damaged the electrics. That car is out. And number 4 BMW also out with electrical problems, possibly an alternator. The team thinks. Bas Linders has tweeted the fact that these aren't BMW parts, and something has gone wrong. It's sad to say. What could have been the dream result for the Mark VDS team is no more. It gives us now a pit lane bound Mercedes up front from the Manthey Racing Porsche. In Pro-Am, well, it was always going to be pretty much a Ferrari benefit. That's what we've got with the Basov, Bobby, Pierguidi, Scriabin car ahead of the AF Corsa. Nick Hommelson, Louis Machiels, Andrea Bertolini and Marco Ciocci entry. Then Mika Salo in third in number 71. The AF Corsa, Matt Griffin, Tony Villander, Duncan Cameron, Alex Mortimer entry fourth. The surviving Pro-Am Nissan for the Bob Neville team of Lucas Ordonez, Jan Maldner, Peter Pizzera and Wolfgang Wright runs fifth. And after a long stop last evening, Klaus Hummel, Steve Jans, Adam Christodoulou and Thomas Jaeger sixth in the class. Look further down this list, I'm afraid, and you find a few more that have gone by the wayside. Number 25 BMW crashed out in the night. Number 89 has also gone, sad to say, because that car too had issues yesterday evening. The Royal Motorsport BMW, Roberto Ravalia's team, that has gone. Accident damage was repaired, but a vibration set in. They couldn't cure that. 77 McLaren ended up in the gravel. Number 5 went up in smoke last night on 125 from United Autosports. Had a broken engine after earlier damage as well. Lost the car half an hour after an early tangle with the Joneses Mercedes. And at the very bottom of the list you can see the Nissan of Alex Buncombe that crashed out early on. And the 188 BMW had a pretty torrid time. It has only managed to do something like 5 laps of the race, and fuel pressure was what put the car out of the warm-up session and again out of the race. In contrast though, the Gentleman Trophy, well, they keep soldiering on. They're running at a different pace. But the Sofra Ferrari, number 20, the car of Jean-Luc Blanchemin, Jean-Luc Beaumelic, Patrice Guélard and double winner Fred Bouby is going very strongly indeed. And Patrice Guélard, who's an experienced driver, admitting that Fred Bouby is a great help to them in this car, giving them all the advice on how to look after it, which parts of the circuit to use the curves at and which parts to avoid the curves around. They're ahead of Romain Brandella, Leonardo Gorina, Stéphane Leberay and Thierry Pragno, and then the Palladino, Andreassi, Gaetano Ardania Perez and Giuseppe Ciro. Ferrari runs third after earlier punctures that cost it quite a lot of time. The ARC Bratislava Porsche, sad to say, out of the race with that big whack up the back from Karl Wandlinger yesterday evening. So that is where we're up to in terms of the classes. We'll come to some more of the retirements in due course, but we've got now 8 hours and 19 minutes of the race to go. 1 or 2 have not yet woken up to the drama, but the sun is shining. It has dawned a gorgeous day at Spa. However, there is the threat, as ever, of some rain within really the next hour or so. Jack Nicholls is in the pit lane, David Addison and John Watson trackside, John, we had a very dramatic start to the race. We've lost a few cars inevitably during the night. Things have calmed down a little bit, but the weather could have a whole impact on this race, and if the fans don't set fire to themselves, they'll have a great spectacle for the remaining hours of the race.
Indeed they will do, and we've got a glorious morning here in Spa. Contradictorily to my weather app for both Malmedy down the road and Verviers up the road say it actually should be raining now, and that just indicates, you know, the unpredictability of this racetrack, its location. We've got rain forecast for 8 o'clock till 10 o'clock, and then from 1 o'clock all the way through to the finish of the race at 4:30. At the minute, looks lovely, but you just never know, and it doesn't take very long. In fact, within 10 or 15 minutes of what is a glorious afternoon, or in this case, glorious early morning, it can change as we look at the BMW parked off track. And what a shame those two BMWs looked so strong when we went off air last night at 11 o'clock in the evening. And certainly the battle of the four German manufacturers now has come down to a battle really of two, with Mercedes-Benz leading, and a great job from Bernd Schneider. That car now in second place because of the overlaps and on the pit stops, the Mercedes being an early stopper in the first stint. And it's now Richard Lietz and the Porsche on number 150 that is back in the lead of this race.
So the Porsche, which has had the change of brake pads at 20 past 6 this morning, that cost it some time, but it's going very strongly. That is the 911 numbered Porsche 911 GT3R, which has recently had a puncture, but goes back into the race. And 75 has also, for Pro Speed, had tyre dramas. This just a couple of minutes ago. This was the Henrici Marcin Soule car heading towards the pit lane. 13th the car had been dragged up to, and it had Xavier Marcin at the wheel of it, but that puncture obviously losing time, and the car dragged back into the pit lane. Hopefully not too much damage done as a consequence of that.
Well, just watching as the cars exit the spectator corner down the hill, the lead car, in fact, now Richard Lietz, and you know, we're in what, 13 or 14 hours now into this race. You would imagine that at that point in a race everybody would be just running that couple of seconds a lap slower than they need to do, or what they have in the tank and in reserve. But Richard Lietz's last lap, every bit as quick as it was principally in the opening laps of the race. And it's a pretty amazing pace all the way through. It's been a hard race. Certainly the first 3 hours were just completely nuts.
And in the night, perhaps not surprisingly, when things are cooler, Nick Tandy became the real hero and did the best lap of the race on lap 248. So in the dark, Nick Tandy did the fastest lap of the race in Porsche number 911, which lost a lot of time early on. It's down in 34th place, and it is something like 57 laps away from the leader. So it's got a forlorn chance of doing anything else, but it's still circulating.
I mean, that's a pretty impressive lap. Previously, the best lap had been Stefan Mucke on the second lap in the Aston Martin at 2 minutes 22, but at 21.9 in the middle of the night. I mean, indicates the pace. We did see that pace, in fact, sort of early in the race, because Nick Tandy was able to run ahead of Richard Lietz and Nick Katzberg when they were battling for the lead. He was not quite about a lap down, and he was doing everything he possibly could do to stay ahead of the lead cars to avoid going a lap down. So the pace in the car has been there since the lights went out. Just misfortune took the car out of sequence.
Now, you've just seen the 150 Porsche. There it is, exiting Eau Rouge. Behind is number 84, Maximilian Buch, now at the wheel. 6.6 seconds is the margin between Porsche and Mercedes, and in fact last time around a second faster was the Mercedes. This car has gone like clockwork thus far. That might be jinxing it a little bit. The Manthey Porsche, with all the drivers being told to look after the tyres, that might just therefore be affecting its pace, but also Olaf Manthey's team knows how to win long distance races. Experts around the Nordschleife. It's a different circuit, I know, but it's the same principle. It's an undulating circuit. It's a very fast pace in the race. And there the Mercedes in second spot, pushing on. And in the first sector, fractionally faster. The gap just coming down a little bit more between the two on this 370th lap.
Yeah, Maximilian Buch trying to make up the 6.6 second margin, and pace that he's running at, and he got through the traffic relatively unbothered, and he runs wide coming through spectator corner. But again, this is not an endurance race. This is a sprint race, and you're seeing it. Even though two of the top teams, two of the top cars are out, there's still the pace going on between first and second is absolutely on the limit.
Absolutely.
I mean, you couldn't be more. It four wheels effectively off the racetrack coming through spectator corner.
We've just seen that puncture for the Pro Speed Porsche. Talk to me, John, a bit about the circuit and the perils now that, of course, cars have been circulating for so long, because we see on occasional shots all the rubber stuck to one side of the road that's been junked. Of course, as people go off the track, they'll bring rubbish onto the circuit. So we're getting to a point now where perhaps we'll see more and more punctures because of the amount of litter, if you like, on the track.
Well, one of the problems is if you get a sudden deflation, be it a tyre cut or a tyre just simply punctured, is that in many cases, and the driver coming back to the pits, they damage the bodywork in the car, and the bodywork is usually carbon fibre, so you get carbon fibre shards being put down on the racetrack, which then means more cars are going to run over it, which leads to more tyre damage, which leads to more bodywork, and it just goes on and on and on.
At Audi at the moment, you're looking at coming up out of Blancpain. This car 4 laps down on the race leaders, but significantly ahead of the Greg Franchi BMW by 8.8 seconds. It's the only surviving BMW now, number 26 for Vita 4-1. Andre Lotterer 4 laps down pre-race. People with limited expectations of Audi this year, well, they have had a pretty ropey night. Other cars have gone out because of damage, and as you can see, the car turning through La Source, it can still go for a podium result. It could go better than third, but it's now very much in the hands of the 2 cars ahead having problems and losing time. Max Stipper, the other previous winner that we have in the top 3 at the moment, one of the other co-drivers of number 2 who did such a remarkable job last year. Andre Lotterer was in last year's race, if you think back, but he got harpooned very early on by Adam Christodoulou, which damaged the Lotterer Audi, and so he lost huge amounts of time. But this car running solidly in the top 3, but the trouble is it's just lost too much time early on, I think, to the top 2. But long pit stops were problems for those ahead, and it would still be back in the game.
Oh, very much so. I mean, it is 3 laps down, and the lead 2 cars, the Porsche in the lead, the Mercedes in second place. The gap has come down to under 6 seconds. It's at 5.7 seconds. So Maximilian Buch on that last lap took the best part of 9/10 of a second out of the lead of Richard Lietz and the Porsche. But the third place, Andre Lotterer, he's one of those drivers. You don't win 24-hour races because you're lucky. You win them because you understand how to win. And Andre Lotterer is one of those drivers that understands. Currently in third place, 3 laps down. And I'll tell you what, there's a very good bet, if anybody wants to take it, that that car is going to end up further up the grid than it is presently in third place.
The AF Corsa Ferrari, meantime, still leading the Pro-Am Cup, but only just, because the gap after the most recent round of stops, 1.8 seconds. It puts now Nick Homerson in number 50 ahead in the class once more, ahead of Victor Chaita in the SMP Racing Ferrari, just behind. There he is. The 2 of them now have been broken up by the number 2 Audi. But you can see how close Pro-Am is, just 1.8 seconds at the start of this lap, and then third in the class is Alessandro Pierguidi in the other SMP Racing Ferrari going strongly, who really drew attention to himself on the first corner by that very wild spin. But with the cars now having done 365 laps and to be separated by just lengths, it illustrates how competitive Pro-Am is. If anything, Victor Chaita trying to find a way past Andre Lotterer, because he wants to go after the AF Corsa Ferrari. He doesn't want to get stuck behind a Pro Cup car.
No, he doesn't. And I mean, because the Pro Cup car is in position on track, 3rd overall, and he doesn't feel obliged to let a car from a different category get past. But he has to think, am I going to create a problem for myself with a car out of my category that is potentially actually going to lap quicker than I am, and is he going to make a move at some point which might jeopardize me? And that's what Andre Lotterer is going to think about, and I wouldn't be surprised if you see the Ferrari easing past the Audi in a circumstance which Andre Lotterer had the control of.
Plunging downhill goes the Audi. Its lap times 2:25s, which means it's slower than the top 2. But equally, it's getting away from Greg Franchi. The other one of note is number 44, Davide Rigon, because the Kessel Racing Ferrari that came here as the championship leading car is now up into 5th place overall and lapping quicker than 1 or 2 of those ahead. So that is another competitive Ferrari. You're looking at the moment, though, at the SMP car that runs 3rd in Pro-Am. And the Pro-Am standings you can see on the screen also. But 44 Kessel Racing looking very good also within the top 5. There's a good Ferrari fan watching on.
Well, yeah, you've got about every sort of bit of memorabilia that Ferrari provided in his hat. And remembering back to the glory days when Michael Schumacher, I suspect that Ferrari is one of the models of Michael Schumacher's 5-year domination with Ferrari. And many victories here, of course, for Ferrari.
Absolutely so. And winners of the 24 hours as well. There's the Kessel racing car pounding over the line. Martin Ranginger's Porsche behind is another former winner of the event, down towards La Source. Well, the Kessel racing car at the end of the first hour was a long, long way back, but the team has been clever about this. It's realised that getting a Ferrari to the finish up front in Pro Cup against all the opposition is not going to be easy. And so they've been quite content, I think, to do what many people haven't thought of in this race, which is to run at your own pace. Instead of chasing the race victory, they've been quite happy to just do their own thing, try and get some points out of this. When I spoke to the team earlier on in the weekend, they said, no, we don't expect we can win, but we want points for the championship. That's important to us. And it's coming good for them now, 5th overall.
No, well, as I asked Stefan Rotell on the grid before the race got underway, is this 24-hour race at Spa going to be a battle about the 4 German giants? And pretty much you sort of got the sense in the paddock that Porsche, Audi, BMW, Mercedes were throwing everything at this race, bringing in all their drivers.
We've got the Rotter at Audi, but let's go to Team WRT and hear from Pierre Dieudonné, because he is with Jack Nicholls.
Pierre, so we've got 2 cars out of the race for you, but the number 2 car is still doing a strong job.
Yeah, actually we have three cars out of the race, but the number 2 at the moment is in 3rd position, which is fantastic considering where we are coming from. But still there is just about 1/3 of the distance to do, so we are a long way from home.
Now, you've obviously won this event before yourself as a driver. Have you had any sleep tonight, or have you been up all night?
No, up to now, no sleep at all, because we've been busy all the time, so you know, that's the way it is.
And what's the realistic target for the number 2 car? Overall win, or is that too far away?
No, that's too far away, because we don't have the pace of the Mercedes or the Porsche. Well, I think if we can get to the podium, as I said, that this would be a fantastic achievement. Of course, the other competitors may always have bad luck, but you don't wish that for them. So,
thank you, Pierre.
It was a Mazda RX-7 of all things in which Pierre Dieudonné won the race. There's a Porsche in the middle of the road. It's 58, which is the Daniel De Bruer Christian Kelder's car, and it's trying to reverse out of the way, but all it's done is get itself further in harm's way.
Yeah, so he doesn't need to be reversing the car with traffic coming down through spectator corner, so he'll need to really think about trying to drive over the grass, but something drivers are reluctant to do. Let's look and see. Just comes in, the back end begins the sort of motion that you get. And the car around it goes, pretty harmless little spin, but of course sitting there sideways onto traffic and still really unable to get the car cleared out of safety. And
that Marshall's
yeah, well, he's sort of hovering, will I, won't I? I think he's probably pretty sensible in deciding, no, stay behind the barriers. Wait until we get either a safety car intervention. I can't imagine they do that, but certainly it's going to be localized and waved, double waved flags from 2 marshals on track.
They are very, very brave.
Indeed. And mostly drivers are not totally respectful of waved yellow flags. They think they know better. They think that we will wait until we see the incident before we back off. Now finally the Porsche's back heading the correct direction.
Daniel De Bruer it is at the wheel of the car, and it fires up and it gets going. 29th overall that car is, and 5th in class. It's had at least one earlier spin when we saw Marc Rostan lose it at Le Camp yesterday evening, but Daniel De Bruer back in the right direction, and those marshals, I think, can go and get their heart rate back down again now, because that would have been pretty scary stuff standing out on the circuit. The leading car flashing its headlights, leading car as was, now drops back to 2nd place because the most recent stop for fuel has put the Mercedes back ahead, so the Porsche came in just a lap ago. In fact, it has rejoined and is turning its way now up through campus, past the educational college on the right-hand side. Ricard Leitz still at the wheel. Of course, the 2 cars that we're talking about for the race lead stopping at different points, because the Mercedes yesterday made an early stop under the safety car, splash and dash for fuel. That got it out of sequence. It also meant that when it pits, there aren't that many cars around. So we now need to compare the length of each stint and see who's going to be there at the end of the race. We've only had, surprisingly, 3 safety car periods as well.
You were going to make that calculation, you mentioned it about half an hour ago before we came on air. that the balance between where Mercedes are and their pit stops, Porsche is with its pit stops. When we get to 4:30, who do you think, if everything stays status quo, they continue through with the same strategies and there's no other safety car interventions, no more, or rain doesn't fall? Who's made the right call, do you think?
I'm not there yet with my calculation. I think it's Porsche, but I need to do some more number crunching. The Porsche has done 2 fewer stops as well, which is interesting. I think it's got a stop in hand. I still think the pendulum will swing the way of this car. But as long as they stay on the lead lap, we're in for a great finish, and that's what we want. It could be, of course, that as we continue with another 8 hours still to go, something will crop up to delay one of those cars. And although you just heard Pierre Dieudonné talking about the fact that a win is out of the question for number 2, you don't know that for sure. Go back a few years, BMW had dominated the race, and then in the last 45 minutes, the leading car had a suspension problem, lost 3 laps in the garage and limped out to finish in 3rd place. So you just do not know what is around the corner. As I say, fewer pit stops have been made by number 150. You can also see there the total time. It has spent less time in the pits as well now.
I think what Pierre Dieudonné was saying is that we're not going to win the race, but we could come first. And there's a difference. Because currently we're showing 4 laps, in fact, now down on the lead cars. There's a difference between winning a race, which is what we're seeing this Porsche and the Mercedes-Benz doing. They are winning this race, but they may not finish the race, and therefore Andre Lotterer in the first of the Audis in 3rd place could effectively be gifted the win by finishing first. So that's the subtle difference as we look back at the Beach Dean Aston Martin, and that car we did see coming into the pits just before we went off air at 11 o'clock with a very, very unusual failure where something had clipped the bodywork, knocked it back against the tyre, and it sort of almost locked that front wheel and tyre, and was certainly showering a lot of sparks.
Car now gets a new set of Pirelli boots. Other things that haven't quite developed, apart from the weather and the number of safety car periods, we had a 3rd safety car period only an hour or so ago when the Jones Mercedes lost the wheel in a dangerous place. Also last night, the teams were being warned of heavy rain and storms that were on their way, and as we left the circuit, the wind was picking up, and on the run to the hotel, down were coming branches, and the road was littered with bits of tree and leaves and all sorts of things on the ground. But the rain never came, only a few spots, and that surprised a lot of people.
There was, I mean, I don't know what time it was, but certainly around about maybe midnight, 12:30 in the morning, there was rain, but it only lasted briefly. The thing that was most noticeable, and it wasn't actually so obvious at the racetrack, but 5 kilometres down the road en route to the hotel, it would have blown a dog off a chain. The wind was so strong. I mean, there were substantial branches down this morning. When we left the hotel, you could see how much damage had been done, and but it didn't really affect the racetrack. And that's what part of this area, it's such a regional weather thing. It's very difficult to predict what it's going to do, and just looking skyward, it's slightly more cloudy. Maybe the forecast of rain, which was, according to my trusty weather app, which I use religiously when I go down to Bognor Regis for a bit of beach casting, it will prove to be accurate, but right now maybe it's a bit optimistic.
The time lag on it. This is a very arty shot of the Vita 4-1 team performing pit stops. Remember, you've got just the 2 mechanics to do the tyre changes, one to take the wheel off, one to put it on, and then the first mechanic is responsible for tightening up the wheel nuts, and it really is very grueling for the mechanics doing all of these tyre stops during the course of 24 hours. Those wheels and tyres, big heavy things to run around the car with, of course.
It is. I mean, this is a physical race in every sense of the word, not just for the 3 or in some cases 4 drivers who will be behind the wheel, but for the entire team. And when we saw Pierre Dieudonné, and Pierre looked pretty fit and fresh, a very disciplined person, and he knows that 24-hour races last a long time. I know that sounds sort of fundamental, but believe me, it's not just the races 24 hours. You're here early in the morning of the race, and you'll be here until after the race finishes and whatever is involved in either celebrations or commiserations. And it's the engineers, the mechanics, the people that are on the pit lane making those tyre changes. It is extremely difficult, and many of them do spend many hours in the gym just simply preparing for a race of this duration.
The Ferrari you saw there coming towards us for the Sofrev team heads the Gentleman Trophy. Patrice Goillard is at the wheel of it, former class winner at Le Mans, and Patrice in the Gentleman Trophy. But to be fair, like last year, he can still be very competitive in Pro-Am because he is an amateur racer, but a very experienced, very rapid pedaler. The GT cars has been for many, many years now a regular at Le Mans, and this is the kind of championship that's ideal for somebody like him. He's got the 2 Jean-Luc Boblic and Blancpain as co-drivers, and Fred Booving, as I said a little while ago, double winner of the event when it was in its rather dark days of being a largely Belgian-only production saloon car race on board as well. You see that they lose track position to the number 62 Mercedes. We thought last night that car was out of the race, and every time Fortec were on the verge of retiring it, they managed to fix it, and they got back in the race. And Alex Brundle, in 40th place in classification, is the man behind the wheel. I say 40th in classification because there are 4 cars ahead that have been notified as retirement, so in real terms it's higher up the order than that.
Yeah, I mean, Alex has done a very good job. His first time in a GT car in an SLS Mercedes-Benz, and has been consistently lapping before the car had its problems in the 2 minutes 25 second range, and he's doing in fact he's done a that last lap was a 2:29. That was due to traffic. More importantly to me is just watching the progress of Patrick Pilet back in the Porsche 150, second place. He's had his fastest race lap on his last lap of a 2 minutes 22.9. So they're suddenly picking up the pace if they hadn't already been on the pace for the entire race.
And they know, that team, that they need to start to reduce this margin to the Mercedes if they can. As one of the 2 Sport Garage Ferraris, 52, which is the car second in Gentleman Trophy, 21st overall. So it goes to show that even though these aren't the quickest cars and the quickest drivers, they run methodically and run strongly. They'll work their way up the overall order as the race wears on. Behind the wheel of this car at the moment, whoops, that goes deep into Bruxelles, is Romain Brandella. Now, relative to the class leader, they are a lap down. Now, that could change in the remaining 8 hours for sure.
Well, the drivers in the gentleman category are principally the essence of what is endurance racing. When I was a kid listening to 24-hour races, principally Le Mans, and I would follow Porsche, that was my chosen mark. And you had the wonderful little Porsche Spiders and whatever the derivatives were. First 6 hours of the race, they'd be outside the top 20, but by the time you got to the end of the race, because they were driven to a predetermined strategy and plan, and people like John Wyer, who used to run the Aston Martin team and then the Gulf Mirage and the Gulf Porsche, he would tell the drivers in the driver briefing, here is the lap time we need you to run at. You might have been able to run 3 or 4 seconds quicker, but that was the time you were required to run at. Don't try to exceed it. Don't run slower than it. This is our strategy, and that's what you see very much in the Gentleman's Trophy. They don't have the pace, but they can set a pace they can run at, and that's a metronomic style of going 24-hour racing, and eventually the race will come to them.
Those are the days as well where manufacturers would sometimes sacrifice a car and make it the hare, which would sprint off and try and let everybody else go after it, break the opposition. Well, we've had a very long sprint race thus far, and the Pro Speed mechanics also hard at work doing the tyre change.
Yeah, getting a bit tied up with wheels and tyres coming off. Just watch that doesn't roll away, so it's okay.
Mercedes battle here, the Fortec car set to be lapped, and 84, the leading car, looks for a way by as they power down the hill. HTP Motorsport, the Ben Schneider, Maximilian Goertz car. And Fortec, a team we normally associate with single-seater racing, but it's good to have Richard Dutton's team, Trevor Foster running the GT operation, coming into Blancpain and indeed the British GT Championship this year. Yeah,
and I'm just seeing Brundle now with all the pressure from Maximilian Buch leading this race right now. Doesn't want to lose any further time behind a car of an identical performance. He's going to be alongside as they come up the Camel Straight and then onto the brakes into the first of this 3-part Les Combes sequence of corners. What is that? I think that doesn't look like Alex Brundle's helmet, unless he's suddenly changed his helmet. Maybe he's doing a Sebastian Vettel or something.
Spinning Ferrari at La Source, 73, about to get back into the right direction and try to rejoin. It does so now, and that means that it has been a spin for Devi Markozov, and not the first spin that he's had in the race. In fact, he was doing that yesterday afternoon with regularity. And the car gets back into the race. It's amazing, isn't it, to see in the last season or so how, certainly in GT racing, in Blancpain specifically, the Russian influence has really grown. There's a huge number of Russian drivers and Russian teams now. You've also got Ukrainian involvement in the championship as well. And as you look at the Vita 4.1 BMW coming out of La Source and powering downhill, the Beechstein Aston Martin ran wide, and that was to avoid the Ferrari getting it all wrong in the hairpin. Yeah, and of course La Source, you've got the well, you used to have the option of being able to use the entire width of the corner. Now effectively it has been much more clearly designated as being there's a corner, and if you run off it, well, you may get a penalty, but if you pick up any advantage from doing it, then you certainly will get a penalty. We talked about number 2 Audi, which is running in 3rd place. Number 6 Audi, Christopher Haase at the wheel, running in the top 6 at the moment, 4 laps down on the race leading car. There is 71, 8th overall. and now back into the lead of the Gentleman Trophy. So Victor Shaita is once more ahead, and that puts him ahead of Nick Homerson, whose car is in the background, the largely black AF Corsa entry. Real seesaw battle this between those two, as they have now done 372 laps apiece. Number 26, Greg Franchi, former winner of the event back 2 years ago with Timo Scheider and Matthias Ekström when he drove for the Belgian Audi Club Team WRT. Second year with the Vita 4-1 team, and this car now carrying the hopes of BMW. It was on the podium last year and it could get there again, although it's dropped back now after its most recent stop to 5th, and ahead is the Kessel Racing Ferrari. That's gone up into 4th place, number 44.
Well, I mean, all Greg Franchi can do, or Franchi can do, is just continue what he's been doing. He's running in the mid 226s, so just keep that pace.
Well, the team is run by Michael Bartels, himself a former winner of the event. Let's try and hear from Michael now. He's in the pits with Jack.
So, Michael, the whole of the BMW operations on your shoulders now, pretty much, with Marc VDS out. Do you think you can get onto the podium?
Well, it's still a long way to go. From now, it's 8 hours to go. A lot of things can happen. We are looking at the next 2 hours, how they are developing, and then maybe we try to make another small attack to see how we can perform. But in the end of the day, I think it's important to finish the race. We are the last BMW right now in the race, and
this is your strongest performance of the season so far by quite a way. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think we had strong performances in the first 3 Blancpain races, but was not really visible because we had here a small crash and there a bit of unlucky situation. But the car was always in a very performing window, but with no result in the end of the weekend. So here now over the long distance, we can show that we had a good preparation so far. Let's keep fingers crossed. As I said, it's still a long way to go. But I think also Spa was always a bit our home ground, and it's still there, the old feeling to finish this race and fight for the podium.
Do you wish you were still driving?
Yes, of course. It's hard to look from the outside.
Thank you, Michael.
No problem.
He's won this event 3 times as a driver, player-manager really, because he was driving and running in those days Vitaphone racing, and I hope we've not seen the last of Michael Bartels as a driver, because he's still competitive and still quick.
Oh, and very much so. I mean, I think he would love to be in a car, and no doubt if he was in this car he would be pushing. There is a possibility there are 3 cars that can fill that final podium spot. We've got Andre Lotterer, Daniel Dabadrigo in the Ferrari, and Greg Franchi in the BMW, and they're all effectively within a lap of one another and 8 hours to go. So it is entirely possible that the 3rd podium spot, or even better, depending on circumstances. So it's not a race complete or concluded by any manner.
Well, there is 26 BMW that turns its way into the bus stop, and everybody watching on to try to wish the car well from the pit garage. Stefano Colombo, the Italian GT champion, who has improved quite a lot over the course of this weekend. He will have another stint behind the wheel before much longer. And so now we've got to a situation where after pit stops there's now a lap between the 2 leading cars. So Manthey Racing needs to pull something out of the bag now to try to get that gap narrowed between it and the Racer 4 Mercedes up front. Now as for Greg Franchi, he's on the same lap as Davide Rigon ahead of him. The last time through he lapped a couple of tenths quicker, and he is hunting him down. They're not that far apart. They're both in the first half of the lap at the moment, and then behind Franchi is there the black and white Audi, Christopher Hassen out the wheel of it.
Yeah, I suppose the only satisfaction that some of the drivers will have is that they don't have to deal with the volume of traffic that we saw at the start of the race with the number of retirements, and that makes the whole job of being a driver a much easier one, particularly if you're on a charge and not having to deal with traffic. And we did see in the early hours of this 24-hour race, we were getting groups of cars, maybe up to 10 cars in a group, almost side by side in a line, 5 cars on each side. And if you're a leading car coming up to that, it was quite testing of the driver.
Had a shot from on board with Dennis Anderson a moment ago, the Danish driver, always competitive in Pro-Am, and the car 18th overall. being monstered a bit by the AF Corsa car there in the hands of Nick Homerson. They're both in the same class, they're on different laps. Homerson's trying to lap Dennis Anderson, who of course is busy trying to drive his own race. His next target is Robert Renault's Porsche a bit further up the road. This is on board once more with the Dane coming out of Pau.
Well, let's have a little look and see if we can maybe follow this lap. We're halfway round as you exit the second part of Pau, and then hard on the brakes down into what they call Fagnes, a little flip-flop right and then left. Corner that lots of drivers can get caught out on. Just it's that cut back from the right-hand end to the left, and then the short sprint down to what used to be Stablo, now is Campus, and then the second part of the corner, which then leads onto the newly christened Paul Frère curb. There's Paul Frère, who we mentioned earlier, the great Belgian, very versatile Formula One driver, probably better known for his performances and success in sports car racing of that period in the 50s in particular. And I think did he drive here in a Belgian Ferrari, Curie Francorchamps or something? You know, the Belgians always had a Ferrari, the Belgian Ferrari importer, and Paul Frère and others would be in that car. But anyway, here we are on board with the Ferrari coming up to this stop-go, and he lets the other car get through there, in fact, under braking. The bus stop chicane, which sadly is the poorest corner on the circuit.
Nothing like the old bus stop, very much a chicane these days, rather than the left-right flick, then a small slip road, and then another right-left flick to get you out of the bus stop. That's how it used to be. Dennis Anderson, whoops, with a bit of correction needed, floors the throttle. That's pretty dramatic.
Where's the traction control then? Probably turned off, because a lot of drivers don't like the feeling that they get from traction control, and certainly there didn't appear to be an awful lot of it there in action.
This is one of the real unsung hero teams of the Blancpain Endurance Series, the Insight Racing team. Dennis Anderson and Martin Jensen, normally a double act in the 3-hour races. They've got the British driver Ian Dockrell with them this weekend. Dennis Anderson himself, who's raced in Grand Am and in the Ferrari Challenge, and in his second year of Blancpain. And he and Martin Jensen work very well together as a team, and the car rarely has mechanical dramas, but it's always a little bit modest, their Ferrari. It doesn't draw attention to itself, but it's very well driven and always gets decent results in the Pro-Am class. Long may it continue.
Well, I mean, if you fly below the radar, you can get a lot of good work done, and so we've got 7 half hours now to go before the finish of this race, so still a long way as we go back to the Nissan. And we saw the sister car of this going out in a most dramatic fashion in the early laps when Alex Buncombe had a wheel nut appear to detach from the hub, and the wheel then fell under the car, launched the car. Heavy impact in Eau Rouge, but the sister car still running, and you can see where in fact they are.
Well, this is 23, the Stephen Kane JRM car. That's 31st.
Yeah.
As for 35, 13th overall is the sister JRM car. Sorry, RJM, Bob Neville team car, the sister car to Alex Buncombe's retired one. 13th overall, Peter Pizzera at the wheel of it. The JRM Nissans have really struggled all weekend for whatever reason, and this car way down the order still.
Well, one of the reasons, apparently, because I spoke to Bob Neville, and we're talking about, because I'm maybe going to get a run out in one of these cars in the near future, is that the JRM cars, and particularly Lucas Luhr, we're not happy with the traction control. They don't like it. Whatever way it operates, it just doesn't make them feel as if they've got the control of the car they want. So they've been switching it off, and consequently they've not been as quick as the Bob Neville cars have been. If it's as simple as that, it's hard to understand why the drivers can't work their way around it. But it indicates that not everybody is happy with how traction control interferes with a car in a slide. And we did see, and I've seen over the course of this season, and particularly when some cars with traction control have had a slide, that the car apparently comes back aggressively as if it's an overcorrection and then scoots off the circuit. So it may just be simply that it's the drivers that are intuitive drivers rather than those that believe in the systems are finding it more difficult to adapt.
And disappointingly, therefore, it means we've not seen the best of Stephen Kane, Lucas Luhr or Peter Dumbrack, who share 23 this weekend. The car is currently 12th in class. You can see from the Lumirank display on the windscreen coming now through the bus stop. And the Nissans, we know, are competitive cars. They make a great noise as well. They boom past the pits. Speed building as the noise, it accelerates down towards La Source once again, and this car, after earlier delays, is 50 laps down on the race leaders. So all they can do is just keep on going for as long and as hard as they can and hope that a few drop out ahead and they can pick up some places.
Well, I mean, it's on TV right now, and that's why part of the reason that every manufacturer is in motorsport. They do it because it's the publicity that they value from exposure in a 24-hour race in particular. There's lots of opportunity. And I mean, it's nice to have a different car on camera than those that we've seen mostly in the race, which have been fundamentally around the leading 4 manufacturers. But Nissan, you know, they're here with a car which is a true GT car in every sense of the word. You can get the kids in the back of one of these GTRs.
JRM is run by James Ramsey. Let's have his take on how things have gone in this race, because James down in the pit lane is with Jack Nicholls.
James, a difficult race for you so far, it seems.
Yeah, Spa seems to be our bogey track. It's difficult every time we come here. In 2010, we lost a prop shaft from second place with the GT1 cars. Last year we were here with the LMP1, and our driver crashed on the way to the grid. And this year it's been difficult from start to finish, but we keep coming out and keep pounding round.
We saw a bit of a flash fire just before dinner last night. How was the night stint for you?
The night stint was actually very uneventful. It was everything before it that was chaos. So it was nice to be able to have some relaxation time during the evening, really, for the lads, because they hadn't put their spanners down all afternoon, really.
Yeah, I can see most of them asleep in the garage behind. And do you have any targets for the rest of the race, or it's just a case of see where you end up?
For us, it was just to come here and prove that the car could finish. Where it finished is almost irrelevant, but just the finish here is a feat in itself. You can see there's so many cars that have gone out throughout the event so far that just finishing the race is the best target we can have.
Thank you, James.
Thank you.
Yeah, and sad to say the sister car, the 230 car, Matt Bell, J.D. Fanning, Charles Bateman, Hamed Al Massoud, that's been declared a retirement, I noticed in the last few minutes as well. So it's down to 1 per Nissan team now, 1 out with mechanical maladies and 1 out with a crash across JRM and Bob Neville's teams respectively. Stephen Kane heads over the line, and Stephen, I think, will be pretty frustrated with this, because this was a good chance for him to rebuild his reputation. He was very quick a few years ago in the British Touring Car Championship, but with a good, well-funded team and a good car, should have been a kickstart for him, but this has been a trying weekend.
Well, certainly he had a great run at Silverstone. They finished 4th in the round at Silverstone earlier this year, and Stephen Kane is a driver who's got tons of ability, and on many occasions has been probably overlooked because of the nature of motorsport these days. A lot of funding is often required at formative stages, and if you don't have it, then you get overlooked. But as James Rumsey said, it's about finishing and it's about learning. And while they've never had a particularly successful Spa 24, by finishing, there's a lot of information that you can't buy. You've just got to experience it. So when they come back here next year, this car and team will be all the wiser and hopefully more competitive as a result.
Now there, 35, is Peter Pizzera. You're on board with him now, and this is the surviving Team RJN car, 13th overall and 5th in class. You're on board with Pizzera now as he drops downhill, a man that won the German Academy within the Nissan GT PlayStation Academy competition last year. 25 years of age, an industrial mechanic, and the way that he drives, and to be fair, this is true of all of the winning graduates of the PlayStation Academy, he belies his lack of experience.
Well, I think, I mean, I've been impressed, and I've been cynical as well, because I think you have kids that sit in front of TV screens playing, you know, motor circuit games or whatever you call them, the GTM Academy. It's a very much more sophisticated product than simply how I've explained it. But it does illustrate, and we talked about it again last night, the correlation between that type of product and where teams' advanced development of race car simulators are now. So that what you're seeing Peter Pizzera and others do that have come through the academy is actually just a shop window for what potentially is the future for many young drivers. They will see this as being the first step, not going into karting, not having your dads that want to have their sort of heart on their sleeve through their son's performance or daughter's performance for that matter. But the GT Academy can offer an alternative route, and a lot less expensive one as well.
And Jan Mardenborough, who was the 2011 winner, is another driver of this car who now races in Formula 3 and has been a very good ambassador, in fact, for it. He's been very eloquent when he's been interviewed on mainstream media about the benefits of going from spending your life in front of a TV screen, for want of a better phrase, to actually doing it for real. And he's been a very good advocate for why it is a good thing that young people do actually play these so-called video games. Look what it can do for you. But there's one argument that says, oh no, they should be out in the fresh air playing with a football or something. There's another argument to say you should be using your brain in a different way. And well, here is a very graphic example of how a video game can make you a very good racing driver.
Well, David, we come from a generation where we got kicked outside, whether it was hail, rain, pestilence or whatever, but that was from our generation.
Yeah.
These youngsters, and 21, 22, 23-year-olds, in some cases maybe a bit older, but this is their culture, this is what they've grown with, and while they probably do get outside and they maybe get a breath of fresh air once a day or something, but their focus has been on this product, and they've developed it, and they've developed skills that are now so accurate from the PlayStation game or the GT Academy game that they can then transfer it into the actual cockpit. And I think it's an alternative way for many youngsters who are not from wealthy families. And motorsport today, the money, I mean, just to buy a drive here in this race, for a competitive seat in a car here, you're looking at a substantial 5-figure sum for one race, but of course a 24-hour race. And if you can develop your skills in another arena and then win through in your various the competition that get to this position, then it's a great opportunity.
Just watching Peter Pizzera there behind the wheel, certain parts of the circuit, just taking a hand off the wheel and just sort of relaxing a little bit and moving his legs around when he doesn't have to be pressing the pedals, just to keep the circulation there and everything. And you look at the car, the way that it's being driven, you look at him inside the car, and you forget this is a guy in his first race at Spa, the first time he's done the 24 hours, a guy in his first full season of racing. Yeah, and the thing that they've done is they've driven this racetrack God knows how many laps, but the difference is the physical aspect of it is the big difference, huge difference. Yeah. Well, Bob Neville is the man that oversees this team. He's got one car surviving. Let's hear from him now.
So, Bob, fifth in class is looking pretty good for you.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. We had to change the brakes, obviously, at some point, the discs and the pads, and we did it. And then 2 laps later, there was that safety car. So we dropped a lap on the car that's 4. So it's a bit uphill, but I'm still pleased with the progress. Awful long way to go. And I don't like these late starts, do you? 4:30?
No. Have you had much sleep?
None at all. No.
Impressive. So Wolfgang's about to get in the car. How impressed have you been with the GT Academy drivers' performances?
Absolutely incredible, really. I mean, Peter Pizzera there, has been trading laps with Bruno Senna. I mean, it makes no sense, does it?
Thank you.
Okay.
Makes no sense. Well, that's a man that's been around the block a few times. He knows a good driver when he sees one.
No, a very good point made by Bob Neville. I mean, Bruno Senna driving for Davy Ryan's Von Ryan McLaren MP412C. You couldn't have better genes to be a racing driver than Bruno Senna's got, coming from the background and maybe not quite following on in his illustrious uncle's successes, but nevertheless. And Peter Pizzera coming through the academy in a totally different car, a true GT car as opposed to a super GT car. And as Bob says, trading lap times. And for Peter Pizzera, when he gets out of his car and reflects after this event is over, he'll have a lot to be very pleased and proud about from his efforts. And again, that's the balance. There is the Von Ryan McLaren and Bruno Senna behind the wheel. And I wonder what Senna's take would be if he was told that a guy who came into this race, having never driven at Spa in a GT car, from the GT mechanic, was lapping as quickly as you were doing. I wonder what Senna's reaction would be.
One would hope he'd up his pace. But the last lap, Bruno Senna did a 2:32 and Peter Pizzera did a 2:27. So at the moment, the Nissan is much quicker. Not just trading lap times, but really hacking into that deficit at the moment.
Yeah, I think in fairness to Bruno Senna, I suspect it's about finishing the race, and they will now be into very much a consolidation of their position. They're probably not going to be able to make any significant challenges to anybody further ahead.
You can see the lap times there comparing Bruno Senna against Peter Pizzera. Just a quick word about McLaren though, John, because they've got some very good teams here running the cars, but McLaren has had a pretty nightmare race, and this now is the better place of the 2 surviving MP412Cs.
Yeah, I mean, part of the issue is, I mean, it's an extremely sophisticated race car. I mean, probably the most sophisticated out there, but in being that, it has proven to be competitive in the shorter races, but not competitive as we've seen so far in 24-hour events. And also the homologation, that whatever the team opted to homologate the car with various mechanical and aerodynamic things, I think they maybe could do better for 2014 than they've got, because they are currently compromised. And ultimately, of course, the balance of performance is going to inhibit a car like that, which is virtually a pure race car with its monocell carbon fibre construction. I mean, you couldn't get nearer to a race car than what the McLaren is. So its potential it's probably running about 70% of its total potential.
Nissan then making his way up over the line and running still in 13th place, 5th in class, and more time will be lost shortly when it comes in for its pit stop. Wolfgang Reip, you can see there, ready to take the car over. Wolfgang, of course, is another winner from the academy. He was the European winner in 2012, the student, 26 years of age, and the Nissan that he will take over is there, down at Eau Rouge. Back on board with Peter Peitzera as he climbs uphill. At the moment, he's got the track to himself, powering uphill. Wonderful part of the circuit, this, John.
Yeah, I mean, this is archetypical Spa-Francorchamps, the classic Eau Rouge, which has now been eased considerably from its earlier versions, and then up to Les Combes, where previously the cars would have continued along the main, what was the Camel Straight. This is the part of the circuit that was introduced, in the early 80s, because just from a practical point of view, the old circuit was becoming impractical. It was a pure road circuit, and what Spa is today is in effect a permanent racetrack. It used to be part open roads and public roads, this part was the bit that was shut off. This was the permanent racetrack, but in fact the whole circuit now is a permanent racetrack.
And it's a very busy circuit as well, something just about every weekend. Only a fortnight or so ago there was the 25 Hours of Spa that was held here.
For what?
For something called the Fun Cup, which are largely Volkswagen Beetle clones, and you'd be amazed at the size of the entry. You think 65 is big for this, it's even way in advance of a Blancpain entry for the Fun Cup, when you've got teams of 5-6 people doing it from all over Europe, and massive event.
Because the other thing that's so popular at circuits like Spa or Nürburgring are track days for owners of cars. They're not competitors, but they want to drive the high-performance road car on a classic racetrack like Spa or Nürburgring or others around Europe, and they flock over here, and be it in Caterhams or Porsches or Ferraris, and they just have a blast.
And who can blame them? I mean, it is a wonderful circuit. I know it's changed over the years. I know that the runoff areas have gone from grass and gravel to the tarmac, and some drivers will tell you that it's not quite the same challenge that it was, but for many drivers it still gives you an enormous thrill. And is this the in-lap? It is for Peter Peitzera, and he comes then in the YouTube Nismo-backed Nissan GTR down to the speed limit line, 50 kilometres an hour in the pits this year because of the number of teams working there. And the team is ready. There is Wolfgang Reip, who is right to get on board, I suppose. The car stops, the door will open, and effectively a two-part pit stop gets underway. You can do fuel and driver as part one, tyres and anything else has to come in part two.
Yeah, one driver out, another driver in. Some of the drivers use a seat filler, just they're maybe slightly shorter, and Wolfgang Reip is slightly taller than Peter Peitzera, so instead of having an adjustable seat, and one of the pleasures of driving for the factory Porsche team, this is the Nissan of course we're looking at, is that Porsche always incorporate a seat, a movable seat. And I did one event with Stefan Belloff, great Stefan Belloff, in 1984. He got out of the car. What he did was automatic. He used to get out of the car by releasing the seat belts, then getting the seat adjuster, pushing it back to make exit of the car much easier. I got in, forgot, I didn't even know and forgot. And I suffered for that one stint with my arms killing me because I was too far away from the steering wheel. And you need to have a good angle in your hands and arms to give you the leverage, particularly in a car that didn't have power steering, as the 956s didn't have in those days. These cars, of course, have got power steering, and the whole physical effort of driving the car has been made much easier for the driver. It's the heat really is the biggest trouble in one of these cars. There's a lot of heat soaked from, particularly with a Nissan, the engine ahead of you, so you've got the exhaust systems and all the soak through the front bulkhead and through the foot box, and it gets very, very warm indeed.
You can see the tyre change in slow motion, one off, one on, and it's all very well orchestrated.
And that was one of those nuts that appeared to fail on the sister car of Alex Buncombe very early in the race. We saw the wheel nut come off, then the wheel got tucked under the rear of the car, and it launched it off into the barriers at pretty high speed in Eau Rouge.
So for Bob Neville's team, down to just one car now, and Wolfgang Reich rejoins, gets back into the race. Now, we've had a pit stop also recently from Audi number 2. That has dropped it back into 4th place. It means that here, up to 3rd, comes Davide Rigon in the Kessel Racing Ferrari. Now, OK, the car is 4 laps down on the race leader, but where it's significant, this is, of course, that it is in the top 3 in class, and it is scoring points once again. After the points were awarded at the 6-hour mark, the car continued to lead the Pro Cup in the championship from Bas Linders, Maxime Martin and Jelmer Berman. Well, that BMW is now out. So, as we were saying yesterday, as the race got underway, although Kessel Racing perhaps not confident of a victory, as long as they keep going and score points, that is very good in the championship. Points on offer at 12 hours as well. Then double points at 24. And, of course, there's only one more race to go in the championship after this, which is the 6-hour or 1,000-kilometre race at the Nürburgring. So in terms of championship prospects now, very, very important that people get a good haul of points after this weekend.
Very much so. And in effect, in the top 5, there are 2 separate battles going on, that for the lead and then the battle for 3rd place with Rignon. Frank Stippler now back into the Audi, taking over from Andre Lotterer, and Greg Franke still in the BMW in 5th spot. And they're all running more or less within the same time zone. Again, a bit of traffic slows one or the other down.
So you're looking at the 3rd-placed Ferrari, and Davide Rigon is the man behind the wheel. The race is being led by 84 Mercedes, which is in the hands at the moment of Maximilian Buch, and Patrick Pilet in Porsche 150 is the best part of a lap behind, running in 2nd place.
Yeah, that sort of Pilet was fairly quick, but he's just dropped off that last few laps, a second a lap or so slower.
Well, the battle continues then here at Spa. Let's catch up with some of the highlights of the race to date. So yesterday afternoon, a 4:30 start for the 65th edition of the total 24 Hours of Spa. Bas Linders in the garage looking nervous. He's, of course, connected to Marc VDS as team manager as well as a driver. And he was nervous on the first corner as he saw one of his cars almost wiped out by a spinning Alessandro Pierguidi. And how everybody escaped from that and continued in the race is one of the race's miracles to date. Good battles raged on early on. Excellent first stint by Maximilian Goetz in the Mercedes, taking on Alvaro Parent. Alex Buncombe, though, with a wheel going underneath the car, off at Eau Rouge and into the barriers. Bits of car went flying, and that brought out the safety car. Everybody bunched up. 1 or 2 teams, though, elected to pit early under the safety car, and the 84 HTP Motorsport Mercedes, one of those entries doing just that, which of course gave it an advantage by an early splash and dash. The second safety car was triggered when Jos Menton heavily crashed the Blancpain Racing Lamborghini at the top of Eau Rouge. He was okay, the car, I'm afraid, with front, rear and side damage out of the race. Jelmer Berman had seen that happen as he prepared for his stint, and Ludovic Badet's BMW wriggled its way through traffic down at the bus stop. Problems for Hexis Racing, problems for McLaren in general during the course of the race. As that car limped back to the pit lane, a happy Mark van der Straten watched his BMWs. He did less happy in the daylight hours. Howard Blank pitted with a punctured tyre on the dandy-backed Ferrari, as Maxime Martin, having led the race, made a pit stop, and that continued to shuffle the order in the leading group. Early in the race, it wasn't just a fight for honours between the Pro Cup cars, they were mixing it with some of the Pro-Am entries as well. And Nick Katzberg, who'd taken the lead of the race, made his pit stop in the BMW, and he gave way to Henri Moser. The BMW blasted its way back into the race as the fight for honours developed into a fight between Mercedes, Porsche and BMW. The Maximilians, Goetz and Buch, did the early driving. Bernd Schneider didn't get behind the wheel until the lights started to fade. He let the 2 young guns go at it in the daylight hours. They were squabbling with BMW number 3, Jelmer Berman having taken the car over, and number 4 going strongly with Marcus Paltela behind the wheel. But increasingly, the Manthey Racing Porsche became a factor after a gentle opener to the race. Richard Lietz was squeezed by Frank Stippler towards the grass, but he managed to keep his foot in, and when he handed the car over to Patrick Pilet, it just got even more competitive. The Manthey Racing Porsche worked its way up past BMW number 4, and then number 14, with Jens Klingmann at the wheel, had an engine expire. It limped into retirement. Others scattered in avoidance. The race also lost the Porsche of Marco Schelp as he was hit very strongly from behind by Karl Wendlinger. The Porsche suffered big damage against the concrete. The Mercedes got a drive-through penalty. That was all. The move of the race, though, was pulled by Patrick Pilet. 4 wide up to Les Combes, 2 back markers, and on the other side of the track, the second place car, as they turned into Les Combes, Pilet swooped round the outside, took the race lead. It was an impressive bit of driving. Burman headed for the pit lane. Pilet continued to build the advantage, but he didn't stay out for much longer as Burman rejoined, so the Porsche made another pit stop, and that would put Mark Lieb back behind the wheel. It was touch and go as to who would retain track position, but as the Porsche pit stop was completed and the car was sent on its way, the BMW rounded La Source, and it meant that Jelmer Burman had the advantage coming up Radion, so the BMW retook the place. But Mark Lieb, however, was not to be denied the opportunity to get himself ahead of the Belgian team's BMW. He soon caught up, and using the traffic to his advantage, managed to snooker Burman in behind the slower Ferrari coming down towards Pouin. He nipped up the inside, and that put the Manthey Racing Porsche back ahead of BMW number 3. As the sun set, the headlights were more prominent, and the race continued into the darkness. The mechanics were still working hard, so were the drivers, now having to work out where apexes for corners and braking points were with limited amounts of light. Jelmer Burman pressed on in BMW number 3, and Stefano Colombo for Vita 4-1 ran wide, coming away from the campus corner. To the bus stop, the race leaders with the gap coming down. Still, it was the Porsche ahead of the BMW. It was Mark Lieb ahead of Marcus Palteler. There were distractions off track for many as well. Spa looking as majestic as ever, and the firework display started early as Johnny Adam had a tyre deflate and he limped his way into the pit lane. A picture postcard view of Spa with the lights on in the buildings, the lights on in the cars, and Xavier Marson all hot and bothered after a tough stint behind the wheel. The fireworks took attention around midnight, so did the Red Foo concert off track, as some danced the night away, others though concentrated on what was happening on the track. At the 6-hour mark, points were awarded, and the leading car was BMW number 4. When dawn came, it was out of the race, and electrical, possibly alternator-related problems stranding the car out of contention, and number 3, Mark VDS BMW, had gone as well, the fire extinguisher having failed, and that in turn damaged the electrics of the car. And that meant that the lead battle became Mercedes versus Porsche. Maximilian Buch versus Patrick Pilet as we stand after 391 laps. There was a lot still to play for as the cars were we're trying to catch up on a little bit of sleep. The barbecues were lit once again to sort out breakfast, but there was the sorry sight of the stranded number 3 BMW parked. A puncture brought number 75 Porsche for Pro Speed back into the pit lane. Pro Speed having had a really troubled race for both of its Pro Cup cars. But number 84 Mercedes was going like clockwork. There was a question mark over whether there'd been an overtake under a yellow flag yesterday evening, but that certainly didn't result in any action from the stewards because it wasn't a convincing argument. And so the car continues up front with the Manthey Porsche as the main opposition. The two trading the lead on pit stops, whereas Daniel De Bruet had a big spin coming out of Speaker's corner. It took quite a long time for the car to restart, and 2 very brave marshals got it out of harm's way. Tired mechanics continued to have to work hard in the pit lane. Tyre swapping for the Vita 4-1 BMW, driver swapping at the SMP Racing Ferrari team. Dennis Anderson busy in Pro-Am working the Insight Racing Ferrari up through the order. Bit of opposite lot needed coming out of La Source, grabbed a gear, and then he set off downhill, much to the delight of the Ferrari fans. Peter Pizziera was doing great things in Nissan number 35, belying his lack of experience, lapping quicker than the man he was chasing, a certain Bruno Senna. Wolfgang Wright ready to take over the Nissan, and another of the Spa 24 rookies, the winner of the European Academy for the Nissan PlayStation competition last year, ready to get on board. There was a Mercedes fight on track as well. Alex Brundle, being lapped, was ahead on the road of Maximilian Buch as the 2 Mercedes ran nose to tail. And so we've got 7 hours and 20 minutes to go. The leaders have now both done 391 laps, but in fairness, it is the best part of a lap between the leading Mercedes and the second place Porsche.
Yes, and Maximilian Buch in the lead. Mercedes is pushing a bit of a push on because over the last 4 or 5 laps he's been running half a second to maybe slightly more than that, a lap quicker than Patrick Pilet and the Porsche. And it looks like Mercedes are just trying to not just consolidate, but really to break. The Porsche currently just a lap down on that lead Mercedes, and the pace that Mercedes have got right now is quicker than that of the Porsche. Just got a glimpse of the Porsche there on the right of the screen as they come up into the Lecum, and they're the third place Ferrari. But that is, of course, a further 3 laps down on the second place Porsche, so it isn't a race for position as yet, but it's certainly a battle that David Rigon will be keen to, because he's got Frank Stippler in 4th place, but Stippler is a lap down in the Audi. So third place for David Rigon is apparently, I would think, relatively comfortable, but 7 hours and whatever to go, 20 minutes to go, a long way.
A lot can happen indeed. Christopher Haase has just pitted out in number 6. Nick Homerson has pitted Ferrari 50 from 2nd in Pro-Am. Great Ferraris like this as the Gentleman Trophy cars from Sport Garage run with the Kessel Racing car, winner at Monza, leader at Paul Ricard until there was the fire in the pits. And Kessel Racing, a much improved team. It's a relatively young team, and last year there was no argument about the speed of the drivers, and the car was largely well prepared, but they really let themselves down with clumsy pit stops, and that's something they've worked on this year and become a lot better at. And it was really at Monza in the opening round of the championship that was an eye-opener, because they gained places rather than losing them on the pit stops, and ultimately that set them up to win the race.
Well, I'd rather have a lineup of drivers that was a second off the pace, but pit stops were absolutely spot on, because the time lost in the pits are so difficult to make up on the racetrack, and to try and make up on the racetrack you often have to put yourself into jeopardy to do it. Consequently, there's the potential for damage. So getting your teamwork in the pit lane absolutely spot on is the most important aspect of an endurance race.
David Rigon brings the car into the pit lane, and we gather that Cesar Ramos is going to be the next man behind the wheel. So in comes 44 Ferrari, and this should now put Frank Stippler back up into 3rd place. So the 3rd place duel is another very interesting one between Ferrari and Audi. The Kessel Racing team is ready. Cesar Ramos is there, drinks bottle in hand. And as the door opens, Ramos runs around the side of the car. All of these 3, of course, come from a single-seater background, and further evidence of single-seater drivers realising that they just ain't going to get to Formula 1 without spending a huge amount of money, and they can go a different route and make a career out of motor racing.
Well, I mean, right now GT racing, certainly in Europe, but generally around the world, is extremely healthy. And there are teams that want to put quality drivers, fast, young drivers into these cars. What they've got to teach them, of course, is that these are not sprint races. You can't go out and just literally blitz the car for 25 or 30 minutes and then expect it to finish a 24-hour race. So that's what they've got to learn. They've got to learn that these are tough races, physically and mentally extremely difficult. And by the time you finish Spa 24, which is along with what Sebring, Nürburgring 24, Le Mans, this is probably as tough as any, if not the toughest of the 24-hour events.
Go along with that, and with the length of the lap and the number of cars, you've got to be on your toes all the time. And this is a very well-drilled stop. Nothing wrong with that at all.
No, looked like the team have worked it all out. I mean, they are indirectly a part of the Ferrari effort. I mean, they're not an AF Corsa car, but they are part of the whole Ferrari family. And Ferrari have been renowned for years on their skill in the pits. So we see the lead car return to the circuit, just leaving the pit box. So that's Maximilian Buch brought it in, and we think it was Maximilian Buch taking it back out again. We're waiting to see whether the transponder has been changed as the car leaves the pit lane. Currently it shows Maximilian Buch still behind the wheel. It could be Maximilian Goetz, or it could be the hero of the race as far as I'm concerned. And bring him on. I just love it. Bernd Schneider.
To make the point again, he last won the event in 1989 when he was a much younger man, and he was driving something other than a Mercedes. It was a Ford Sierra Cosworth with Gianfranco Brancatelli and Win Percy, and Bernd then was very much the young driver in the team. Down the pit lane comes the Mercedes, and you've got the Porsche at La Source. It should, I think, take back the lead here, but of course that's going to change again when it next makes a pit stop. It
will be close. The Mercedes still trundling down the old pit lane. Now he gets to the speed limit, the line, he can get on the throttle. There's the Ferrari. The Porsche is just coming into sight now as it drops down into Eau Rouge. So by the time the Mercedes gets onto racetrack proper, the Porsche will have regained the lead, probably by, just about 2 seconds. So that's how close this battle for the lead of this race is. Now, it's going to be the overlap of the pit stops between Mercedes doing that initial early stop and getting out of sync with everybody else, but particularly the front-running cars. So the Porsche has retaken the lead, but it's been the pace of the Mercedes prior to that last pit stop which was catching my attention, and Patrick Pilet didn't appear to be able to match it, or he again was just running. They were sticking to the scheduled time that they had determined prior to the race. It's not just simply because the car doesn't have a pace. There's lots of reasons why drivers are doing specific lap times, and others are maybe, in the case of Mercedes, trying to break the Porsche by running that little bit quicker per lap, up to a second a lap quicker.
But you've got to say, looking at this, that the Mercedes is in the better position, isn't it, really? Because look at the gap now that it has rejoined. It's on the tail of the Porsche. When the Porsche next pits, the Mercedes is going to have a monster advantage.
Yes, and it'll be interesting to see how close the Mercedes can stick to the tail of the Porsche. So it looks like it's going to be fairly comfortable. Of course, it's got fresh rubber on and more fuel. So the fuel weight offsets maybe the benefit of the fresher rubber, but I would have thought the fresher rubber is the bigger advantage than the fuel is a disadvantage. So back out on track, Maximilian Buch behind the wheel still, and I mean the only thing he will have to get familiar to is this fresh set of rubber.
Max Gertz did a very, very good job in the first part of the race, and let's catch up with him now. His car is down in second, but Max is with Jack.
Max, a very impressive performance from the HTP team. Have you changed your brakes and pads yet?
Yes, we did already in the night, so everything is done for us. Maxi did now the pit stop. He put 2 tires on, and we will see what's going on.
Are you surprised? Are you surprised that you're so quick this weekend, or were you expecting to be challenging for the win?
Yeah, for sure. We had a good test before here, so yeah. So we saw it. We are in a good condition, but not like this. So we are fighting since 10 hours now for the first position. Now we are second, two seconds behind the Manthey Porsche. So it's really close, but it's yeah. We didn't expect so good.
It must be great for you to race with someone like Bernd Schneider, who's got so much experience here.
Yeah, for sure. He did his first race here in 1988. So it's, I don't know, 25 years ago. So it's really impressive to drive with him, and he's so experienced, and he helped us for sure to improve the car and yeah, to settle everything. It's nice.
Thanks, Max.
Yep.
Well, it's been a very good job so far by Max Gertz, and the point there that's just been made that they've already changed the brake pads, that means that they're at the same stage of the race effectively with the Manthey Racing Porsche. They both had that longer stop to do that, so this is a proper fight, and the Mercedes has clawed back the lost time. It's got itself from that pit stop right onto the tail of the Porsche. This is the lead battle. There is another pit stop coming up for the Porsche, which will drop it a long way back behind the Mercedes. That Mercedes is looking very strong for a win.
Yeah, and it was interesting, Max Gertz indicated they changed only 2 tires on the Mercedes-Benz. Clearly the car is quicker in the lap. You can see that the Mercedes has the 2-second gap when they rejoin. When the Mercedes rejoin, the circuit has now been run down. It's the half second that you end up with when you get trapped behind a car. But it is currently the quicker of the 2 cars. Porsche will be coming in at some point to do a fuel, tyre and maybe driver change as well. But currently, clash of the field is the Mercedes-Benz in second place by, what is it? Well, it's under half a second right now.
And quicker in the first, quicker in the second sectors. The gap's coming down. At best, I think that Porsche could do 2 more laps. But if he's struggling now for pace, it might be that this set of tyres is going away, so it might pay to bring in Patrick Pilet sooner rather than later. But when the car does pit, remember, with the length of a pit stop here, it's going to lose a big, big chunk of time to the Mercedes. Great battle then for race honours at one of the most spectacular circuits the championship visits. Most circuits with hills are spectacular. There are plenty of hills at Spa. A sideways Porsche powers out of the bus stop, and now it's a drag race down to Les Sources. Up the outside goes Maximilian Buch. Is that going to give him the race lead? Well, yes, it does briefly, because he has his nose in front, but Patrick Pilet breaks even later on the inside. He turns into Les Sources ahead, and he hangs on to the race lead, but he goes wide. And now the Mercedes, with all of that grunt, comes up alongside as they plunge downhill once again. This is going to give us a new race leader. The Mercedes should go through, and does go through at the bottom of the hill.
Simply nothing more or less than the fresher rubber on the Mercedes, and Porsche really, you could see how much it struggled for grip as it came out of the bus stop chicane. It did manage to get its nose back in front as it went into the La Source hairpin, but fundamentally the tyre on the Porsche is at the end of its useful life, and the Mercedes has got fresher tyres, it's got more pace, it's got more weight on board with the fuel that they had to fill the car up with. But as I mentioned a few minutes ago, it's better to have the grip and the weight than have no weight and no grip.
So, as the two cars run nose to tail, one Mercedes gains a place, another Mercedes in problems, because the number 62 Fortec car of Ollie Webb, Carl Wendlinger, Alex Brundle has just been given a drive-through penalty for not respecting the track limits. Here is how the lead changed, coming out of the hairpin at La Source, powering downhill, and the Mercedes with that long, long bonnet gets up alongside the Porsche, sweeps ahead, just going down the end of the hill, gets the line for Eau Rouge, the job done. Now the fascination will be to see what sort of gap he can open up.
Well, he's going to open up a gap relatively easily, because he was capable of lapping in the 2 minutes 23 seconds prior to that second round of pit stops, and the Porsche was really only able to do a 2:24 consistently. So we're looking at now the Porsche dropping back. It's over a second already behind the Mercedes-Benz, and this is only halfway around the lap. So in the space of 2 and a bit kilometers, the Mercedes is overtaken and is pulling away, and by the time they get up to the start-finish line, assuming the Porsche stays on track, the gap's probably going to be almost 3 seconds in the space of one lap, and that's a big bunch of time. It's going to force Porsche to maybe make a decision, a judgment call that they might have wanted to delay, but they're seeing time is just disappearing literally by the corner.
They can't leave him out for much longer on this set of tyres, because there's no benefit. He's losing time. A fresher set of tyres would help, but it is going to be another lap completed. So there's a plan clearly at Manthey Racing. They want to run to the maximum per stint.
Well, I think maybe what's happened is the calculation that you were going to make, they've already made it probably about a dozen times. Yeah. And they know that even though they are losing time on a set of tyres that's near the end of its life, lots of rubber there in the racetrack, that is a big tyre.
Bits of bodywork as well, isn't it?
Maybe it'll be bodywork too.
Wheel arch from the inside of the wheel arch. Someone's had a big drama up at Les Combes, and it's the Senna McLaren. 12th is the car, and Bruno Senna it is who's off the road. In fact, that's at the bus stop that the Von Ryan Racing McLaren has come to grief. Is that a separate incident, or is that the same? Either way, Senna's off the road.
I can't quite see the bit of rubber or bodywork, but in whatever, there's a bit of McLaren bodywork. You're looking at about £20,000 there to replace that. But he certainly made it into the pit lane, because he was just literally having to drive across the... But whether that came from his car or from somebody else's car, the two things may not necessarily be the same. But Bruno Senna's going to drive the car down the pit lane slowly, and hopefully the car will be back on track.
Here's a replay of what happened, and he went around the outside of 911. The Pro Speed Porsche, Marco Mappelli at the wheel, and there was contact. So Bruno Senna tagged into a spin and able to rejoin from that, but unfortunately dramas for Bruno Senna. That's going to lose the car a bit of time, but still in 12th place overall then, as the Black Falcon bodywork it is from a Mercedes that lies in the middle of the road. So that is up at Les Combes. It's a separate incident from what we saw Bruno Senna having, and as I say, that's come off a Mercedes. And there's the Marshal, who's about to go and snaffle that and stick it on eBay.
Well, let's put it this way, that bit of bodywork is probably going to be a bit less expensive than the McLaren bodywork. And for Bruno Senna, or whoever right now is in that McLaren, it was just a harmless spin, we think. There's bodywork, and that is... Well, that isn't on the exit of Lake Coombe. That's at Stavelot. I would have thought, just coming out of Stavelot. Whoa, it's a big old lump.
It is, isn't it? Oh, that'll do it good. Yes.
And there's the rubber. That's the reason why the bodywork came off. There was some rubber got shredded, and as it flayed around, as the Marshal tries to lob it across the tyre barriers, and those are no easy job to get across.
He's worn out, poor chap.
He's probably our age, David.
A job well done.
Oh, look at this.
That's the speed lover Porsche.
Now that's not a place you want to run wide, especially with the proximity of the barrier that defines the pit lane exit.
And also, heaven forfend anybody's coming out of the pits that you end up almost making contact with, because that's the pit exit line. Right, Bruno Senna's McLaren, it was Bruno behind the wheel, tagged into that spin by the Pro Speed Porsche, coming back down the pit lane into the race. The two pit lanes at Spa join together for the purposes of the 24 hours, so you come into the F1 pits as it's known, and then you turn through the inside of La Source and use the endurance pit, but it's all added together to make one very long pit lane, and at 50 kilometres an hour it must take an age to go through, and it must feel as though you're not moving.
Speechless in that one, I tell you. It is a long pit lane, but it's all done in the quest for safety for those people that are working in the pit lane. And we've seen the pit lane speed limits have been coming down really pretty much all around. There's work going on, furious work to get these wheels and tyres changed on the Mercedes. And I don't know whether they want to bother with the damaged bodywork, or whether they feel that is something is going to be incremental in the car's performance.
And of course, it's a busy pit lane, not just in terms of cars, but the number of people working, and the media down there as well. Formula One clamping down on who can go into the pit lane now. But in GT racing and sports car racing, you've not got too many options because there are so many more people needed to service the cars on pit stops.
Yes, and also you don't have the proliferation of television independent companies all trying to follow their particular national hero. So pit lane is less busy from that respect, and in many respects a lot safer for it.
People on Twitter just commenting on how spectacular the cars look in this race. It's not just the track that makes them look spectacular. They are spectacular cars, GT3 cars. They move around a little bit. You can see the drivers working. They are a great spectacle.
I mean, you say they're moving around a lot. I mean, these cars, in relative terms, they move around a lot, but they've got a lot of downforce. I mean, these are not simply straight out of the showroom in its stock aerodynamic configuration. They're much, much more sophisticated, but they are heavy cars, over 1,000 kilograms in most cases. On a spec tyre, it is not a super soft tyre, it's an endurance tyre. So consequently, when the best of the rubber has gone after 3 or 4 laps, the car moves around, and that's where the skill of the drivers who drive low downforce in relative terms to what we know from maybe the ultimate of Formula One, that some drivers have got the knack of driving a low downforce car. I mean, the person I'm going to refer to is the person whose car right now is leading this race, Bernd Schneider, who was so successful in DTM and other forms of touring car racing and GT racing, fundamentally lowish downforce cars. I raced here in 1991 in an awful car called a Jaguar XJR 15, the worst car probably I've ever driven. And the reason it was awful is because it was the development of the XJR 8s and 7, 8s and 9s, which were fantastic. They were fantastic because they had a huge amount of downforce, but the XJR 15 didn't have the downforce. And because the V12 engine was as tall as a skyscraper, its centre of gravity was just horrendous. But those people like Arnhem Hanna and Win Percy and others, they could drive it without any difficulty whatsoever. For me, it was just horrific. And that's, in relative terms, these cars have got a bunch more downforce than the XJR 15, but not as much as the Group C cars of the late 80s had.
Down the pit lane then, Carbon's number 150 Porsche. So that was a 26-lap stint out of that car. That's good going. That's good going, and that is the plan that Porsche are running to. They have decided that they're going to win this race, maybe more by stealth and speed, and they're going to stick to it. 26 laps on a fuel and tyre stop is very impressive. There's the third place car, Frank Stippler. He's just exiting now out of La Source Herpen, dropping down. 3 laps down on the leading duo. The Mercedes of Maximilian Buch still in the lead, comfortably so. It was 11 seconds that the gap that Buch had built up over Patrick Pilet in the Porsche, who now is in the pit lane. There's the car getting its service. And there's the third place Audi. Just more rubbish on the more rubber, and I don't know why suddenly we're seeing a lot of stuff on the racetrack. On the Camel Straight, there's a lot of bits of rubber, maybe some bodywork as well. It's all black, so it's difficult to tell which of it is actually rubber and which is maybe bodywork. Porsche being serviced out of the pit lane. So is it Pilet behind the wheel of the car, or are we going to see Lietz or Mark Lieb? It is going to be Richard Lietz back into the Porsche. So he is now behind the controls of second place Porsche number 150. Effectively a factory car, but run by the Manthey Racing team. As is often the case with the German manufacturers, they don't necessarily run as a factory team themselves. They outsource it to specialty companies, specialist companies. Reinhold Jost, of course, does it with Audi at all sorts of events. And I thought the Porsche looked like it was slightly low on the left rear as it came into Les Combes, but I think that was just the camera angle as Richard Lietz now sees what he can do. He's got a task in his hands to run down the Mercedes-Benz, but looking skyward, maybe that task is going to be not necessarily in his hands. No, it's starting to look a bit more menacing, isn't it? It's starting to look darker overhead, very dark at certain parts of the circuit. Where's your weather app, John? What's it telling us now? It's telling the same as it told me, but that looks like a sky out of a Hitchcock movie. Yes, it does. All you wait now for the birds to arrive. Take cover, everybody. Right, so that hovering ominously over Les Combes is looking very threatening indeed now. And you know what would make it worse? If it was localized rain, not just a general sort of saturation of the racetrack, but look at that. That is not when, it's just, or not if, it is when. And
7 hours of this race remaining, and no doubt every member of the pit lane will be looking skyward and recalculating, thinking what might we do, or preparing for what they might do. And again, it may be that the rain will fall, and it will fall heavily in certain parts of the track, which would make it extremely difficult decision as to whether you stay on the dry slick tire and try to baby it through, or is it going to be so heavy that you're going to have such aquaplaning that you've got no option but to come in and put on a set of wet rubber.
Here is Ricard Lietz coming down towards the bus stop, and at this part of the circuit, doesn't look that bad, does it? It's still fairly bright from where we are on the start and finish line. You look out of the window and you think, yeah, it's not that sunny, but it's still not a grim day. But it does look very threatening out in the forests, away behind where the cars are now over towards Pouin, but the headlights are still on, and as they get to the source, glowing a bit more brightly on that shot.
Yeah, I mean, it's coming, the weather is coming, unfortunately. Some might say, well, that'll add another little sort of element to the outcome of this race, and I suppose it wouldn't be Spa 24 if you didn't have a prolonged period of wet weather lappery. And the question is it going to be literally a river runs through it, which it can be, and up on Camel Straight where the camber of the road, and you get rivulets running across diagonal to the flow of traffic, and without the deep grooved wet weather Pirelli tyres, that is not fun.
See all the rubber marks up the side of the Porsche. That is one very, very grubby car now. Proof of how hard it's been driven in this race. Riding the curb there is Ricard Lietz. Well, this is its first flying lap since a pit stop, so at the end of this we'll start to get an idea as to where it stands relative to the Mercedes. They've stayed pretty much on the lead lap, the two of them, but the gap between them is the best part of the lap, and the wet tyres now are being made ready by some of the teams, which is good thinking because you've got them on standby. But how long is it going to be before the first drops rather than spots of rain are felt?
Well, the worst thing for a driver in these circumstances is to be committed through a corner like Pujo. A double left-hander drops away from you, very quick corner, particularly on the exit, and then all of a sudden you find that you come down to a part of the racetrack and you wonder why there's a sheen on the surface of the racetrack, and what that is it's wet. And you know, it's a horrible feeling. I had it once happen in a race, and came onto Hanger Straight at Silverstone, and halfway down the straight it was like a stepped up. There was so much water down at Stowe and Club, 1975, and there was a year when about half the field ended up going off into the catch fencing, into the barriers, simply because the rain that was falling on the pit straight at Silverstone in the old days was a fraction of what was falling in the far side. And Silverstone, another racetrack that gets localised rainfalls.
Very true, that dates things, doesn't it? Catch fencing, gosh, which at the time was considered the great safety measure, but it turned out to be fairly dangerous. I was only 3 then, John, as well. I hope you'll excuse me for not being at Silverstone that year to watch you.
Well, that's no excuse. I mean, don't blame your fact that your parents didn't take you because you were 3.
I was there in 1981 though, cheering on as
I appreciate that, and met so many people that were. Richard Lietz did a 23.6, so he's picked up half a second on his first flying lap. Of course, car that fraction fresher than the Mercedes, which has been out now almost sort of a third of the way through its stint.
Yeah, it's done another 5 laps.
Yes, roughly a third of the way.
Tires. Yeah, exactly. So now we need to keep an eye to when the next stops come. Look at the way that Ricard Lietz is trying to find a way past the traffic. That Black Falcon Mercedes really should get out of the way. Life is not proving to be that easy for Ricard Lietz. He's going to have to fight for this, really, isn't he, by doing some out-braking, heading up towards Les Combes. He lines up on the inside. He does go through, but he's lost out in the first sector there because of the slower Mercedes.
Yeah, I mean, he sort of almost overran the Mercedes as they came up over the top of the Rouge and into the beginnings of the Camel Straight over Radio. So he did have to check probably on the throttle a little bit, and that takes away your momentum, and then it was a sort of a struggle all the way down the length of the Camel Straight. So his next lap is probably not going to be in the 23s as a consequence. And Maximilian Buch has actually responded now in his latest lap. He's within a 1/10 of a second of Lietz's last lap. So the battle is on between the Mercedes and Porsche for this 24-hour victory in Spa.
There is the 84 Mercedes. Pre-race, you might have wondered whether or not Bernd Schneider was going to be as quick as the 2 young guns. Well, when he got into the car yesterday evening, straight away he went quicker than they had been going, admittedly in hotter temperatures early on. So there's no real debate whatsoever now that Bernd Schneider can match their lap times. He proved he can do it. And so when he gets back into the car, expect it to still be going very rapidly indeed.
Well, I'm truly not surprised I think probably Goetz and Book may be surprised, but they would have seen in the test that they did prior to this race that Bernd Schneider, quality, you never lose it.
Okay.
And if you're motivated and you're fit as he is, and I mean, loving a race like this, because you can really it's not a sprint race, you can get into the race, you can settle into it, you can establish what you need to do. And I could just imagine when Bernd Schneider was doing those stunning laps just as the light was beginning to fade, lap after lap, again metronomic from the German driver, he was probably wondering, why did I ever retire? He retired because he'd just done a lot of racing, and sometimes you do need that break to get away, clear your head, go and do a bit of fishing, and then if you think you can still do it and you're motivated to do it, then opportunities like Spa and other endurance events around the world. And I wonder what this will do to Bernd Schneider if they go on to win this race. Will that inspire him to want to maybe take part in more events, just cherry pick a few, not get back into a full race series program, but just races that he would like to do? And there are many races around the world I'm sure he'd still like to compete and may need to win in.
I think that's pretty much where he is, isn't it? I mean, the blue-ribboned GT events he tends to do, whether it's Bathurst, Dubai, Spa, the Nürburgring. One of the other reasons that he retired, he said he's done enough racing in a high-level championship. There was a huge amount of pressure, wasn't there, in the DTM from a manufacturer to deliver. And I think Bernd, having given it his all for Mercedes for so long, was getting to the point where he just couldn't do it any longer. He wasn't quite as quick as he used to be, and better to stand aside and let the other younger drivers come through. But in this class of racing, there's a little bit less pressure. He's got a bit more freedom. He can enjoy himself more. It's right up his proverbial street.
Perfect. I mean, he couldn't want for anything more. And I mean, the DTM is it's a combative series. It's not. It's more like sort of gladiator motor racing than it is what I call proper motor racing. I don't find it particularly attractive at all, as it happens. And this is something that Bernd Schneider, no doubt, is delighted to be a part of, and is proving to be absolutely as competitive in this as he's been throughout his entire career.
We've had a driver change in number 17. You'll notice we're now riding with Martin Jensen, former Danish touring car racer. Martin, I think it's fair to say, is a touch quicker than Dennis Anderson. So you're riding now with a very rapid and spectacular driver on board number 17. There's a lot of arm twirling going on through Les Combes. Not quite sure why the car suddenly snapped there. He's able to hang on to it. Maybe he whacked a curb or something, but the Ferrari suddenly got a bit leery. And this is one of the few teams doing the race with 3 drivers rather than 4. Now, many of them will do it for 4 drivers because it's another driver that can bring some money. But apart from that, is there any advantage doing it with 3?
I think if you've got 3 professional drivers, who know the job, they know what they have got to do, that's the ideal way to do it. Bringing a 4th driver in, certainly in the Gentleman Trophy, I can understand, partly because it may help underwrite the cost of doing it, but also some of the gentleman drivers are not young, competitive 20-year-olds. They're in their middle 50s in some cases, and it just makes the task of competing in a 24-hour race a lot easier. And if you divide 4 into 24, that's approximately 6 hours per driver. It doesn't always work out like that, but that's acceptable. I mean, if you say, I finished Spa 24 hours, you don't have to say it 3 other teammates.
No.
Everybody thinks, 24, God, you must be mad. Then he might sort of happen to say, well, I had 3 other teammates, and they did 3/4 of the race for me. But it's still, and I think for the Gentleman Trophy particularly, I would always mandate it that it should be 4 drivers. But in the actual pro category, then it's probably 3 drivers is the way to go.
Yeah, the rules in the Pro Cup say 3 in the Gentleman Trophy, and in the Pro-Am you can have 4, but this is, as I say, one of the few teams electing to do it just 3 ways. And in fairness, even though you can have 3 drivers in the normal Blancpain races, they do it with just 2 drivers there to maximise the track time available to them. Down to La Source comes Martin Jensen. You can see the way the car is going quicker now that he's behind the wheel. It just looks like a different car, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you get a driver of a higher level of skill and ability, and you can take a car that might look very uncomfortable in one driver's hands into a car that looks like it's an entirely re-engineered car. And then particularly coming through Eau Rouge over Radio, closing down in the back. One of the Mercedes just catching up to, and overtakes, just simply gets the momentum up over the top, hand indicating to the driver that maybe they're sort of side by side, and maybe hoping that he's going to be able to get through cleanly. He has. So just simply quicker through Radio and then onto the Camel Straight. And that is the 62. That's the car that Brundle, Webb and Carl Wendlinger, who's in the car dead? Well, still showing Ollie Webb.
Yeah.
And he was the driver that got the penalty for abusing the racetrack. Currently running 2 minutes 28. I mean, that car had been running. Certainly, Alex Brundle, we were getting syndications that he was running in the 2:25s. A very good run from Brundle in his first outing in a GT car, and the Fortec team, you know, it's familiar with Dad. If you look at the Porsche, currently in second place with Lieb.
And he's taken over from Patrick Pilet. Let's hear from the Frenchman now in the endurance pits with Jack.
Patrick, a really tough fight for the lead out there.
Yeah, it's really hard, especially the car. It's really difficult to drive. We have some small issue with power steering, so it's quite tough, but actually the car is running well. It's really close. We don't know if the Mercedes changed the brakes already. We already changed ours, so now we are done until the end, and we will see, because we are also not on the same lap for the pit stop. So it can be a difference at the end of the race, because you should run maximum 65 minutes. So we'll see.
So what do you think is going to happen at the end of the race then? Do you think you'll have the advantage?
I don't know. I have no idea actually. The engineer should make everything to check if it's better for us or for our car. But also the weather is not sure at the moment. So we'll see what happens.
Thank you.
Well, we know something the team doesn't, because we know, as Jack asked the question a little while ago to Mercedes, have you changed pads? The answer was yes. Manthey Racing, not sure whether they have or not. So.
Well, I think the team probably might know, but maybe Patrick Pilet himself wasn't aware of that. But teams at this level would be monitoring what the competition is doing, and something as fundamental as a pad and maybe a disc change as well would be noted, I would have thought. But sometimes the drivers wouldn't be fed that information, certainly not behind the wheel. That would be information the team would have for their calculations as regards to where they are going to be come the race when it finishes in 6 hours and 48 minutes. But there's not having power steering, having intermittent power steering is, first of all, it makes the job of driving the car, and the cars have got a lot of front end grip, so you're putting a lot of more effort. And simply, if you're a little bit further back in your driving position, a more classical sort of slightly more straight arm position, then all of a sudden that becomes a big load on the driver's arms and changes the whole dynamic of driving. But also, if it's inconsistent, if it's cutting in and out, then when it does cut out, if it happens in a critical corner, then all of a sudden the load level goes up massively, and you think, oh, can I hold on to this thing? I mean, literally, you're sort of sitting there straining to keep the car on track.
Ricard Lietz over the line. He is still just on the lead lap, but he's kind of 3/4 of a lap behind. He's not been lapped, but as soon as the Mercedes next comes over the timing line, it will show that has done one more lap than the Porsche. So there's the best part of a lap between them. This is the car that's third, a further 3 laps back. Frank Stippler, winner of the race last year, now behind the wheel of the car that he shares with André Lotterer, double Le Mans winner, and Christopher Mies. And Wolfgang Ulrich, the boss of Audi Motorsports, is in the garage having a look at the screens and looking moderately relaxed. He's also been very low profile this week.
Well, I wondered, was the reason why he's been low profile because the acknowledgement that the Audi R8s at the minute are not leading the race on pace, and therefore would it be appropriate for him to be seen to be high profile? Now, maybe that's poor judgment on my part, but he is in the pits and he is around, and that's the first shot I've seen of Dr. Ulrich all weekend. And right now this car in third place is being caught by the Cesar Ramos Ferrari. It's now 41 seconds behind the third place Audi, and we've still got 6 3/4 hours of this race remaining.
But low profile and low key within the team. In the past, you found him with his overalls on, with a headset on, in the garage or on the pit wall. He's not been near that all weekend. There he is in his uniform, but not in overalls. And he's in the pit garage where he finds cars out of the race, Audis with the blankets over. But the point I'm making is he's taking a less active role in the running of the cars. Maybe that is to underline the fact that really they are meant to be being run by private teams, not Audi as a factory. WRT, Phoenix Racing, and also because gradually he's starting to take a little bit more of a backseat within Audi's motorsport programme. But he's far less involved this year than we've seen in the previous 2 winning seasons at Spa.
Well, he looked very much to be a guest, an Audi guest, rather than a hands-on front of house Audi motor racing boss. So that was the casual look that we saw as he was looking at the information screens within the garage.
12 months ago, you'd have found him on there, on the Pratt perch, headset on, overalls on, you know, taking an active part in it. Anyway, times move on, things change, and Frank Stippler, who has been a good Audi peddler now for a number of years, is there in third place. Very quick in modern GT cars, ex-DTM racer, as Wolfgang Ulrich stood next to Pierre Giudone looks on. Frank Stippler just as quick in historics, whether it's in Alfa Romeo GTAs or Jaguar E-types.
Well, the Alfa Romeo GTA that he races belongs to a friend of mine, and it is a truly beautiful car, and it runs on old, or not old, they're new but concrete and clay Dunlop R6s or whatever they are, yellow spots, green spots, white spots. I mean, I used to race in those tires and we thought they were the technology, you know, the leading edge of technology. I mean, they are tractor tires by the standard of the modern race tire. I mean, I wouldn't even put them anywhere near a car if I had a choice. But in historic racing, in pre-65 touring car racing, where you got Lotus Cortinas and BMW 1600s and whatever else running, you must run on that tire. That's a 4.5 or 5.5 J rim, and they do slide around, and Frank Stippler just sits and plays the car on the steering and on the throttle. And he also drives in a Tipo 61 birdcage Maserati, which of course he's had great success with, particularly in Nürburgring and other historic events. Vincent
Voss there watching on. I'm not quite sure why you had to draw attention to the fact that Alfa Romeos are beautiful cars, the GTA, because all Alfa Romeos are beautiful cars.
I agree.
You should know this.
I do, and I mean, I've been an Alfa Romeo fan for many, many years, and lucky through my time with Brabham when they were running Alfa Romeo engines to have a number of them, and there was something about them which was very emotional, which, unlike my following car, was one of the early Gulf GTIs, which was brilliant, but it was Germanic. And the thing with the Alfa was, it was like a slice of anything. You could hold it in your hand. It wasn't just sort of mechanical perfection. It was imperfect, but because of that, it had personality and character.
It's Mercedes versus Porsche up front still. Audi third with the number 2 Frank Stippler car. Fourth is Cesar Ramos. Fifth is Stefano Colombo. Sixth is number 16, number 6, which is now Oliver Jarvis. And the next car in the Pro Cup, 11th overall, is Marcus Winkelhock. Here, in fact, in the Phoenix racing car. Phoenix winning team last year, and it really has been on the back foot all weekend. I know we've talked about the fact that the Audis haven't been as competitive, and whether that was a true reflection or whether they would come good come the second half of the race, but the Phoenix cars really have struggled all weekend, and the car making its way now up Eau Rouge. Winkelhock down in 11th place.
Anthony, the race went pear-shaped from you pretty early, really.
We had a problem with a wheel that came loose in the beginning of the race, and there we lost, I think, about a lap. And for the rest, it's just difficult because we lack power on the straight. All the Audis lack power, and then it's difficult to pass when you're in the pack. So the Audis are not on the pace they were last year, but we do what we can. For now, we are 3 Audis in the top 10, which is not too bad.
And the sister Phoenix car, the number 6 car, is having a quite good run, isn't it?
Yeah, it's having a good race. They had no issues so far. So they have a steady pace, but just not fast enough to go on the podium.
Thank you, Anthony.
No, they're struggling. I mean, Marcus Winkelhock was mentioning before the race started that it's not an easy car for a whole raft of reasons. And again, they've just got to get on with it. They're all proper professional drivers. Enzo Eid, one of the drivers, Anthony Kumpen, we just had interviewed Marcus Winkelhock behind the wheel of this car right now. And again, it's the slowly, you catch the field. It's just under 6 3/4 hours remaining, and the sister, well, not the sister car, but Jarvis in 6th place. He's 5 laps down on the lead. He's 1 lap down on the sister car, Frank Stippler. So Oliver Jarvis and his mum Debs, who no doubt is watching this lavidly, she always does, back home in the UK, will be watching her boy and running in 2 minutes 24. So Oliver Jarvis doing a good job. I mean, running every bit as quick as Frank Stippler. In fact, in that last lap, Oliver Jarvis was fractionally quicker than the Stippler car, which is currently in 3rd.
And Winkelhock here, down in 11th. 7 laps adrift to the leader, but 2 laps up on the next Pro Cup car, which is Bruno Senna's McLaren, back into the race after a spin. the Pro Speed number 911 Porsche has just got a drive-through penalty. Marco Mappelli at the wheel for exceeding the track limits. And there's a driving standards flag also to the man leading the Pro-Am class, Marco Ciocci, for AF Corsa, being warned about the track limits, and the driving standards flag being shown to him.
Yeah, as the race progresses, people pinch more and more, particularly on the exits, and we're seeing a lot of that on the exit of what is now called the Paul Frere curve. They're running very, very wide. They're more than I would certainly feel was acceptable as the track limit. And other bits of the racetrack, drivers will try and pinch Blanchimont. We've seen a lot of that as well on the exit of the second part of Blanchimont. So you push it and push it and push it until you get a check, and then you bring it back again, and then you'll add back up there over the again. Look out of Les Combes, just how wide people are running out of Les Combes.
And the other element, of course, is that when we'd officially gone back to daylight, on the timing screen it was announced to the teams that the track limits now would be monitored again, because you can't really police it at night where it's so dark. It's very hard to know which set of tail lights you just looked at going over a white line. But now in the daylight there is no argument. You can very clearly see which car's doing what.
Clearly there are 4 wheels off the racetrack. We go back now to the Nissan as it makes its way up into the bus stop chicane. And 30, where are we running?
35 is 12.
Wolfgang right at the wheel. So again, just a solid job from these GT Academy winners.
Something flapping in the side of the car there.
There is, and it's one of those, yes, the number that this new innovation, that
Lumi rank,
whatever you call it, it is whatever you call it, and hopefully that's not going to be a problem. I mean, once the driver picks it up in his peripheral vision, he'll be thinking, well, what's that going to do? Is it flapping around? Is it going to become a problem? Look at the G loads there. You get an illustration of just one way, then the swing back the other way. So how more graphic could you ever have it than that?
Hopefully they can stick that back to the windscreen on the next pit stop, but they don't want to come in especially for it. And in fact, as he hustles on here, Wolfgang Reip is also being warned about the track limits up to Les Combes. Is that going to be a distraction for him? Is it suddenly floats across his vision?
It's not a distraction, but it's an irritation, and it's there. I mean, it's not going to detach and fly across the cockpit in my view, but it's one of those things that it'll irritate him. It'll probably get built out of proportion to the actual problem it's creating. So hopefully it's not going to interfere with his concentration, and I would like to think that he's now sufficiently experienced to put that to the back of his mind. Again, running pretty wide as they come out of the shelter corner.
Downhill towards Perron goes 35 then, 12th place overall, and with penalties being offered to some cars to affect them. This is a driver, Wolfgang Reip, who has been warned about respecting the track limits, but as long as he does temper his enthusiasm, it should be okay. The Lumirank system is there within the windscreen to display where the car is in class. It reflects not the overall position, but the class position. It's another way of trying to involve the fans more, because of course it becomes very complicated to follow a race like this when you're trackside, knowing who is where in terms of the classification. And although you can follow live timing on your smartphone, for example, this is another good way, with a glimpse, of finding out where a car is in the order.
Well, it is certainly, it's becoming a distraction. I'm now watching that rather than watching where the car is on the racetrack, waiting to see what its next manoeuvre is going to be. Watch when he puts the brakes on there. Look how far forward it goes up the dash as he puts the brakes on. Then suddenly you get off the brakes and then swing right, then back to the left, and well, let's hope and see that this... I don't know how many more laps he has in this particular run. He's been in the car probably the best part of 15 or so. So maybe another 10 laps before they can bring this car in.
Oh, a bit of a handful out of the source, bit of correction needed. He's on the radio, I think. Presses the button, has a word. Goes downhill, one arm off the steering wheel. There's a bit of circulation back in his arm. Both hands back on the wheel. Holds on all the way through Eau Rouge. It's still one heck of a corner.
It's a massive corner. I mean, it's been made a lot easier over recent years in the quest to give drivers a safer corner, more runoff and more opportunity that in the event of an incident that they're not going to suffer the consequences of a massive accident. But it's still a big challenge, and again the compression in the bottom of Eau Rouge as then you run up, and literally you're looking skyward for about a second, and then it levels off and the car floats out to the right as you exit Radio. Now there's an abuse of the track. That's the car currently in 4th place, Cesar Ramos. He's been running, catching relatively every lap, half a second or so, Frank Stippler's third position, but he's just a lap on that car, down on the third place Audi.
Third in Pro-Am, Tony Villander at the wheel. This is the AF Corsa car, and coming down now towards the bus stop. And the reason we're looking at this is because it has recently broken into the top three and is on the same lap as the two leading cars. Matt Griffin and Tony Villander have done heroic things during the course of the night to get it up to third in class, with Alex Mortimer and Duncan Cameron as the other two drivers. But having lost a lot of time early on, the car has run to a good pace and is now in a three-way fight for Pro-Am honours. They've got Marco Ciocci ahead at the moment in the class, being chased hard by Alexei Basov, and then third in class is the 59 car, Tony Villander, class winner at Le Mans. He's the man behind the wheel of it, and the very fast Finn, who's become a real Ferrari specialist in recent years, carving his way through traffic. This could still be the winning Pro-Am car.
And the interesting way that Villander took the whole Eau Rouge sequence of corners, he knew he was catching the Porsche, so he adjusted his line to give him the best possible exit, not to run up to the tail of the Porsche, but to be on the clear bit of the track. And again, good, intelligent driving from Villander, reading the circumstances well, not losing time, maintaining the momentum. And that's what you've got to do. You've got to think that far ahead and plan the overtake that you're going to be destined to have to deal with.
So 59 sets off downhill, and Tony Villander not actually carving his way onto the tail of Alexei Basov, but he's doing the same kind of sector time, so he's getting there, he's chipping away. Cars go down towards Pouin. Road plunges downhill, and then through this long left-hander, Villander just using the curb on the outside. Now 75 Porsche, 14th overall, and we're looking at this car because it is now on the same lap as Bruno Senna and is just under a minute adrift, and so he's catching. You've got Maxime Soulet, Belgian driver, behind the wheel of it. He's had a fairly troubled race, it's got to be said, this car, with penalties, with punctures, and yesterday evening Mark Henrici parking the car because there was smoke in the cockpit. Well, that weird problem also seems to affect number 911, the sister car at Pro Speed. 75 though, circulating strongly now. It is currently 14th overall, and that is, as you can see on the Lumirank display, 9th in class, and there is the chance before the end of getting at least one place better than that within the Pro Cup.
Well, 6.5 hours remaining. Still waiting for the weather to change. It looked like it was going to come down heavily. The team certainly got wet weather tyres prepared in the pit lane. That seems to have sort of passed through, and it didn't sort of deposit anything on the racetrack in its process.
It's just teasing them, isn't it?
So it is a tease. It is a tease, and it's another pressure for the team and for certainly the management and the team to start, and you have to recalculate, what are we going to do? When do we bring the car in? Is it going to be wet all around or one part? You know, there's so many things the team manager's got to think about as we look back at the Von Ryan McLaren, and Senna behind the wheel of that car, still in 13th place.
And being chased.
Is this the only McLaren left running?
I think he's one of two. I think the other one is one of the Gulf Racing. 22nd overall, Nico Verdonk at the wheel of the Gulf car. Yeah, Rob Bell, Adam Carroll car.
Adam Carroll, yeah.
Yeah, but it's the more competitive of the two. But we started with many, and we have lost a fair number of them.
Of course, Chris Goodwin is one of the drivers in this car alongside Bruno Senna, and Chris Goodwin happened to be a manager of sorts for Bruno Senna when Bruno was in Formula One. And Chris also responsible within the McLaren company for a lot of the development, the road development of these products, now with the new McLaren P1 coming out as well. And they've been all over the world trying to get that perfected before it gets into the hands of the public.
It's the first modern GT race that Chris has done since the equivalent one last year, but he's done a bit of historic racing in McLaren's. Obviously he said, I don't count those. But he also said, because as you say, he's managed Bruno Senna for a number of years now, and he still has an active involvement to a different level. He said it's a bit like, I suppose, what it must feel like to drive with your son, and he was really looking forward to sharing a car with Bruno. And the other driver of it is Rob Barth, and of course it's the car Rob regularly drives, but with different co-drivers. And Rob, who's a great enthusiast for the sport, not just for his own racing, was like the proverbial kid in the candy store before the event got underway, to be sharing with Senna, you know.
Well, I think it's a great accolade for Rob. I mean, Rob has worked tirelessly with this team since its instigation a year ago, and has been the sort of the unsung hero of the team, really, with the efforts that he's put in. So now with a Senna on your CV, Chris Goodwin's name obviously is very important within the McLaren family, but not necessarily at the same levels of Bruno Senna. So Rob will be, I think, very happy indeed to see this car albeit not running at its full potential, but they're looking for a finish, currently in 13th place, 55 seconds behind the 12th place car.
Things are getting interesting in the Pro-Am category because the leading car, number 50 Ferrari, has just picked up a drive-through penalty. Marco Chiocci at the wheel has got a drive-through penalty, and with the second and third place cars on the same lap, he can ill afford to do silly things like that.
Well, that was probably coming out of the Paul Frere curb, where we did see one of those Ferraris, and we think it was that particular car of Chiocci. He ran well and truly 4 wheels off the racetrack. Lots of drivers have been ebbing further out over that curb, and eventually, if you don't obey the instructions from race director, then you will pay the penalty. And that penalty may not just be simply a matter of diving down the inside, the Ferrari just squeezing past the McLaren. So if you do disobey instruction from the race director and you get the penalty, it's a sort of a double kiss.
Lots of people being warned about the track limits at the moment. You can tell that we're back to daylight because people are pushing harder and using more of the available amount of Belgium that they can now see again in the daylight. The Pro Speed Cup spec Porsche there, getting in the way just a little bit. That's the Grosjean, Rosenblad, Martin Rich, Matthias Hakema car. A wobbly Ferrari ahead, braking for the pit path. There's the one that's got the drive-through. That's number 50. That's Marco Chiocci. And a drive-through penalty is a pretty serious offence, in a sense, because of the amount of time it will lose you.
Well, I mean, the pit lane from the very beginning at the bus stop chicane until you exit after Radio, I mean, it must be over a kilometre long. So, and at 50 kilometres per hour, you can work it out.
That's the part of the circuit where he's going wide through Blanchimont, and the approach to it, all 4 wheels over the white line. So that time around, again, it was showing how much of the road he's using. And as Chiocci comes through, he'll get the message. So he's going to have to serve this drive-through within 3 laps, but that's going to cost them the class lead.
Yeah, and he'll have that message from the pit wall, from the team, to tell him that he has now been penalised for ignoring track limits. So maybe that was why he was a little less exuberant coming through Blanchimont the last time.
Well, that's going to help Alexei Basov and also Tony Villander. Villander now is 10 seconds back from Basov. This could drop that car to 3rd in the class once it served the drive-through. So it's a significant part of the race, this, the car number 50. And the team manager of number 19 is being summoned to the stewards immediately, and that is the Black Falcon Mercedes, the Andrei Leved, Afanasiev, Simonson, Castellacci car. To look back on the highlights of the race thus far, it began yesterday with the 65-strong field getting underway at 4:30. And we also had drama at the very first corner of the race with a big lose for Alessandro Pierguidi, who spun the Ferrari right the way around, and somehow everybody missed him. Good battles early on as Alvaro Parent squared up to Maximilian Goetz, and those two cars ran together coming out of the bus stop. Alex Buncombe had a big accident at Eau Rouge after a suspension breakage, and that flung the Nissan off into the tar barrier. Bits of bodywork went flying, and the safety car deployed just about straight away. That bunched up the field, everybody in formation, and when the race got back underway, it was a battle up front with the Aston Martin of Stefan Mucker heading the way. But it wasn't long before we had the second safety car period, and that was because Jos Benton did big damage to the Blancpain Racing Lamborghini at the top of Eau Rouge, the car hitting the curb, spinning, and then thumping the tar barrier. Jelmer Berman watched on as he prepared for his stint, and Ludovic Badet went round the outside of traffic at the bus stop with a really cheeky move in the BMW. That gave him a couple of paces. Number 7, Hex's McLaren, was in real trouble, the car overheating and struggling round. Thumbs up, though, from Mark van der Straten, whose BMWs were going strongly. A punctured tyre, though, brought the Ferrari of Howard Blank into the pit lane. Things were looking good for Marc VDS within the Pro Cup. Maxime Martin had a turn in the lead, and he then pitted. Nick Katzberg, who'd also been running strongly and had a spell at the front, brought the number 4 car into the pit lane. And early in the race, the team thinking about the position of the cars at the 6-hour mark when points are awarded. Back into the race went car 4. Down towards Les Combes, the battle raged on as McLaren's tried to pick up places. But running out of sequence after an early pit stop, Mercedes 84 doing a very good job indeed. And Maximilian Goetz, Maximilian Buch and Bernd Schneider were very much part of that leading group, despite the fact they were out of sequence on pit stops. And the 2 young Maximilians managed to do the bulk of the driving. They didn't put Bernd Schneider in the car until the lights started to fade. Richard Lietz was hard at work in the Manthey Porsche, being edged towards the grass by Frank Stifler, but he kept his foot in, and the fans watched on as the lime and lemon Porsche, the green and yellow 911, started to work its way into contention, working its way through Les Combes and picking up places as number 14 BMW retired with an engine failure. Thankfully, the car was avoided as Jens Klingmann parked it. Unavoidable, though, was the slower Marco Schelt Porsche, which got a big whack in the back from Karl Wendlinger that turfed it off the road into the concrete and put pay to the Porsche there and then. The move of the race, though, was from Patrick Pilet round the outside of Jelmer Berman and back markers, sweeping into Les Combes to put the number 150 Porsche ahead in the race. Nick Katzberg looked on, grudgingly impressed by the move, but then it was time for Berman to come into the pit lane, and as he made his way to the team's pit box, up to second came BMW number 4. Then it was time for Pilet to give way to Mark Lieb as he brought number 150 back into the pit lane, and it was touch and go as to who would keep track position. Would it be the BMW or would it be the Porsche? But the BMW out on track was able to benefit from the very long pit exit lane, and so as the Porsche accelerated uphill, Jelmer Berman went back ahead, but only briefly. It wasn't long before Mark Lieb brought down the gap and managed to get himself right onto the tail of the BMW. He boxed in Berman behind the traffic coming down towards Pau, and the Porsche zapped through on the inside to retake the place. As the sun set, the race battled into the night. The headlights became more and more common on the cars. They glowed brighter as the teams got to the stage that's declared officially dark. Running second in class, the BMW diving through traffic on the inside. Number 3 BMW chasing its teammate, but number 4 was then busy squabbling with Porsche number 150. At the 6-hour mark, though, number 4 was ahead and took half points for that. And Eau Rouge looked as spectacular as ever with the lights on, with the cars sparking, and an early firework display came from Johnny Adam as he brought his punctured tyred Aston Martin back into the pit lane. The stunning shot of Spa looking down from Raidillon as the cars pounded on into the night. Drivers hot and bothered, but Xavier Marson trying to refresh himself before another stint behind the wheel of the Pro Speed Porsche. The official firework display was just before the Red Food concert in the paddock here, and some decided to party the night away rather than concentrate on what was on the track. For others, there was liquid refreshment, a chance to escape from the hustle and bustle of a 24-hour car race. Illuminant displays showing the fans where the cars were in each of the individual classes. And second in Pro-Am was the TDS BMW, but leading the Pro Cup at the 6-hour mark and getting the points was number 4 BMW. But things would change during the night. That car would retire, so would number 3, Belinda's Berman Martin car, both with electrical related problems. And as the sun rose, the fans lit the barbecues for breakfast, and it was apparent how many cars we'd lost during the night as they were parked around the circuit. Number 75 Porsche with a puncture headed back to the pit lane. More woes for Pro Speed. But the 84 Mercedes was going so strongly, almost metronomically now. The Mercedes looking as though a win might go its way. Mercedes having won the Nürburgring 24 hours this year as well. The opposition was coming no longer from Audi or from BMW, but from Porsche. The Manthey racing car running in second place, and on pit stops, the two now starting to trade the lead. A big spin for Daniel De Bruet, coming out of Speaker's Corner, brought out a yellow flag. It also brought out 2 brave marshals who were able to get that car out of harm's way. The tyre mechanics, though, were still hard at work in the pit lane, changing tyres here at Vita 4-1 and at SMP Racing, changing drivers as well, part and parcel of a pit stop in the Spa 24 hours. Dennis Anderson was busy, opposite lock and all, coming out of La Source with the Insight Racing Ferrari in Pro-Am, and the Ferrari fans largely having a pretty good time of it. Peter Pizzera had been doing great things with the RJN run Nissan, and in his first Spa 24 hours, he was looking good in class. 5th, indeed, the car before handing over to Wolfgang Reip. Working its way up the order, though, the Kessel Racing Ferrari. Davide Rigon brought it in to give way to Cesar Ramos. The car having been way down the order at the end of the first couple of hours, now into the top 3 overall, and crucially for points, top 3 in the Pro Cup. The Mercedes pitted, and that gave the advantage back to the Porsche as Richard Lietz retook the advantage. But it wasn't long before the Mercedes was back on the tail of the Manthey 911 and went pounding past once more as they set off down towards La Source. The battle between these two is becoming very intense indeed, and it's still hard to call exactly who has got the stronger strategy going towards the end of the race. Black Falcon bodywork left on the track after contact. Another brave Marshall managing to get that out of the way. Going strongly in the better of the two surviving McLarens for Von Ryan Racing was Bruno Senna, until he was tapped into a spin by Porsche 911 down at the bus stop. Senna was able to rejoin, a little bit of time lost, and he elected to come into the pit lane. The WRT mechanics were looking at a decreasing number of cars for them in the race. The better of them in fourth, Christopher Meet at the wheel of it. The Lumirank display came loose in the number 35 Wolfgang Wright Nissan. And up front, Mercedes continues to lead the 65th total 24 hours of Spa. So this is how we stand in terms of the classification across the individual classes. In the Pro Cup, it is the 84 Mercedes that leads the way, ahead of the Manthey Racing Porsche. Kessel Racing's Ferrari third. Fourth now is the WRT Audi, the Lotterer Meest Stippler car, ahead of Vita 41's BMW. Then the two Phoenix Racing Audis, with Oliver Jarvis sixth, and currently driving the seventh place car in class, Marcus Winkelhock. But remember, these are class results, so they're not where they stand overall. The Von Ryan Racing McLaren is eighth in class, Mark Henrici, Xavier Mars and Maxime Soulet's Porsche ninth. And a disappointing Porsche, the Bernhard Bergmeister Lapierre car, now rounding out the top 10. And by the time you've got to 16th in the order within Pro Cup, you're into the retirements, because we know we've lost the Mark VDS car. The Zero Audi also out of the race after Matt Halliday crashed it and did some chassis damage. That's gone. Electrical dramas for number 4. Number 13, accident damage. That put that out of the race. The problems for number 7, eventually rear damage after all its overheating problems of last night. Overheating and a vibration problem for number 100 Aston Martin. Gearbox for the number 1 Audi. Engine for number 14 BMW. Engine for number 11 McLaren. It's a long list of retirements. Now Pro-Am is getting more intense, because you've got drive-through penalties being applied to some, and the order shuffling right now because of pit stops. But at the end of the previous lap, it was 59 Tony Villander who just got the lead. He's now come into the pit lane after a drive-through. Marco Ciocci runs second in the class, and third, also in the pit lane now, is 71 with Victor Scheiter at the wheel. Fourth, currently in the class, is Alessandro Pierguidi. Fifth, Lucas Ordonez now in the Nissan. And sixth in the class is the Luxembourg driver Steve Jans in number 18. Behind him, you've got Luca Persiani. Then he's being chased by Olivier Pla. Next up, it is Jens Richter, and the top 10 in the class rounded out by Daniel Mauve. The Beech Dean Aston Martin has lost quite a bit of time as a result of pit stops during the night. And again, as you go down through the order, we've lost number 107, another of the Hexis cars is out of the race. We've lost the 230 Nissan. Number 12 McLaren we lost yesterday evening as well with an engine problem. Number 9 McLaren has had its woes over the course of the race. 25 crashed out. 89 also a retirement after a big spin. 43 was a retirement after accident damage and a vibration. 77 McLaren was in the gravel. Number 5 had an engine problem. The 125 United Autosports Audi had an engine problem. There's been a pretty high attrition rate over the course of the race thus far. 123 Ferrari lost a wheel. 24 was crashed heavily, so was 32 Nissan. And car number 188 we lost very early on with fuel pressure problems, the car having achieved the grand total of 6 laps. And of course there are 3 classes within the Spa 24 hours. The Gentleman Trophy competition is still a very fierce battle indeed. It is being led, indeed dominated, by Ferrari, because they lock out the top 4 places. Sofrev ahead of Sport Garage, ahead of Kessel Racing, ahead of Sport Garage once again. But a man who's won the event twice outright, Fred Bouvy, is part of the leading team with Patrice Guélard and Les Jean-Luc. Beauvelic and Blanchimont ahead of Romain Brandella, Leonardo Gorini, Stéphane Lemray and Thierry Pragno, with Palladino, Andreassi, Perez and Giro third after a couple of punctures cost them some time early on. And 58 Porsche trying to fight back, but that car's had a number of spins and delays and is now very much out of the reckoning. The Jones Mercedes lost a wheel early this morning, and that's the reason why that car, I'm afraid, also now has been retired. So just over 6¼ hours of the race remain, and we've got the fans drifting back now to the side of the track. And these are the optimists, because there's not a rain hood amongst them, and there are still, John, some black clouds looking a bit threatening overhead, but they've still not deposited the contents.
No, but it is looking better than it did half an hour or so ago, when it did seriously look like we were going to get rain at some point on the racetrack. But right now everything is clearing through. The weather is blowing through. What's been interesting to me is just the pace of the first 4 cars. Just up until a lap ago, before we had a round of pit stops, they were running in the middle 24s. Now we see the lead Mercedes doing a 23.3 and the second place Porsche virtually matching that lap time. So this battle for the lead, albeit now the Porsche's a lap down on the lead Mercedes, is still as intense as it has been pretty much throughout. There you get a view of what it's like here at Spa-Francorchamps when the clouds roll in. At some parts of the racetrack less apparently to be affected by that, but once it starts to rain here, there's the track temperature, ambient temperature. Humidity is the key, 79% humidity, air pressure. A Porsche tyre, and whereabouts on the track is that? It's shed the rear tyre, and that's down. I can't quite work out where it is from that camera angle. Anyway, the Porsche now is going to find it a struggle back up to, it is in the exit of Pujo, pulling across to the left-hand side of the track to get off the racing line. And a number of cars have had problems with tyres throughout, picking up lots of shards of bodywork. There is the tyre actually comes off the rim completely. So that car, that's the Pro GT Balmeiras car. And just looking to see whereabouts they had been. They were running in 30th place, and it was Piera in that car. So it's going to be a long, slow drive back to do no more damage to that right rear corner than has been done with the tyre. The carcass of the tyre actually departing from the sidewall. So the Porsche, Balmeiras Porsche, makes its way back up to the pits, and it's a long drive, and all you got to do is just do it as slowly as you can, because any further damage to the car is time lost in the pit lane. I should go back to the battle further through the field. Just watching car 15. The Boots and Giro, that's the McLaren. Now 15th place, the McLaren, I beg your pardon. This is the 62 car, the Fortec car.
Fortec Mercedes still pounding on, and the team has really had some woes during the night, but the good thing is they've all kept working at it.
Carl, a difficult race for you so far. What happened overnight?
Oh, quite early after the start of the race, we had to change part next to the gearbox, so it took us a while, or kept us a while in the pits. Then Alex had, unfortunately, right after Rouge, a flat tire, so lost a lot of lap. Then we still had to change a sensor in the night, which also took some time in the pit, so it was not our race really so far.
And then are you going back out next?
Yes, I'm going back out next.
And are you expecting rain? Any rain are you expecting?
Oh, in the night there was a lot of traffic, yeah? And if you're not the fastest on the circuit like I was, then it's quite difficult to find out from the rear who is really fast or has the same speed, who should you let you pass or not, so it was not easy.
And what about the weather? Are you expecting any change in the weather conditions?
Oh, it looks quite stable. I hope it stays stable.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Looks stable. Whether it will be or not, we'll wait and see.
Well, I mean, it's as good a guess as any. I mean, being Austrian and racing at the Österreich Ring, Zeltweg, similar kind of racetrack, similar kind of altitude, actually slightly higher than here in Spa-Francorchamps. And again, the same kind of topography, forests and pine trees. So if there's weather around that tends to sort of hover over the racetrack and deposit its contents, but Wendlinger looking around thinking, fairly casual, oh, you know, if it rains, but he hopes it doesn't. And I think probably pretty much now everybody, with just over 6 hours of this 24-hour race remaining, it would be a real sort of cruel blow in many ways to have a rain. There's the Porsche, the Balmeiras Porsche, which has been struggling since Pujo, still getting its way back. In my view, doing the right thing, come back as slowly as possible. He's not very far away now from the bus stop chicane. He'll go over to the left-hand side of the track, I presume, to get off the racing line on the entry into the bus stop chicane.
It's 34, isn't it, that's crawling back?
Yeah, Pro GT Balmeiras.
Absolutely right. So Carl that's lost chunks of time early on. Franck Pereira at the wheel of it. As in then comes at the end of lap 419, the leading Mercedes, and that has just done 26 laps.
It's just gone back out again, so it's Guts has gone into the cockpit, and the Porsche comes up, and just again, as we saw maybe just over an hour ago, a similar situation where the Porsche it's in effect unlapped itself, so it's back onto the race lap, but albeit almost a lap down.
So the battle is back on between the two of them then, as up through the first sector goes the Porsche. It's now got itself back ahead, and the Mercedes slipped back. So 26 lap stint, whereas the Porsche's last run was 26 laps as well. The Porsche should be in another 5 laps then, and we'll start to see if this pattern can emerge between the two, and then try and do the prediction as to who's going to come out on top. You can see in terms of the cumulative time how long people have had in the pit lane. So 44 minutes now to the number 19 Mercedes, but it's had more pit stops against the 17 stops of the car that has now just taken back the race lead, number 150. And then in third with 40 minutes in the pits is the number 2 Audi, 41 minutes for the Vita 4.1 BMW, and very nearly 50 minutes for the number 44 Kessel Racing Ferrari, against just under 46 minutes for the number 6 Audi. And the top 2 cars then, both having done their brake pad change, which is going to make it a longer pit stop, and now still continuing this lead battle out on track. Max Goetz has taken over 84, and it is Richard Lietz in the number 150 Porsche that's turning its way then now up towards Blanchimont once again. This is lap 420 for them, and number 150 should be in at the end of lap 424.
Well, when they had this sort of situation a little hour ago, the Porsche went for another 5-8 laps after the Mercedes had its pit stop, and it struggled in those laps we saw coming off the bus stop chicane, where it's just approaching to now that the rear of the car had very little grip indeed under acceleration, sliding over the curb. Let's have a look and see whether it's any easier. Well, there's somebody obviously needs a bit of R&R, and that's what happens in the 24-hour race. You just, wherever you can get it, just take it.
Normally, just as you've dozed off, the car comes back into the pit lane, doesn't it?
Yeah, and sometimes they don't even waken up.
That's right. Beechdean AMR was the team in question there. The Aston Martin is in 27th place, and Stefan Mucker is at the wheel of the car now, having done great things to take pole position. Stefan Mucker in super pole and lead the race, and his first stint was a mighty impressive one. Now, this battle for 4th and 5th places has just changed, because you've now got Cesar Ramos ahead of Stefano Colombo. So what you're looking at is a reversal of places. Ferrari back ahead of BMW. It's changed on this lap. They're 4 laps adrift of the leaders, but interesting now, the Ferrari having taken the place, he's pulling away once more. This is how it happened, in fact, coming down towards La Source. BMW with rubber being spat out the back of it as it runs over some of the rubber that's been chunked to one side on the road. That's on the outside at La Source. Not a vast amount of defence put up there by Stefano Colombo.
No, and I mean, sometimes it's better to be sensible about it rather than fight, and he knew that the Ferrari had that pace off the bus stop chicane, had the momentum and acceleration, and he decided not to make a big issue of it. There's still, say, 6 hours or so remaining of this race, and the Ferrari just had the pace where it mattered.
So there's the BMW for Vita 4.1, back down into 5th place now. But still the battle to be third is on, because you've got 3 cars on the same lap. That is significant. And should anything happen to either of the top 2, and of course the game changes even further. We've got just over 6 hours of the race remaining, so more than 2 regular rounds of the championship, more than the final round's duration at the Nürburgring still to go. And the leading cars then working their way on lap 421. Back into the pit lane comes 75 Porsche, and this Maxime Soulet at the wheel. That's now had 18 pit stops. The biggest number of pit stops, certainly in the leading group, is the number 71 Ferrari, that's had 21 visits to the pit lane. New tyres go on to the Pro Speed Porsche, a team that came here, Belgian team, Belgian event of course, with really high hopes, but neither car, I'm afraid, in the Pro Cup has delivered.
No, they didn't seem to have the cohesion that was seen from the Manthey team. They really, particularly with the Lietz car, the car that currently is in the lead, that car has just been the class above the Porsche, effectively a Porsche-backed entry, although it's run by a private team, and Pro Speed sharing that honour with Manthey Racing. But it's Manthey, the team that have been getting the results, getting the job done, as they say.
Interestingly, Richard Lietz has just done a personal best in the first sector on that lap, so that just shows there is still a bit of pace in the Porsche as he comes towards the end of this next stint, and the next train of cars heading downhill, including there the Porsche. And he's got to press on, because the Mercedes is not that far behind. It was 1.2 seconds at the start of this lap.
Yeah, and it was over 2 seconds before that, so the Mercedes, again, as we saw say 1 hour ago, where the Mercedes, the overlap of the Porsche Mercedes pit stops, Mercedes comes out with fresher rubber, okay, more fuel on board, but it's just quicker because the rubber is fresher and able to run down the Porsche, and that's pretty much what Maximilian Götz is doing right now. We've got the Ferrari between them, but that's not going to be a major issue. The Mercedes has got the pace to get past the Ferrari relatively cleanly, I would imagine, and while nevertheless Richard Lietz has done a personal best in that sector, it's not going to be personally good enough. So down through Speaker's Corner, and again, what Manfred Götz has got to do, Maximilian Götz has got to do, is just think about where can I use my speed, which I've got, to get past the Ferrari, who hasn't got the speed, but I don't want to get delayed behind the Ferrari, and the opportunity is going to come out of the Pujo corner. Can he get down the inside into Fagnes? He's not really close enough, unless there's clear cooperation, and the Ferrari chose to take its racing line, so Maximilian Götz has got to wait again now. He can't really make an effort to pass down the inside, though he looks like he's done it. Well, he got the cooperation of the Ferrari this time, backed off early, gave the racing line to Maximilian Götz, and that was good driving, because there was nothing to be achieved by holding up this battle for the lead of this 24-hour race at Spa.
The gap though continuing to come down between the top two, of course the Mercedes on fresher rubber, coming now through Blancpain and down towards the bus stop once again. This is the end of lap 422, and as the leader brakes now for the bus stop, the Porsche in theory should have another couple of laps to go in this stint, and will continue on, but the gap is coming down just as we saw earlier. But Manthey running to this plan, aren't they? Running to try and get the stint to match with, I'm guessing here, a fuel load. So they bring the car in when it needs topping up, they'll run it to the very end, to the last lap that they've got the fuel, top it up with fuel, and then send it back into the race. So they're running it to the fuel, not to the tyre wear, seemingly, at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I suspect what we're going to see if these positions, or this battle remains pretty much as it has been for the remaining 6 hours, that this is what we're going to see in the closing laps. These two cars battling for victory, with the overlap of the Mercedes pit stops coming slightly earlier to that of Porsche. And the consequences of all this is, unless something unforeseen, principally weather or an incident where a safety car deployment is required, then these are the two cars. They're going to be this close as we get to the closing minutes of the 24-hour race.
But the question is going to be, I think, looking long term, whether or not, after the last Mercedes pit stop, assuming it rejoins behind the Porsche, whether the Porsche can go to the end of the race on that tank of fuel, or whether it needs a splash and dash, because I still think the Mercedes is looking stronger.
Well, it is stronger. We can see it is a quicker car right now, but Porsche, as you say, they've got a calculation, they've done the sums, they know what the car can do in the remaining 6 hours, they know what the Mercedes is capable of doing, but they've had two pit stops fewer than the Mercedes. How is that going to work to their advantage? And principally what they're doing right now is, again, they're sticking to their game plan. Now, Mercedes have got a slightly different circumstance because they got out of sync early in this race. They will have a game plan also, but they will know whether they are in the pound seat, as it were, or maybe the Euro seat if we are in Belgium. Awful thought, but anyway. And it's the battle of the engineers in the pit lane. They're working on the computer models of both these cars.
Car number 19, Mercedes, has been given a stop-and-go penalty for dangerous overtaking and for exceeding the track limits. Dangerous overtaking isn't something you often have communicated on the screen, and the car is currently being driven by Andreas Simonsen.
Well, we saw Andreas Simonsen getting done a penalty in Zandvoort for contact with the car early in the race into the Tarzan hairpin, so maybe just a little bit of exuberance and speed's there, and also his teammate, Sergei Afanathiev, was doing a good job as well in that race in Zandvoort. But again, the battle for the lead, Mercedes taking slightly alternate lines to get the drive off the corner to try and get it up alongside the Porsche on the run up to La Source.
And that's 423 laps done, so I still think the Porsche is due in next time. Down to La Source it comes, so we'll see whether I'm right as the Porsche turns out of the hairpin. Mercedes there behind, and of course what Richard Lietz needs to do is keep the Mercedes at bay, at least for one more lap until he pits. What he doesn't want to do is to let the Mercedes go by and it start to pull away. He needs to try to reduce the Mercedes' advantage by keeping it behind him for as long as possible. But not only is the Mercedes stronger in terms of looking a quicker car, I still think it's stronger on strategy at the moment.
Well, that's what we're going to work out. Hopefully the teams are doing it right now, but I have to say that the job Richard Lietz is doing is a very good job indeed. He's managing to keep Maximilian Goetz behind, whereas previously Maximilian Buch, when he was chasing down Patrick Pilet, was able to get around the Porsche more easily than Goetz was managing to do so with Leitz behind the wheel of the number 150, the car that's hitting. Hello, Bernd, having your breakfast. Just got up then, have you? It looks like he's just... I don't know whether he's going to be in the car or not. He did his work last night. I'm sure he'll be back in the car. He'll be doing another stunning stint. And undoubtedly a Mercedes-Benz team providing him with all the correct dietary needs. Remember, these cars really warm inside. Dehydration is a big issue. And what you eat and what you take on in forms of liquids are absolutely core when you're pushing yourself to these extremes.
And can Bernd Schneider win after 1989, his last victory? It would be an amazing result for him. So the Mercedes tucked up behind the Porsche, just over 6 hours to go, and nose to tail they work their way through on lap 4:24. I expect the Porsche to peel off at the end of this lap after another 26-lap stint. Here it comes then, wide over the curb. Pressure being soaked up by Richard Leitz. Remember, of course, as the Mercedes pitted, so the Porsche retook the lead. It's this seesaw battle between the two of them. Through Blanchimont they come now, and Maximilian Goetz in second place, running wider there over the white line with two wheels, all four, like there at Blanchimont, and the officials start to get a little bit more concerned about it. Up towards the bus stop. Can the Porsche squeeze one more lap out of this stint? I think it can, yes. So 26 laps were done last time. It's going to go one extra at least, and that is significant now.
And the longer that Richard Leitz can keep Goetz behind him in the Mercedes-Benz, the greater the loss or the advantage of the grip from the fresher rubber that the Mercedes has. So that Goetz really had to get the overtake of the Porsche carried out as early as possible, so that initial opening laps, 2 or 3 lap freshness of the rubber is beginning to ebb away. Still a quicker car than the lead Porsche, but it's going to make the challenge that the Mercedes has got to find a way around the Porsche that little bit more difficult. Here we see just coming out of Blanchimont, both cars run wide, but in fact Goetz gets it right onto the green stuff rather than the black stuff.
And if you do that too often, then, as I say, the officials are going to clamp down on you, and the drivers warned about different corners and respecting the track limits at individual parts of the circuit. So Manthey Racing squeezing an extra lap this time around out of the stint, at least one more out of the Porsche. There you can see the difference. Porsche just with two wheels the right side of the white line, the Mercedes all four the other side of the line, and it proves how both of them are trying, just how hard they're pushing now.
Yeah, and I think, while that will be obviously under the attention of the race director and the stewards, I think because it is an intense battle going on for the lead of this race, and there was no advantage gained from it, and there was maybe a little bit of aerodynamic loss by running so close to the tail of the Porsche. It'll probably be noted, but not no further action taken. But if it is something that is going to be repeated over 2 or 3 laps, then it may be brought to the attention of the team to respect the track limits. But it's a frustration for Maximilian Goetz. He had hoped to catch the Porsche, which he's done, but he hoped to carry that momentum and take him ahead of the Porsche, which he's failed to do. And all around the racetrack down into Campus Corner, famously known as Stavolo in its original configuration, but because of the new university on the inside, again it runs fairly wide. And now let's see whether he does repeat what he did 1 lap ago.
Gap has widened by length, such as it matters. Coming up now towards Blanchimont. Well, 2 wheels over the line, heading towards the corner, out of the corner. I'd say all 4 were over the line again.
Yeah, he's pushing it. He needs to be careful, because that's 2 consecutive times, and this time he was further back. He could have been a little bit more tight. And
Porsche in. So that means it's a 27-lap stint, which is good, because it means they're going, or have just gone, 1 lap further on a tank of fuel than the Mercedes, and that's going to be critical come the end.
Yes, and we're just under the 6-hour time to go, and all these additional laps will all add up. It's not going to play out until we get into the final stint of both these drivers and manufacturers, so we're sort of trying to second guess what might or might not happen. What is for sure is that both teams and drivers are pushing to their limit. The last lap of Maximilian Goetz was 2 minutes 24. That is slower than the potential the car has got, but now he's got clear air for the first time really since he had that pit stop and rejoined the track. Well, let's have a look and see what Maximilian Goetz can do. But further up the track, there are 4 other cars which are in their own little battle. So again, the frustration that he's going to face, he's going to catch those cars more or less towards the end of this lap. As we look at the exit of Les Combes, look at the rubbish that's been shed on the track, rubber, bodywork. Somebody's been well and truly off in the middle of Les Combes and dragged a whole load of muck and rubbish onto the track. And there's the Porsche leaving the pit lane, and who is on board? It's still, we think, Richard Leach. Oh, it's coming into the pits.
Yeah,
Richard Leach, just the other side of the pits.
Yeah, so it's going to be Patrick Pilet to take over that car. And at AMG, Bernd Schneider getting ready. In a sense.
Bernd, first of all, what was for breakfast?
The breakfast was just a muesli. The first thing this morning, the whole night I just had some bananas, because now I'm next.
Excellent. And it's an impressive drive so far from the Mercedes crew, isn't it? I mean, you've raced Spa a long time ago.
Yeah, I raced last year, not very long, but because we retired quite early. But this year the package is very good. We didn't know before, and a big battle. In the beginning with the BMWs and the Porsche, and now finally with the Porsche. It's going to be really tough the last few hours.
And what is it about the Spa 24 that keeps bringing you back here?
It's for me physical the hardest race overall, because you are always on the limit over the 24 hours, all the time pushing, maximum attack. And it's really hard, and I must say Maximilian Buch, he did a lot of double stints. He's unbelievably fit, only this high, but really fit. And now Maxi Götz and myself, we do single stints until the end, and we will see where he ends up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If they're doing single stints, that's going to add to longer pit stops, isn't it?
Well, it shouldn't do, because the driver change should be able to be completed pretty much within the time of the pit stop. I mean, it depends how many sets of wheels and tyres, whether they make a 2-tyre change or a 4-tyre change. But the driver change these days should be pretty rapid, certainly at the level of Bernd Schneider and Maximilian Buch and Maximilian Götz. It's interesting that Bernd Schneider singled out Maximilian Buch, who has done a stunning job and saying fit as anything, but he's in stature is small. In fact, I sort of jokingly mentioned to be doing the commentary in Zandvoort that Maximilian Buch could use a few books in the car just to help him see out of it. And it took a minute or two for the penny to drop, but anyway, sometimes these things pass by.
Well, he certainly read the right book about how to drive a Mercedes, because he's done a very good job thus far. And the Mercedes now leading, of course, back into the lead with the most recent Porsche pit stop. So as we have been making the point, when each car pits, the lead switches to the other brand. And it's going to continue this way, barring anything unforeseen, right the way to the end of the race. But it all depends who is going to be ahead, of course, after the last round of pit stops for each car, and whether or not the last car to pit is Porsche or Mercedes, because whoever pits last before the checkered flag is going to lose the race, fundamentally.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to come down to the last stint, and I mean, the pace these two lead cars are doing now that Maximilian Götz has got clear air, he's using that to good effect. He's down in the low 2 minutes 23 seconds, and Richard Leach on his back out on the track, waiting to see what his first flying lap is going to be.
And we've now got a new leader in Pro-Am, 59 Ferrari, which is Alex Mortimer at the wheel, former British GT champion. And this is a car that has done a really good, strong job. It's possibly one for Jack to go and have a word with the driver from, actually, because from being a long way down yesterday evening, this car, run by AF Corsa, has worked its way up the order, and it's a proper Pro-Am entry. Duncan Cameron is the Am in that, a very enthusiastic, keen racer, but certainly not in the pro category, like, for example, Matt Griffin and Tony Villander are. And Alex Mortimer, these days, is a bit of an Am, because although he's a former British GT champion and a prolific GT racer, he doesn't actually do that much racing anymore. He was let down badly by a sponsor a few years ago, which meant that he had to put his GT season on hold, and he was also running RPM, the team started by his late father, Robin Mortimer. And so Alex decided enough was enough and closed down the team, walked away from motorsport as a business, and now works outside of motor racing and goes racing for fun when he can. And there, off the road, is the number 6 Audi with Harold Primat at the wheel of it. It gets back onto the road up at Les Combes, but a spin from the 6th place car.
Yeah, that's disappointing, because the team have been a good job. They've gradually worked their way up into the top 6. Oliver Jarvis doing some great laps in the car before Harold Primat taking over. Just to go back to the 59, of course, of Ferrari, I mean, obviously there's an element of emotion As we see, just a simple driver error on the part of Harold Premat. Just to be nice to see an Irish driver winning a category here.
Yes.
Matt Griffin in that Ferrari with Tony Villander and Alex Mortimer, and of course the team boss, if you like, Duncan Cameron.
So AF Corsa running that car. It is then the class leader, second in Pro-Am at the moment, Alessandro Pierguidi, and Andrea Bertolini is currently third in the class and doing a very strong job as well, as we've got the Ferraris working their way through back markers. You've also got the overall race leader now trying to work his way through the traffic. We said yesterday after the first handful of laps, traffic has started. It's going to be a perennial problem right to the very end of the race. Of course, there are less cars running now, but still, it's a busy circuit.
Yeah, but right now you've got the Mercedes amongst 3 Ferraris, and those cars have got good straight line performance. Maybe not as quick around the corner as the Mercedes is, particularly depending on the driver combinations. But it's an issue that you're going to, Maximilian Goetz has got to deal with, and now that the Porsche is back out on track, Richard Leeds behind the wheel, he will also come up against these cars, so it'll be a seesaw ebb and flow of positions. But the key will be for either the Porsche or the Mercedes. It's not catching the cars, it's where you catch them, and you're coming up against 2 slower cars as we're doing right now in the bus stop chicane. You've got to wait for them to get filter through the corner before you can get on the throttle, and again that's time and momentum lost.
We started with 65, provisionally 35 are still going in the race. I say provisionally because some cars have not officially been declared as retirements but are no longer circulating. But if we assume they have retired, then 35 of the 65 starters are still circulating. Last year, 33 were classified as finishers come the end of the race. So it underlines that it's been a fairly high mortality rate early on in the race. You've got the Pro-Am leader ahead of the Pro Cup and overall leader here coming up the hill. So Alex Mortimer fending off the Mercedes. Let him go, I think, in a moment. The Mercedes lines up to the inside, and on that 4:29, Maxi Goetz blasts up the hill, goes through, and his last lap a good chunk quicker than Richard Leeds. But of course the fuel load's coming down to the Mercedes. It's a bit lighter than is the Porsche.
Yeah, and again you've got the Mercedes now locked in this battle with traffic. I mean, and Porsche runs way wide now. Leeds, not Leeds, but Goetz has got to be really careful. Those cars are scattering left, right and centre. They may not be aware that the race leader is coming through. The 2 Ferraris side by side as they exit out of Bruxelles, and then the drop through Speaker Corner.
Now what that Mercedes needs to do is increase the advantage over the Porsche. Ideally, put a lap on it if it possibly can. That would secure things going into the very last stint of the race, but that is a big ask at the moment, as the 2 cars are still just about on the lead lap. We're back to this regular situation after the Porsche pit stop, that it's the best part of a lap between them. You can see how we stand out right at the moment. Mercedes ahead of Porsche, ahead of Audi, and then in 4th place the Kessel Racing Ferrari, 5th Vita 4-1, and 6th is the number 6 Phoenix Run Audi. Now number 17 Ferrari, which has still got Martin Janssen at the wheel, is running in 25th place overall. You're on board with him now. Let's have a look at the Spa circuit, John. We're going down past the endurance pits, past the old start and finish line.
Yeah, absolutely. Harry flatters down, then just a lift as you get down to the bottom of the hill. Back on the throttle. You've got to drive the car up the hill, because if you don't, the car will literally, you'll just spin the car then through Radio, and no problem whatsoever as they now up the Camel Straight. And Martin Jensen just sits there, really just have a look at down the instruments, just draw breath, then onto the brakes and into the first part of the 3-part Lecum behind the Porsche just ahead. So just again, the way you balance the car and the steering and the throttle through these corners, you just don't nail the throttle. Even with traction control, you've just got to be a little bit cautious. And the racetrack now a lot dirtier than it was at the start of the race. So down through Bruxelles, hug the curb all the way around. That's probably, I would say, the most functional way of going through Bruxelles. Then through Speaker Corner, it's one of those corners that's sort of a nothing corner again, but easy to get caught. You can find yourself in the barrier there if you are, let's say, a little bit disrespectful of it. Down a gear into Pujo, then 2 apexes, early apex, let the car drift out to the right, then back in again, and maximize your exit speed, free the car on the exit of the corner, and then the short run down to the right and left at Fanyu. Again, another part of the racetrack that catches people out, but Martin Jensen doing a good job using the car properly. Good entry to the corner, letting the car run wide on the exits. And as to see out of Campus Corner, yeah, I mean, give him good marks out of 10 for that. Even the Russian judge would give him good marks.
And the lap ain't done with yet either, because he's still got Blancpain to go. And then the bus stop, two very different types of corner. Really fast left, and then the fiddly chicane. And
just watch the inputs in the steering wheel, all very nice, progressive, nothing aggressive, not trying to take a big snatch on the steering wheel. Low down the wheel as you go through the second part of Blancpain, then release that, and then just relax again for about a couple of seconds before you hit the brake pedal. All the way down to about 80 kilometers per hour, turn right, then left, and it is a frustration, this bus stop. I mean, I wish they would do something about it, because it just demeans almost the magnificence of the racetrack.
It's a problem, isn't it, of having a Formula 1 circuit on which other cars have to run. It's kind of essential, you could argue, for Formula 1, but it doesn't really fit with other cars that don't go at the same speed. Silverstone, for example, has slightly different configurations of corners, 4 different categories, namely Club Corner, the approach to it at the end of Vale. But at Spa, you're kind of stuck with what you've got. You haven't got that much opportunity to redo corners with all the trees and the forests to the outside of the track.
Yeah, and also there's substantial drops just behind the pit lane itself. So the pit lane entry is not the best pit lane entry, and everything has to be then, in effect, built around to support the pit lane entry.
There's a bit of a compromise from that point on, as 59 Ferrari still leading its class, heads through the bus stop. Gentleman Trophy Ferraris ahead of Pro-Am Ferraris. Alex Mortimer then leading the way and trying to get away from Alessandro Piaguidi. As he done so, let's see as they come across the line. He's not, because Piaguidi gets ahead of him on that lap and comes over the line just ahead. So change for the lead of the class. Round La Source, Alex Mortimer on the outside gets stuck behind the slower car. So Alessandro Piaguidi, who you could argue is a fully pro driver in the Pro-Am class, he's paid to drive that car, is now into the lead of Pro-Am and 7th overall, trying to redeem himself really after the start of the race yesterday. Let's just talk about that for a second, because this is the good Alessandro Piaguidi, the quick one, the sensible one we're looking at. The one that started the race yesterday, Lord knows what he'd had for his lunch, because that was the most ludicrous move at the first corner.
But I did ask the question on the grid, what's going to happen into turn 1 into Eau Rouge Nova Radio? And he gave the indication to me that there was going to be no problem whatsoever. Now, either he didn't know what was going to happen, or he had no idea where he was. But the outcome was a potentially disastrous moment. And how the field managed to get around the spinning Ferrari, going from left to right, I mean, it was a miracle. I mean, that's the biggest miracle we've had here so far this weekend. The second is, of course, we haven't really had any rain.
No, that's right. Yet. Despite what your app is telling us, I think Nick Tandy was the one that came closest to disaster. That made his eyes stick out like chapel hat pegs as he tried to swerve around the errant Ferrari. But cold tyres and being on a dirty part of the circuit all contributed to spin Piaguidi around. But yeah,
an excitable Italian.
But it could have eliminated not just that car, but another 15, 20 cars. They're all so tightly bunched. It was a really big miracle, as you say, that we got away with it unscathed.
Yeah, but I mean, simply maybe just the fact that he is Italian was very, very stressed before the race started. Certainly not when in the interview, but just starting in the front row of the grid, the potential to lead the race. How often have we talked about racing drivers and telling them that winning a race isn't the first corner, but somebody didn't tell Alessandro Piaguidi that he didn't have to do what he did, but he took the punt and he got away with it, but no thanks to him.
No, indeed. This is the car that's fourth now, because with the pit stops cycling through, so Cesar Ramos has dropped back behind Christopher Mies in a car, the number 2 Audi, that had a puncture in the night. And there you can see the 5th place car, which is now Frank Kekler at the wheel, but that has lost a lap because of its most recent pit stop. So we were talking about having 3 for third on the same lap. Now it is just 2. Kekler in the Vita 4-1 BMW has fallen back. This is the surviving BMW in the race, amazingly. They looked so strong yesterday, didn't they? And now we have got just one of them still going. There's the Porsche coming out of the pit lane in the background, the 83 car heading up the hill. And the SFG Challenge car as the BMW powers past.
I mean, I wonder just how much of a distraction it is when the pit lane is cars coming out of it, and the cars that are on racetrack, and you just catch that out of the corner of your eye, and you wonder, I mean, do they just realise that it is a car exiting pit lane, or is it something else? It's not, again, a satisfactory solution to rejoining the track from the original international pits here at Spa, but it's the only one they've got.
Now this BMW that has lost a lap is kind of in no man's land for the moment. It has not it's not catching anybody, nor is it being caught, because it's a lap adrift and then a lap up, if you like, on the car ahead of the car behind. So 5th for the moment is where Frank Kekler is going to be. He should actually get back onto the same lap next time Audi or Ferrari pits, but only until he makes his next pit stop and then loses the lap back once again. How is Richard Lietz getting on? Well, he's lapping quicker than Maxi Götz at the moment. He last time did a 2:23 as against a 2:25. Yes, 2:25 from the Mercedes. So the Porsche looking a little bit faster. And we've got, in the case of the Mercedes, I reckon another 14 laps to go before its next pit stop. In the case of the Porsche, another 22 laps to go before its next pit stop. So the Porsche will stay out there, if it can, for another 27 lap stint. The Mercedes doing 26 lap stints.
At this phase of the race, it's really going to be about who's managing the traffic better. And I would say, looking at what we're seeing on timing and scoring, that's going to go maybe a little bit more in the favour of Richard Lietz. Manfred, or Maximilian, keep calling him Manfred, Maximilian Götz seems to have a little bit more loss of time in different parts of the racetrack. Currently just 1 3/4 seconds down on that last lap. And being able to manage the traffic, control the cars ahead of you, and you can do that to a large degree. But some are better than others, and at the minute it looks like Richard Lietz has got that particular task slightly better in hand.
Maximilian Götz still doing a good job up front as we see Frank Kekler power down the hill, but the Mercedes driver then, who has been the reigning German GT champion, has raced in Lamborghini Trofeo, Formula Master, Formula 3 Euro Series, Formula BMW, now certainly adapting well to GT cars, but somebody with limited 24-hour experience. I just wonder whether Richard Lietz, who's done a bit more endurance racing as against 1-hour sprint GT races, is slightly better suited to what you're saying, John, about the traffic.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to get these pockets of traffic now around the racetrack, nowhere near as much as we had at the start of the event. But nonetheless, we saw there having to catch up and pass 3 Ferraris in different particular categories, all pretty quick in a straight line, all racing indirectly with one another. And those are things that you've got to focus upon and do what you can to enable yourself to get through those group of cars with the least lost amount of time. And just waiting to see what Maximilian Götz's next lap is. He did a 2:25 on his previous lap. That was, I suspect, probably a little bit of traffic where Lietz was the best part of 2 seconds a lap quicker when he probably had a clear racetrack. So maybe Lietz will then meet that traffic somewhere around his stint that he's currently on.
Mercedes trying to take a first Spa 24-hour victory since 1964, which was the last time a Mercedes was victorious here. Mercedes not having had cars that ran in the European Touring Car Championship Group A days, and until recently not having had a competitive GT car either. So here's the Ferrari that is currently in 4th spot, and Cesar Ramos is behind the wheel of it, still chasing after Christopher Mies, but he's about half a lap back on him at the moment. Let's go down to the pit lane though and hear from Cesar Ramos' co-driver Daniel Zampieri, because he is in the pit lane ready to speak to Jack Nicholls.
Daniel, 4th place at the moment. Is the podium an achievable target?
Yes, it is, but it's really difficult because the Audi is far from us, but we are 1 second faster. So we need just to do what we are doing and take 1 second each lap. So it's not easy, but we are 3 fast drivers and we will do the best.
If rain comes, would rain help you?
Of sure, because we are still faster into the rain, but it's important to don't do mistake, because it's easier to do mistake with the rain, but we hope for the rain.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Daniel Zampieri hopes for rain, thumbs up, and still doing a decent job, 4th overall at the moment. And the sandwiches on offer in the pit lane are certainly being welcomed by the mechanics, who've had a very long night, as the teams then now look for just over 5.5 more hours of racing. And we've got one driver being given a second warning about exceeding track limits. It's one of the SMP Ferrari drivers. The abuse of the white line has been a regular problem in the race. It's a regular problem at modern day F1 circuits for drivers that continue to go the wrong side of the line, and then they earn drive-throughs or stop-go penalties accordingly. Maxi Götz then has done now 18 hours and 21 minutes plus, and he's working his way downhill through Speaker's Corner, down now towards Pouhon, and his last lap was a little bit quicker than that of Richard Lietz. So the Mercedes again trying to stretch the advantage. Chris Goodwin has brought the Von Ryan McLaren into the pit lane. Daniel Mauve, having been given his second warning about track limits, has brought his Ferrari into the pit lane. And as I say, we've got officially 35 cars still circulating in the race at the moment. There's the leader through the piff-paff and on his own. And when that car is on its own, without any traffic or opposition around it, it looks relatively sedate and everything pretty straightforward. But as soon as you put it up near another car, you see how hard the Mercedes is being driven. In other words, Maximilian Götze is making this look pretty easy at the moment, whereas the Gulf Racing mechanics have had anything other than an easy night and are desperate for a bit of sleep. Their number 69 entry of Rob Bell is in 22nd place, and it is 20 laps down on the race leaders, but they just want to get the car to the finish now. There it is, in fact, Rob Bell at the wheel. It's the one he shares with Adam Carroll and Nico Verdonk, Belgian driver. And it's a real shame because the McLaren always looks good, particularly in the Gulf colours. It's got good drivers on board, but the McLarens really do seem to struggle when it comes to the long-distance races. And who needs a bed when you can just collapse on the floor? I told you it's been a long night for the Gulf Racing mechanics. This guy needs all the sleep he can get. Wake up, chap, you're on telly. The car, in the meantime, is down at Pouhon on its 414th lap. The next target, in fact, for Gulf Racing is going to be number 33, the Timo Bernhardt, Jörg Bergmeister, Nicolas Lapierre Porsche. That's been disappointing in this race. It's, again, 20 laps adrift of the leaders and has really not drawn attention to itself particularly. It's being caught by the McLaren. And it was worth waking up for, wasn't it? A wave to the camera and possibly another few minutes sleep before the next pit stop. Oh, no, now you've been woken up. Time to go and do some work. Feel sorry for the poor mechanic there. He just had a nice little doze, John, and he woken up because there was a cameraman pointing a lens at him, and his mate came and woke him up.
Story of my life.
Rob Bell pounding on. A thought about the McLarens. I was just saying it's a great shame they're not going better in these longer races. They look good, there are good drivers in them, good teams running them, but McLaren still seemingly, for whatever real reasons, struggle in these longer races.
Yeah, I mean, part of it, I believe, is how the car was homologated before the season begins. And I think some of those areas need to be looked at. I think it just illustrates how difficult this form of motorsport is. And because you've got a car and a product and of the reputation of McLaren, and I mean, it is a fantastic road car. I've driven one. It is mega. But it is not the same as the road car. For example, it doesn't have the active ride suspension that the road car's got. It's got a normal passive suspension, so that's a significant difference. And I think, you know, McLaren as a company, their principal focus obviously is on their Formula One program. They've become more involved over this last winter, and in fact the whole development has been brought down from Sheffield, where Andrew Kirkcaldy was based and his company was doing it, and that's now being brought down to Woking, to the old factory in Boundary Road. So they've got a greater influence within that, but even that in itself, it takes time. I mean, people like Mercedes, Audi, VW, Porsche, BMW, Ferrari, Lamborghini, even now Nissan, they've been at it quite a long time. And a problem, is that a spin or is that a mechanical? It looks like it's probably been a spin. I suspect it has been.
Rob Bell.
Yeah, strange. I mean, I wouldn't expect Rob Bell to get caught out like that up at Lake Coombe. Maybe there was traffic around we didn't see, but doesn't appear to be anybody else around. So McLaren, it will be work in progress, and they will be learning all the time. I think that, again, there's a problem there coming down through Bruxelles. The car just suddenly looked very unstable, or something maybe that he'll drive into the pit lane and say there's a problem, I can't put my finger on it.
This is the 17 Ferrari heading down the pit lane. Martin Janssen has got to 25th place overall, and it may be due for a driver change. Ian Dockrell should go back into the car, I think, on the rotation. Martin Janssen seems to have done quite a long stint behind the wheel of this car. So in he comes. And it's been a good, strong stint from the Dane. Martin Janssen arrives at his pit box now, stops on his marks, and the Insight Racing mechanics go to work. And does he get out or does he stay in? He's going to hop out, I think, and presumably put the British driver Ian Dockrell behind the wheel.
The thing about drivers doing more than a single stint is very much something the team looks at. In one of the events I took place here, the Group C race in 87 or 88 in the Jaguar, and it was a wet event. Or started dry but became wet, and I did my stint, came in expecting to be out of the car. My co-mate, Ferrari, gets pushed into the garage. That's a slightly more serious problem. But currently in the wet situations, teams will keep a driver in if the track is wet because he's up to speed in those I thought he was going to be jumping out and handing over to a teammate. No, mate, you're staying in. You're up to speed in this. I think it did about a 3-stint race.
They worked you hard, didn't they?
Got value for money. But it was a great car. I mean, a lot of downforce with the Jaguar, and those in the day, the Dunlop tyres that they were producing, the Kevlar-based Dunlop tyres, very, very advanced tyres indeed, and they helped us indeed in that race.
At Group C, to digress for a moment from GT3, was a fabulous period, and people still get misty-eyed about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think looking back at that particular period, both in terms of what was going on in Formula One with the turbo era coming to an end, of course, at the end of '88, but the Group C cars were big, powerful. I mean, 740 horsepower, approximately 1,000 kilograms, lots of downforce. And those were big, powerful cars, very, very quick cars in that period. But regulations have moved on, and this is, I think, the future of 24-hour races. I'd love to see this form of racing being almost universally adopted for 24-hour races. It's something that, to me, the public can recognize and associate with, and win today and buy tomorrow, or whatever way around the expression is.
Well, Mercedes lead the way, and 5.5 hours remain. It is Mercedes, Porsche, Audi, Ferrari, BMW. That's not a bad top 5, is it? One of the key principles behind GT3 racing from Stefan Rattel has always been the number of different brands able to compete, and now you've got 5 different ones within the top 5 places in the race.
I don't think he was terribly happy when I suggested this is going to be a German fest, because there are other manufacturers, and of course there's 2 other categories, and so the Ferraris are dominating those, but it's the German manufacturers that are dominating the pro entry list.
Well, as Mercedes leads the way here at Spa, and we are 5.5 hours away from the checkered flag, let's have a look at some of the highlights. Big crowd on hand yesterday afternoon to watch the start of the race, a 65-strong grid, and drivers having been in the cars for a long time with the build-up to the race, eager to get going, as were the teams looking on from the pit boxes. Stefan Mucker versus Alessandro Piaguidi through Eau Rouge on cold tyres. Piaguidi had a spin, cars scattered in every direction, and many came very close to disaster. That broke up the pack just a little bit, and it developed battles lower down, with Alvaro Perez squabbling with Maximilian Goetz in the Mercedes as they came over the timing line. Alex Buncombe was the first real casualty with this big accident. The Nissan ploughed off the road at Eau Rouge, and that brought out the safety cars. Drivers weaved around to keep warmth into the tyres. Stefan Mucker for Beechdean AMR was leading the way. But the race was developing into a fight between BMW, Aston Martin, Audi and Mercedes. We lost Lamborghini. Peter Cox had already been tapped into a spin, and then Jos Menton had a big crash at the top of Eau Rouge. Jelmer Berman was getting ready for his stint in the number 3 BMW. Ludovic Badet, who'd spun his BMW Z4 earlier on, was working his way up through the traffic. Overheating problems for the Hex's McLaren. Mark van der Strassen pretty happy with the way things were going early on. Howard Blank, though, brought his punctured, tired Ferrari back into the pit lane, and the AF Corsa car dropped out of contention. Maxime Martin in number 3 BMW has got himself up the order. He pitted and handed the car over to Bas Leinders, who went down the pit lane. As in came Nick Katzberg, who'd inherited the lead after Stefan Mucker pitted, and Nick had tried everything he could to get past the Aston Martin, but Mucker had made it a very wide car. Back into the race, blasted the number 4 BMW. And another car that was creeping into the mix was the number 150 Manthey Racing Porsche. After an early stop, though, under the safety car from splash and dash of fuel, the number 84 Mercedes of the Maximilians, Goetz and Buch, was also becoming more of a factor for the race lead. Ben Schneider would get in the car early evening. Up to that point, it was the 2 young Chargers doing all the work. Frank Stifler was determined to go with the leaders as well, and he moved over on Ricard Leitz and squeezed the Porsche up towards the grass. Leitz gave way to Patrick Pilet, and he brought the car into contention as well, working his way past BMW number 4. But number 14 of Jens Klingman, the 3rd Mark VDS BMW, retired with a broken engine. We also lost Porsche 66 as Marco Schelt was assisted out of the way by Carl Wendlinger. and the damage done as the Porsche charged the concrete was enough to render that car a retirement on the spot. The move of the race, though, was round the outside at Les Combes. Patrick Pilet lined up the traffic and the leader Jelmer Berman and swept round the outside to put the Porsche into the lead. As Berman pitted, that enabled the number 4 BMW to come up into second spot. Marcus Paltner doing a great job behind the wheel of that car, and Marc VDS Racing thinking about the important half points on offer at the 6-hour mark. The Manthey Porsche into the pit lane. Number 3 BMW continued to pound on. Berman managed to make sure that the car was ahead as Lieb rejoined from the pits, but he wasn't ahead for long. Although up the Kemmel Straight the BMW was ahead of the Porsche, it wasn't long before Lieb on fresher tyres was able to get right back onto the tail of the Z4 and box in Berman behind the traffic. Down towards Pouhon they came, side by side. Porsche up the inside, place gained by Mark Lieb. As the sun set and the team started to think about the hours through the night, there were battles raging on right the way through the field. And for some of the amateur racers, it was a chance to experience Spa in the darkness. It also became very difficult for them, knowing which set of headlights was a leader, which set of headlights was a genuine rival. On track, battle was joined between Paltner and the number 150 Porsche up front. As off track, there were plenty of distractions for the fans. Eau Rouge was looking as spectacular as ever. The firework display started early as Johnny Adam brought the Aston Martin into the pit lane with sparks showering from underneath the car. But Spa looked in tremendous shape as the drivers made their way into the darkness. Xavier Marson had been hard at work behind the wheel of the 75 Porsche. There was the firework display to entertain the fans. There was the Red Foo pop concert as well. And many decided to party the night away rather than watching what was going on track. Increasingly, the Spa 24 Hours is an event, not just a motor race. And through the darkness, the race continued. The Lumirang display system enabling the fans trackside to see where the cars were in their class. The number displayed on the front windscreen of the cars. And up front in the Pro Cup was number 4 BMW. But it was a very different story as dawn broke on Sunday at Spa. The teams were trying to catch up with some sleep. The fans were awake. The barbecues were on. But dawn revealed the sorry sight of a part number 3 BMW, a puncture for the 75 Pro Speed Porsche, and the number 4 BMW from Marc VDS Racing team had gone as well. That meant that 84 Mercedes led the race, opposition coming from the number 150 Porsche. Daniel De Bruyne had a big spin coming out of Speaker's Corner. He was able to rejoin, admittedly, with a little bit of help from 2 very brave marshals. As the fans looked on, the tired mechanics had to go to work once again in the pits at Vita 4-1. Thankfully for them, just 1 car to service. There were tyre changes for SMP Racing with 3. There were driver changes as well. Dennis Anderson was busy behind the wheel, sideways at La Source of the Insight Racing with Flexbox Ferrari, and the Ferrari fans well catered for in the total 24 hours of Spa. Wolfgang Wright was ready for his next stint in the number 35 Nissan. 44 Ferrari was working its way up the order, and a place in the top 3 realistic. The lead battle, though, continued between Porsche and Mercedes. Porsche led, ran wide coming out of the bus stop, and that enabled the Merc to get up alongside down to La Source. It switched sides and was ahead as they pounded downhill towards Eau Rouge. The Mercedes was back ahead once again, but this cat-and-mouse battle between the 2 brands continues. Some Mercedes have become lightweight models by shedding bodywork down at Les Combes. The better of the 2 surviving McLarens was the Von Ryan car of Bruno Senna, but he was whacked into a spin by the Pro Speed Porsche at the bus stop. Senna rejoined, albeit he'd lost some more time. Audi mechanics had a fairly busy night, and sad to say, WRT had lost a number of its original 4 cars. Peter Pizzera, though, was doing a very good job behind the wheel of the Nissan, despite the Lumirang display system coming loose inside. Then a puncture for number 34 as Franck Pereira dragged the Porsche back, and the tyre carcass came completely off the rim. 4th place changed as Frank Kekkeler's car, with Stefano Colombo at the wheel, was passed by Cesar Ramos in the Ferrari. And the Gulf Racing mechanics were trying to catch up after a very limited amount of sleep during the night. As the pit stops unwound, in came the Mercedes and back into the lead went the Porsche on its last stint, proving it could go one lap further on a tank of fuel than could the Mercedes. And Ben Schneider, who'd returned to the circuit and had a good breakfast, was getting ready for his next stint. At the end of lap 4:25, in came the leading Porsche after 27 laps on a tank of fuel. And as mechanics carried on eating and Harold Primat's Audi had a spin, there was still an awful lot to shake out of the 65th running of the total 24 hours of Spa. As we stand now, 84 leads the way. The Mercedes has the upper hand at the moment compared to the Porsche. So the overall standings after 439 laps, the number 84 Mercedes is the car in the lead, ahead of the Manthey Racing Porsche, and then the Castle Racing Ferrari 4 laps back, just the top two on the lead lap at the moment. Vita 4-1 back up into 4th place, Audi number 2 down to 5th, and then 6th is the Pro-Am leader, the Basso Bobby Piaguidi Scriabin Ferrari. AF Corsa's Ferrari 2nd in Pro-Am, and 3rd, but down in 9th, is Homerson, Machiels, Bertolini and Chiocci, also for AF Corsa. To pick out one or two more within the overall standings, the Von Ryan McLaren currently in 14th. The Gulf Racing McLaren is down in 22nd. And the leading Gentleman Trophy car is, at the moment, in a very impressive 20th place in the hands of, 18th place I should say, in the hands of Blanchemin, Bobelic, Goillard and Fred Bouvi. 2 laps in hand over Brandella, Gorini, Lemeray and Pragno. 3rd in the class is the Castle Racing car that is being hustled along by Giuseppe Giro, one of the front runners in the past in the GT3 European Championship. But out of 65 that started, I'm afraid that once you've gone past 34th place, really, you're into the walking wounded. Number 127, the Rover Racing Mercedes, has been given as a retirement. And number 62, the Fortec Mercedes, has been in the wars as well. So in real terms, we've got now 35 cars still in the race. And as I've gone through the order, a drive-through penalty has just been offered to car number 72. It is the SMP Racing Ferrari, at the moment being driven by Luca Persiani for not respecting the track limits. It's in 16th place overall, and there is Porsche 911, so numbered because, of course, it's 50 years of the Porsche 911. It's Marco Holzer who brought it in, and this is a car of which there were high hopes. It has had a miserable race. So this car in the pits, and whilst we were having the highlights, Audi into the pits and into its pit box.
Yes, that was a long pit stop, over 5 minutes. Time lost when Andre Lotterer came in the car, when the car came in with Stippler and Andre Lotterer in that car, but it did get pushed into the pit box. I noticed that on screen when we're going through the highlights, and that's enabled Frank Hekela and the BMW to get ahead. The gap between the Audi in 5th, the BMW in 4th, is only 8.2 seconds, but a place lost. We don't know what the reason was why Audi had to push it back into the garage. Hopefully we might get that information in a moment or two.
The event organisers every hour give you race facts, which just updates you on pit stops or significant happenings in the race, and it says that at 10 a.m. there was light rain.
But where?
Exactly, because it wasn't over here. No, but somewhere there was a little sprinkling of rain.
Well, we did see one team actually bring a set of wet weather tyres and put them on the pit lane in the event that little bit of light rain that we never noticed, but obviously somewhere around the racetrack there was just the essence of light rain. But so far this has been a pretty much rain, although it did rain where we're staying in our hotel, which is about 15-20 minutes from the racetrack. It was brief and not necessarily particularly heavy, but we don't think there's been any rain at all on track.
Yes, I asked a question this morning of the guys that had stayed up all night, and the answer was 1 or 2 spots, but nothing to speak of, really.
The wind got up.
Yeah, did it ever. Punctured tyre, I'm afraid. It's one of the Sport Garage Ferraris. Is that 53? It is. That's the specially adapted car for Gilles Duquesne, the disabled driver. Wheelchair bound, I'm afraid, but Philip Murray bringing it in, and it's got a punctured left rear, as you can see. The DHL car then will be back on track post-haste, I'm sure.
Yeah, a lot of Ferraris suffering. I don't know why they do suffer from a lot of punctures like this. We've seen a number of them coming in, and normally it is the rear tyre on the cars. The Nissan comes in behind and being slightly delayed because the Ferrari not running at even its maximum 50 kilometers per hour.
So 5 hours and 17 minutes of the race remain, and Richard Lietz, who is at the wheel of the second place Porsche now, is closing a little bit on the leader by lapping quicker. We've got a drive-through penalty also being given now to Nicola Armindo in 83 Porsche that is in 17th place. In fact, the cars that are 16th and 17th have both got drive-through penalties, but Nicola Armindo, who's normally a very quick Porsche racer, has certainly gone the wrong side of the white line one time too many. And it's that white line that means you're off the track. 44 then in third place, still 4 laps down on the leaders, but Cesar Ramos thinking about the championship, because of course the 2 cars ahead are not regulars in the championship, so they're not really a factor as far as the championship is going to be. Without them here, there's the chance to score more points, I'll grant you, but as long as he's ahead of all the opposition, and with Marc VDS having had a real nightmare in the night, this is a team that, as long as it finishes here, will go to Nürburgring looking very strong for winning the Pro Cup. And
it looks strong right now, because that Ferrari came up over radio and looked like it was well and truly planted as we go back to Frank Heckeler. In the BMW, this car in 4th place, but being caught by Andre Lotterer in the Audi, and that was the Audi that took some time out in the pit garage. We just saw a replay of it being pushed into the garage. Still need to know what was the reason for that. But in the mirrors very shortly, well, there it is. There's the Audi of Andre Lotterer. Just comes on to the Camel Straight proper itself, as the car now has got the BMW in its sights, and nothing better for a driver chasing than to see the gap close. Oh, and Keke was spin. Andre Lotterer's got it all wrong in Les Combes. I'm telling the world how good a job he's doing, and suddenly the back end on the entry into Les Combes rotates, and now he's stole the engine, and all that hard work and good work for nothing.
And Andre Lotterer doesn't do that very often.
Very rarely.
Yeah. It does just about get going again. Andre Lotterer back into the race, but put that one in your diary, because you won't see it happen too often.
To me, that's the shock of the race. Look at the car shuddering. What is wrong? Is something mechanical?
Is it something mechanical that's pitched him into the spin? Like
that's right.
A problem on the downshift
there's
or something with the
strange going on with the car.
Yeah.
And that was on the downshift, and suddenly the car looks like it's extremely problematic. I mean, whether it's gear shifts or drive shafts or gearbox related.
If it's a gear shift malfunction, it's something electrical,
But, I mean, I don't think the gearbox should cause the car to bounce like that, but whatever it is.
To get a gear.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, it's more like...
Well...
that is a strange one. You know, if we could find out why the car was pushed into the garage in the first place, might give us an indication as to why the problem that Lotterer had, which to me would not have been an essential. Let's watch again. Under braking, car nose dips down, turns into the corner, everything looks normal, runs the curve very slightly, then all of a sudden back end of the car just breaks away, and Andre Lotterer having to grab the clutch pedal and momentarily, maybe even the engine stalled, we don't know, but suddenly found himself unexpectedly in a spin. And unexpectedly, you could say, is Andre Lotterer's middle name.
The team looking very concerned about it. Pierre Dieudonné there with the grey hair, looking at the monitors and looking at the data. They'll be on the radio. The car's got going again now and looks absolutely fine.
Yeah.
It's got to be something electrical, some gremlin, surely, that he's now reset.
Correct. I mean, he had to reset the whole system. He turned it off, and then there's the resets on it to get everything back. But I mean, it's maybe that was the issue that caused the car to have to spend time in the garage, and that's where the 4th place was lost to Frank Heckeler in the BMW. Now, substantial amount of time has been lost because of that spin and the consequent time to get the car reset and to get it back underway again. Looks normal now, but certainly not actually 100% as Audi would have let it leave the factory.
Well, news any moment, because we've sent Jack in that direction, so he's on the case for us, and the car was 5th. How much time has it lost out of that? Because, of course, with its pit stop, Harold Primat is on the same lap. We may have had a change. We'll just see which of the 2 Audis comes across the timing line first, but Andre Lotterer then through the chicane. I hesitate just to see whether he goes left and does the lap or goes right and pits, but he stays out there. And 53... I thought we'd seen that come in already with its puncture.
Well, we had a left rear puncture on it. I don't know whether it's something else. Doesn't look like a puncture.
It's been smoky apparently out on track, and so 53 is still limping, but with a different problem now. And Philippe Macri is limping back towards the pit lane. And so you get to the daylight and the teams think, oh, phew, we're nearly there. Well, you're not. You've got 5 hours still to run, and more problems crop up now because the cars are tired.
Yeah, and also because it's such a late start, 4:30 in the afternoon, you've had the best part of a whole day being at the racetrack, fettling, preparing, warm up, whatever. So while it is a 24-hour race, if it started at 2 p.m, well, we'd be within what many hours, 2 and a bit hours of the finish of the race.
Now, there's Pierre Dieudonné looking on, and let's try and find out exactly what is going on for Audi number 2. Last year's winner, Frank Stippler, one of the drivers of that car, and he can tell Jack Nicholls all about it.
Frank, a dramatic few minutes really for your car.
Yes, I just was at the massage, and it seemed to be that he had a little spin. I think slowly the car and the drivers are getting tired. We are pushing like hell because obviously we are not quite competitive this weekend, and it's a very hard job for us, and slightly beside the line it's a lot of dirt, a lot of rubber, and some oil as well, so easy to lose the line just a little bit, and then it's easy to spin the car.
And why was the car in the garage a few moments ago?
I didn't see that, so it might be because they changed pads and brake discs.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Frank.
You're welcome.
And if that was the reason for the pit box, then it's about the right time in the race, certainly. So they've been able to go a long way on those pads and discs, so the change done. But, OK, Frank Stippler's half answered it for us, John, that if he ran wide, the offline, it's dirty, you can lose grip. OK, I'll accept all of that, but not the second part with the car kangarooing.
No, not at all. I mean, and he didn't run offline. He actually just touched the curb on the apex of the corner, which was perfectly acceptable. And that then seemed to set the car off into the spin. It was then the kangaroo actions of the car as it was trying to get moving again was just vertically hopping, literally forward, and that is something unusual. Look at this battle going on. Porsches, 3 Porsches and an Audi trying to get through them without having contact, and these 3 Porsches are pretty much mimicking what we've seen from the Ferraris at times when they get bunched together. But I mean, I don't think that was a driver error on my part. I think there's an issue with the car, and it just suddenly, we saw it when it tried to get back on track, that there was something I think Andre Lotterer had to do in the cockpit to reset the whole system and let him get a back on. Now the car looks fine.
Yeah, absolutely. And Andre Lotterer, we know he's quick, so now he's hustling on. He's through traffic, these Porsches having their own battles, but they're all back markers coming up now towards Les Combes, with just over 5 hours of the race to go, 3 abreast into the braking area, and that time no dramas at all for Lotterer, even though he had to get past the traffic.
Yeah, I mean, thank goodness the 2 Porsches behind gave room. They backed off slightly earlier and let the Audi take the racing line. He was on the line on the outside, so he could have braked that little bit later anyway. But that's one of those moments when you think, well, have the cars seen me? And clearly they did.
And let's have a bit more news on WRT. Jack, what else have you been able to ferret out for us?
Well, it's pretty much just a confirmation of Frank Stippler's assessment. The car was in the garage to change the brake pads, so no dramas, as it were, until that spin from Lotterer.
OK, thanks for that. We'll let you grab Andre Lotterer when he's out of the car, and he can explain that spin and exactly why the car was struggling to restart, because it's not something you see from Audis very often, and a spin isn't something, as John and I were saying, that you see from Andre very often.
I mean, there was nothing about his approach and entry to the corner that looked untoward. I mean, obviously there can be things on the circuit that we couldn't see. There may have been fluids from another car, or maybe somebody had been across the middle of the corner, or even the entry to the corner, cut that and had deposited a load of rubbish on the circuit. And only when Andre Lotterer gets back and gets out of the car will we actually know the full story. But I'm still concerned it was to the reasons why he had difficulty getting the car back onto the track, kind of hopping that it appeared to do.
The race leader is in, as predicted, on lap 4:45. So it's another 26 lap stint then from the Mercedes. Max Goetz into the pit lane, and the Manthey Porsche can go to lap 4:52 if it does another 27 lap stint. There is the Mercedes making its way oh so slowly down the pit lane. It's done its stop. It's going from the end of the F1 pits through the endurance pits. Will the Porsche take back the lead? This is what normally happens as the Mercedes comes out of the pit lane. The Porsche is back ahead. But if the gap increases each time, it's harder for the Porsche to make it up.
I think this time is going to be very difficult.
Yeah,
the Porsche is too far back the track. And again, look how much the Porsche, the rear end grip is going from the Porsche. Richard Leitz is really sliding the car around. There's the Mercedes making its way down the old pit lane, and it's going to be nip and tuck because the Porsche's now at La Source.
It's also not just the endurance pit to the white line, it's the other climb, isn't it? Because even though he goes across the white line and that's the pit lane speed limit done, he's still not able to blast back onto the track. He's still in the pits, he's still got some way to go. Where's the Porsche? There's the Porsche, and it's going to go back in front. Ricard Leitz will retake the race lead. It's this familiar situation. Mercedes pits, Porsche leads. Porsche pits, Mercedes leads.
I didn't think it was going to happen that way, but clearly it is such a long way down the pit lane from where the Mercedes stops and then back down the other side of the pit. So the Porsche has got ahead, so it's put itself back onto the lead lap. And we've now got our hero, Bernd Schneider, behind the wheel of the Mercedes-Benz. And Bernd Schneider, when he did his first stint last evening, did a lap quicker than either of the two co-teammates of the Mercedes-Benz. So Bernd Schneider in the car for the first time since really the evening and nighttime hours. Very clear, positive Bernd Schneider, making sure that any car that is in close proximity knows that he's coming through, and he makes that signal clear with flashing the headlights, and to some degree by just placing his car in a way that the mirrors of the car he's overtaking cannot avoid the fact that this quick car, lead car, is coming through. There's the Porsche still scrabbling for grip, particularly at the rear as it makes its way down through Campus Corner. And Bernd Schneider will be very close to that car within a couple of laps. You can see the difference in grip levels just as they come out of the Paul Frere curb and up the hill through the first part of Blanchimont. Then the more difficult, the more challenging bit, the bit that we've seen a number of cars run very wide on the exit over the green on the outside of the corner. Sometimes that is painted tarmac, and other times it is simulated grass. But Bernd Schneider, I mean, skill still there, runs the car wide, just coming out of the bus stop chicane. The gap as they come across the line, 3.25 seconds. The Nissan in between them, but that will not be a problem. It's currently running down. I've lost it. The Porsche down the hill into Eau Rouge. Mercedes halfway down the track. And just makes the apex of the car. You can see almost just coming across Radion there that just floated out to the outside of the corner.
There's the Porsche, run by the Manthey team. Very experienced in running Porsches in one make championships. Olaf Manthey himself, a very successful Porsche racer before he retired from the cockpit, and runs the team within the VLN and in the German Carrera Cup. There's the Mercedes pounding on behind. The gap 3.2 seconds. Bernd Schneider it is at the wheel of the Mercedes now. So you've got Ricard Leitz, one of the young guns, being hunted down by a real master. And also getting ready at Pro Speed is Xavier Marson, ready to get on board in the 75 Porsche with just over 5 hours of the race remaining now. What else is going to happen lower down the order? The fight's still there for third. The fight for sixth. Are all on the same lap, and at the moment you've got 5 cars all on the same lap for 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. That is a really good fight building up now.
Anthony Krumpen back into Audi number 16, so he's the lead car of that group of 4 cars that are on 6 laps down on the race leader, and he's got a 16-second advantage over the first of the Pro-Am cars, so that's a challenge in itself. He wouldn't want to be overtaken by that. And it's David Duncan Cameron behind the wheel.
Yes, Duncan Cameron goes well in that car. Winner a couple of weeks ago at Silverstone in the International GT Open Series in effectively sprint GT racing. But a real enthusiast, and the man from the northwest of England doing a great job in that car, being chased by the man that was fastest in qualifying, Alessandro Piegguidi.
Is that a no, it's not a Snell-Sage, it's a dog of some description painted in the bonnet of the Almera Porsche. Well, apparently it's a wolf. Well, it's still a dog, isn't it?
It's a big dog.
It's a sort of, might be a wolf, but it's still fundamentally a dog. Unless it's got 5 legs. Have wolves got 5 legs, or
not to my knowledge?
Is it just me?
No, not even in this part of the world. Whether it's been a dog of a car, I don't know, but it really has given them headaches. Mark Henrici has dragged it up to 12th place.
And lovely. I mean, anybody would want to give that not just for Christmas, but for life, wouldn't they?
Without a moment's hesitation, yes.
Damage.
Tell me about this Porsche instead.
Well, damage at the rear and the spin. Let's have a look. I think it's done at Les Fins. Is that Fagnes?
Yes.
It is. So whether that's been clipped or whether that is self-induced, but some of the bodywork of the rear of the Porsche is, well, about to be detached. That'll not be there very much longer. And it's just almost conveniently just shuts the door as the Ferrari comes through, and another little sort of moment.
You can tell the gentleman racers on occasions in this, can't you? Wonder how that has happened. Is that because somebody has hit him or because he has hit tyre barriers? Just wonder whether contact turned the car off the road.
Normally that type of bodywork damage in the Porsche is the consequence of... The damage was done before, actually, so he lost it himself, but there was bodywork damage, and whether the two are interconnected or not, I do not know.
That's the speed lover Porsche.
Oh, just looking at my friend Bernd Schneider, first flying lap, 2:22.5.
Which means he's over a second quicker than Richard Lietz.
Yes.
But he's on fresher tyres.
Yes.
He says trying to defend the Porsche.
Yes, but he is a lot older.
That's fine.
So Porsche, is it going to go into the pit lane? No, it's staying out.
Nothing wrong with it.
Nothing wrong at all. Well, that might get the attention of the...
We've just been looking at the Wolf liveried Pro-Speed Porsche of Mark Henrici. Our wildlife correspondent Jack Nichols can find out about the Wolf. He's with Mark Henrici.
Mark, yesterday was a difficult day. Is today any better?
Yeah, it's running better. We had a flat tire, lost 2 laps, but we're back in P8 in the Pro Cup, and well, it's quite a long distance to go, and yeah, we have to keep the car on track and wait if something happens in front of us. Maybe top 10 overall is possible for sure. And yeah, it was a difficult race, but nevertheless, team did a great job. The physios did a great job on us. Today it's not as warm as yesterday. That's good for us drivers. And well, I have fun, still have fun. I will be back in the car, I think one time, or I hope one time, for the final stint. And yeah, that's it.
Our commentators are wondering what's the wolf on the bonnet? What's the story behind that?
I'm asking me myself since 1.5 years. No, I think it's the sponsor of the team, and yeah. So the wolf is on our bonnet, and yeah, it has become a characteristic for the car. I think the wolf is also there. And yeah, that's it.
Your sponsors will thank you. Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Just to clarify, it's nothing to do with Wolf Hensler, who won the race in 2010. It's a completely different Wolf, this. Although Wolf Hensler did win in a Porsche going back to the 2010 Spa 24 Hours when Porsche won within the last hour of the race. Well, this is the Pro-Speed Porsche. It is now Xavier Marson at the wheel, 14th. And you can tell just by looking at that car that it has had a really hard race. I hesitate with a wolf on the bonnet to say that it's dog-eared, but you know what I mean. It does look like it's had a really hard time.
I think you could best say it's been hammered.
Yes, quite.
That car has had an onboard fire, they say, but here's the lead battle, you're right.
I'm going to let you tell me about Bernd Schneider taking the lead, because I know you're in his fan club, John.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bernd Schneider is pretty mega here this weekend. He's now caught up to Richard Lietz, and we've seen in the past what happens when the Mercedes has been catching the Porsche. It's usually been a matter of if not when. And Bernd Schneider's just got to be, he's got to be patient, and as he will be, because they're coming up to Blancpain. Nothing you can do there, but carries the speed through the corner, doesn't run too wide to attract the attention of the race director. Not in the position to do anything, but his best chance may well be on the exit of the bus stop chicane. This is where the Porsche has struggled to get its traction, and Richard Lietz this time being a little bit more circumspect, not getting on the car, the throttle that early. But again, you can see Bernd Schneider with extra grip. He tries to get the car down the inside, pulls back to the left to try and get a better apex and principally exit from La Source Hairpin to again start the process, the work that he's going to do. He won't make the pass as he comes down the hill into Eau Rouge. or up the hill through Radion, but he might have a chance of getting it under brakes, just simply because he's got more grip of the car. You can see the Mercedes bobble. He must have clipped the curb on the inside as he came over Radion. Still not really close enough for the minute, but gathering momentum. Now Richard Leach going defensive to the right. Bernd Schneider going back, trying to sell him the dummy. But still, the Porsche maintains the lead of this race by just 0.3 of a second. Oh, Schneider got a good drive out of Les Combes, the middle part of it. Porsche struggled. Down into Bruxelles is a place to pass, but again, being covered by Richard Leach, not offering any opportunity, almost to call the veteran Bernd Schneider. And he's showing to be really racy, not even sort of thinking about being circumspect. He's just letting the Mercedes run free. Now a good drive again out of the corner down the hill. Again, Porsche going defensive on the inside. Bernd Schneider can't do anything, but it's not when it could happen on the exit of Pujo as they come down into Fagnes, but a little bit further back than maybe he would like to be this time. So great defence from the leader, albeit by 0.3 of a second, Richard Leach in the Porsche. And he needs to keep the Mercedes behind as long as possible, certainly ideally up until the point that the Porsche makes yet another pit stop. Lap times have dropped a little bit. I mean, for the Porsche, they're running at their maximum, but a little bit slower than the potential of Bernd Schneider and the Mercedes. He did do a middle 122 now, down to the low 23s. But a strong run from Richard Leach to hold the Mercedes off at the pace these two lead cars currently are running.
I've done some number crunching, John, while you've been talking, and on the basis that the Mercedes continues at 26 laps per stint and the Porsche at 27 laps, they're doing 24 laps in an hour, and therefore, again, with some slightly crude arithmetic, I reckon, without any safety cars or rain, we're going to go to 569 laps, and I reckon the Mercedes will do its last pit stop on lap 549, which puts the Porsche in the lead, but the Porsche has to pit again on lap 560 out of 569, so that would put the Mercedes back in front. So, assuming things stay as they are, my brain is right, I think Mercedes is going to score the win here. It's going to be close, I'll grant you, but on those calculations, when the Porsche pits on that 560 for its last tank of fuel, the Mercedes will go back ahead for the win.
I think the Mercedes has shown to be the quicker of the car over the duration of a stint, and it's ebbed and flowed principally because of the Mercedes having the offset in this very early initial pit stop, but also to a degree that traffic will come into it. We wonder whether we will ever see a wet weekend here in Spa. If it isn't a wet weekend, it'll be a miracle, because normally at some point you can almost you can guarantee there will be a wet racetrack.
I have to tell you, this is said with feeling from John, because he's here with his fishing rod and his galoshes and his sou'wester, and he's waiting for the rain, but it's not come. Nose to tail for the lead. It's only a matter of time, isn't it, before Schneider makes the move. But of course, Bernd Schneider is clever enough to realise that the car ahead is going to have to make a pit stop within the next, what are we reckoning, 2 laps anyway. There's no point trying to force the issue and risking contact when that car's going to feed out of the way anyway.
Absolutely not. He's just going to sit there and harry the Porsche as much as he can. Porsche getting caught behind the McLaren as they come out of Pujo, pulls over to the left-hand side. Now another chance, but again, it's the outside of the corner. Is he going to go round the long way? Bernd Schneider, you are outrageous.
What a move. Great stuff. So much for biding his time. I take it all back. Bernd Schneider driving in this like it was his first ever Formula Ford race.
Yeah, but all that occurred because coming off Pujo, the McLaren just behind, I think that might well be the Davy Ryan, Von Ryan car, came into it. He pulled over to the left, but just a slight loss of momentum for the Porsche. Bernd Schneider took the chance, went around the outside, knowing that he had more grip and therefore could take the chance on doing it. And he got in position for the second part of Fagnes, at which point Richard Leach was completely compromised. He knew when to give up. He didn't make an issue of it. He's going to be coming into the pit lane very shortly. Now, again, the Mercedes getting entangled with some of the back markers, and it very easily could be tied into body contact.
Jean-Luc Blancpain, who is the leader in the Gentleman Trophy at the moment in the Ferrari. Bernd Schneider goes to the outside, going down to La Source. He's ahead of the Porsche, which is busy flashing its lights at the Ferrari to say, I need to get past you as well, and he does go through. Fair play to Jean-Luc Blancpain. Got out of the way there, let the 2 quicker cars go by, so Richard Leach not impeded. They set off now, downhill once again, but the Mercedes has done something in this stint it hasn't done in the previous ones, and that is get ahead of the Porsche before the Porsche pits. In real terms, therefore, the Porsche is losing even more ground because you can see that the gap is extending now before the Porsche comes into the pit lane. So that makes the result potentially for the Mercedes look even stronger.
Yes, I mean, and it's been that way pretty much since we came back on air this morning. That Mercedes have had the advantage over the Porsche, even though the Porsche is running to the schedule of the pit stops. The Mercedes has been out of sync with the pit stops. But you've got your abacus out and worked it all out, and indicating that everything remaining equal, that it will be Mercedes that will be ahead when the checkered flag falls after 24 hours of this very intense and very competitive high. I mean, Bernd Schneider is saying, and other drivers are saying, this is the toughest. I alluded to it, but they're actually saying this is the toughest 24-hour race that they compete in of the 4 principal 24-hour races in the international calendar.
Yeah, somewhere that Porsche needs to find 9 laps worth of fuel to prevent having to make a last pit stop.
Very difficult. I mean, you're going to have to need well, if the Porsche can find a fuel saving of that magnitude, so can the Mercedes.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. You saw Greg Franchi getting ready for his go in 26, which is now 4th once again. Frank Ketter at the wheel of it. Andre Lotterer with, big off there, and that's the Ferrari from AF Corsa from Pro-Am, and that is 50, I think I'm right in saying, which did lead early on. Louis Machiel's at the wheel of it. That's gone off at Eau Rouge. It is number 50, and that is a huge impact at Eau Rouge. The car's well out of the way. I don't think there's any debris on the road. Let's look at it again. He comes into the corner. He's sideways coming into it.
Something happens coming down the right rear. Something went wrong, and that's where the car got out of control. And it's the nose that goes in heavily initially. So that's going to be a big impact indeed for the driver. Now, what it was on that right rear, we don't know, but you could suddenly see the car swerved as the back end lost grip completely, and then it was just simply a passenger. The tyre barrier doing a very, very good job, but concerns from the team as they look at the replay. Let's look at it again. The Ferrari comes down the old pit straight, start finish straight, just makes the turn, and even before he's committed to the apex, the car is out of shape and is rotating and just does a 360, and then the nose heavily into the tyre barrier, and well, that will have to be reconstructed. If it certainly, it looks like it's had a mighty bang.
Safety car.
Yeah, the safety car will be deployed.
That's good news. Louis Machiel's limping a bit.
I'm not surprised. Well, that was a big shunt, and again, that's the benefit of these tyre barriers and the tyre baling that holds them all together. They took a big old rattle. Hopefully they haven't been displaced too much, but safety car being deployed. It hasn't been deployed very much this weekend and hasn't been out for quite a long time.
Absolutely right. It's the 4th safety car deployment. There's Matt Griffin, who doesn't drive that car but drives for the same team, so it's a bittersweet moment because he knows that that's one of the class opposition out of the way, but he also knows that it's his teammate, and he knows that if it's a problem on one car it could affect his potentially, but it may have been a tyre that went down. Can't imagine it was driver error to be so sideways going into it.
That wasn't driver error, that was something beyond the driver's control, because the car had actually begun the initial turn on the right rear corner. There you can see that's where the damage has occurred. On the initial turn, the car, without even being loaded, had begun to lose traction at the rear, and then once it got into that pendulum effect, it just continued to go around.
Richard Lietz has pitted on plan on lap 452. But my calculations might go a bit awry now because this next stint, of course, is going to have safety car laps within it.
Yeah, but it also will depend once the Porsche comes back on track. Will it get back on track without delay? Because, of course, it could be delayed at the exit of the pit lane if this train of cars is in proximity. So this is not just a pit stop. I mean, there's a gamble element in it, maybe opportunism on the part of the Manthey team to do so, but can this car get out without being delayed? That will be the ultimate factor as to who's going to win this race.
And as far as the calculations are concerned, we won't really know what that's going to do until we get to the end of the next stint, because they should be able to go a little bit further because they'll be using less fuel under the safety car like this. So what we've been looking at as 27 laps for this car, 26 for the Mercedes, should be elongated a touch because of 1, 2, 3 slower laps under the safety car. Everybody coming in. It's being held there until the crocodile goes past, but we'll see whether that's going to lose it very much time in the outcome.
Yes, and also in relation to where the lead Mercedes is right now, Bernd Schneider in that car. So there is Bernd Schneider. So he's come past the Formula 1 pits down the hill. There is the Porsche waiting, and that's going to go a lap down. By the looks of it,
absolutely, it's going to lose a lap, and that
is all over.
Kind of answers the question now. Never mind the strategy. If you're a lap down, then that is bad news. It will get them the lap back when the Mercedes pits, but that won't be for another 26, 27 laps time.
But they've now been released, but it's unfortunate for Richard Leeds, and in fact it's not just Pierre Pilet back in the car, that the opportunity to make the pit stop and the delay at the end of the pit lane while the chain of cars goes through there. Again, we see what happens. There's 2 safety car deployments per lap. And if one of those 2 safety car deployments is anywhere close to a pit lane exit, then you will be delayed until the crocodile has gone through.
So the Porsche loses a lap under this 4th safety car period, and with 4 3/4 hours to go, I hesitate to say that that's the end of the story, because anything can still happen, but certainly it makes what was looking a very strong result for the Mercedes anyway even stronger. And there is the number 150 Porsche, which on the restart has got to somehow unlap itself. But even then, it's got something of a deficit of 2.5 minutes to try to make up.
Impressive when you consider the impact. There was a high-speed impact, and the front of the car took the initial impact, and the integrity of these cars, the safety that has now been built into them is extremely high. And albeit he got a limp, but easy to see somebody walking away like that.
Let's hear from AF Corsa. 59 is Matt Griffin's car. We saw Matt in the garage a little while ago, and he is now 2nd in Pro-Am. Matt's with Jack.
Matt, a big incident for the sister car. Can you tell what happened yet?
It's hard to see. I mean, it looks to me, it's a speculation, it looks to me like a right rear tyre let go as he turned into a Rouge. A massive impact. Which obviously you don't like to see with any car, but particularly our teammates. But I think Leo is in the car, Leo McIles, and he's out, so that's good. It's just unfortunate because that car was in a very, very strong position in a big fight with us and with the SMP car. So you never like to see it. It's it's 24-hour racing, and it's just a reminder that it's not over till the checkered flag goes.
And as far as your race is concerned, you guys have been very strong overnight and this morning.
Yeah, we had a lot of bad luck with safety cars at the start, and actually after an hour and a half we were 2 laps down, and we were thinking, okay, this is going to be hard, but we really battled hard. Duncan's done a great job in the car, as had Alex, and Tony and myself have been doing basically double stints of qualifying laps, and we've been super fast to get ourselves back up into contention. But it's easy to think we're in the home stretch now, but there's 3/4 of a World Endurance Championship race left, so there's a lot of racing still to do. Our car's in the pits now. We're just going to use the safety car period to get a bit of work done to it, and we're going to keep pushing maximum attack until the end.
Yeah, we can see your car being pushed in behind us. What's the plan? What are you going to do to the car?
I think we're going to change brake pads in the car as mainly just to be safe. It was something we weren't going to do, but the safety car now has presented us with an opportunity to do it. Duncan's going to stay in the car. We're going to put fresh tyres on it, and then he'll finish his driving time hopefully, and it'll be myself and Tony Villander till the end, going as hard as we can.
So the win in Pro-Am is definitely a possibility.
It's definitely a possibility, and it's the aim we had 2 months ago when the deal was put together to come do this race. But this is a 24-hour race. This is Spot 24. Anything can happen. So the only thing we can do is go as hard as we can and hope that first we finish, second we're on the podium, and if we're a bit lucky, please God, we're on the top step.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Great guy, Matt Griffin, and it's good to see him going so well in GT racing. It's not that many years ago that he was an impecunious single-seater racer hunting for a drive, but he got into GT racing, and now a Ferrari factory driver, and underlining his ability every weekend he gets slotted into a 458 somewhere, and he always delivers.
To be sure, as we would say in the Emerald Isle.
Well, can Matt Griffin win the class? To be sure, because he's one of the top drivers.
Look at the damage. That was a heavy impact. I mean, Matt Griffin summed it up pretty much, and his concern was clear.
Safety car in this time, and there's one back marker, look, between the race leader and the second place car, which is a lap down. And there's a tractor and a van as well, which aren't GT3 homologated, so they've got to make their way off the circuit in due course. There's the Von Ryan McLaren. And this group behind the safety car, weaving its way up towards Les Combes. Can Patrick Pilet unlap himself from Bernd Schneider is the first question.
I mean, in a word, no, because I think that right now we've got 4 3/4 hours of this race remaining, and Bernd Schneider, to me, has got now a very strong grasp on the race. He's got the pace, he's fresh, Porsche are going to have to come from behind, and as you mentioned, they need to find 9 laps worth of fuel to actually make it effective a pass for the lead. So other than something unforeseen happening to the lead car, I think Patrick Pilet will certainly drive the wheels off the Porsche. But if he thinks he can win the race purely on speed, I think it's going to be a mighty task for him to attempt. Well, there's the crocodile making its way out of Stavelot, or we now call it the Paul Frere Courbe, which is the bit of red track that you see that drivers run regularly and get into trouble for doing it if they exceed it.
The 26 BMW, Greg Franchi, then having on that last pit stop dropped back behind Andre Lotterer, but Lotterer is now pitted, so that'll reverse itself this time around.
I wonder if we can find out from Andre Lotterer what was the actual issue that caused him to have that problem up at Les Combes.
Safety car lights are out. We're going to go racing then this time around. So there's a lot to look for as the order starts to reshuffle itself this time. Down towards the bus stop they come. And Andre Lotterer then is still in the pit lane. There is Greg Franchi, as I've been saying, a former winner of the event. The Gulf Racing McLaren behind, but that is under attack as well on track for the Pro Speed Porsche. And there's the next queue of cars all lined up, frustrated and waiting to go.
Yeah, and they could do nothing until this, well, they release them before this line of cars that has just been the safety car has been removed. So it's one of the problems of the cars are still there. They're going to wait until this group of cars gets through. So that's the trouble with your making your pit stop in the safety car, particularly here at Spa.
And there's the BMW ahead then of Andre Lotterer. So Franchi goes fourth and Lotterer drops back to fifth because he was stuck there. However, he will be on the same lap. So once he's released, he'll have about half a minute or so to try to make up. But he's away now.
Yeah, just got away.
Andre Lotterer then is heading back to the circuit. Actually, he's going to lose more than half a lap, isn't he? Because it's such a long exit. And he's stuck in a queue of cars behind Duncan Cameron as well there.
It's not a good outcome for Andre Lotterer on the back of having that issue up at Les Combes a few laps ago. There is the Audi for a third of those cars. But look just how busy the racetrack is now at this point as they come to Les Combes as we get underway after another intervention.
So 4 safety car periods, which is a lot less than I was anticipating. I think I've lost my €5 in the sweepstake, but despite the action that we've had and all the frantic moments and dramas in the early hours, 4 safety car periods, 2 yesterday, 2 today. That's all we've had thus far in the race. Now, where in the traffic are the race leaders? They're not in this gaggle, in fairness. Diving down towards Paul. There on the inside is the Gulf Racing McLaren 69, Rob Bell. Every time I look, Rob seems to be driving that car, and as ever, driving it very, very quickly indeed. As the field works its way then up towards the Piff Path, Rob Bell with back markers ahead and around him to try and find a way through. 35 Nissan has got Jan Mardenborough back behind the wheel of it, and that car is about to become 11th overall and gain another place in class with the demise of Louis Mackiels. You're looking back from the Nissan, Aston Martin and Ferrari behind. It's the Beach Dean Aston, it's the Venezuela Ferrari, and Jan Mardenborough in the mighty Nissan that dwarfs everything around it is pounding on. That car could yet get into the top 10 by the end of the race.
Yeah, well, Jan Mardenborough, he's got to certainly push hard. He's got this traffic ahead of him, and he needs to get clear of that as soon as possible to enable him to make that progress. Currently in 11th place. He's, well, 2 laps down from getting into a top 10 position, but nevertheless almost 4 hours and 40 minutes remaining in round numbers. But again, the problem is just sort of gets mugged almost coming into the bus stop chicane by almost being too cautious.
His next target is, in fairness, a couple of laps up the road, so he doesn't want to do anything silly, but he needs to push on as best he can in the Nissan. And Patrick Pilet has just done the best middle sector of anybody in the race. He is absolutely determined to try to unlap himself from Bernd Schneider. So 150 Porsche suddenly has set the middle sector of the lap alight.
Well, that's pretty impressive because, you know, the racetrack, a lot of rubber debris around the racetrack and fresh tyres clearly, but a lot of inspiration, no doubt, behind Patrick Pilet. So let's have a look and see when he gets through the second sector. Personal best showing on his second sector, and then, well, the last sector showing a lap time of 2 minutes 22.245, which is his fastest lap of the race.
So 4 tenths quicker than Bernd Schneider, and he's not being able yet to unlap himself, but as long as he's lapping quicker, he's closing on the leader to unlap himself. And here we go, there's the Porsche coming downhill, and as Patrick Pilet accelerates uphill, he's done it, he's got through. So he was just behind as they came over the timing line. He has now unlapped himself, and that is very significant indeed now.
Like to have seen that, because the very quick lap from Patrick Pilet, but we caught and overtook the lead. Mercedes, of course, Ben Schneider doesn't need to be ultra defensive, because all that's happened is that Porsche has basically unlapped itself, so they're both onto the same lap.
Yeah, he doesn't need to be defensive, but if the car were to have a problem, he'd quite like a bigger cushion, that's the only thing.
Yeah, but you know, how big a cushion, you can't anticipate what might happen. You've got to deal with the issues as they stand. You could say, well, you know, 3 hours to go, 2 hours to go, you know, whatever. You've just got to deal with the situation, and I think that judgment by Ben Schneider not to make an issue of Patrick Pilet overtaking and putting himself back onto the lead lap. You know, a lot of work going on in the pit lane as well, and giving direction to drivers, telling them when to push and when not to push, and when to be aggressive, when to be defensive.
That said, Ben Schneider has just done a personal best in the first sector, so I don't think he liked being unlapped. He is pushing once again. Absolutely,
he doesn't like it, but I mean, he knows that there's no point in being aggressive and to the detriment of your team and car by leading to a damage. And again, dives down the inside. Pretty good under brakes, this particular Ferrari, and it's done that a lap ago to the Nissan, and the Nissan still hasn't found a way back again.
That's Giuseppe Giro, who used to be very rapid in Clio V6s and was a very rapid driver in the GT3 European Championship going back a couple of years. Jan Mardenborough moving offline there in the Nissan to try and find his way past all these pesky Ferraris that are getting in his way in the Nissan. And the leading cars, Schneider quicker in sector 1, Pilet quicker in sector 2. Here they come down to the bus stop. So you think it might be the lead battle that we've been having, looking at the order, but actually it's second ahead of first at the moment. And so even though they are on the lead lap in real terms, it is virtually a whole lap back that the Porsche is. But he's on that lead lap, and that might just be significant.
Yeah, and I bet it is significant for the Porsche, but of course, as long as Bernd Schneider can keep the Porsche in view and keep it within 3 to 5 seconds, he's just sitting there in the pound seat again.
There's the Nissan swatting aside Ferraris as Jan Mardenborough comes up through Les Combes, but he's now under attack, isn't he? Because he's got the 71 SMP Ferrari tucked right up behind him of Kirill Ladigin. Down towards Bruxelles they go, and they're on different laps. So the Nissan currently is 11th, the Ferrari behind runs in 8th place. They're both, however, within the Pro-Am category, and very different shapes of car. That Nissan, which really has been mighty impressive this year in the Blancpain Endurance Series, being faster and faster all the time. And Jan Mardenborough in his second full season of racing. Bit of a wobble going into Paul. Is that going to force him to run wide? It does. He goes over the curb, he runs wide, and the Ferrari goes past him.
Yeah, I mean, he's been really, I think, struggling since the safety car deployment was, and again, overtaken down the inside coming into Fagnes. He looks to me like he's got a problem, that he hasn't got the balance and the grip in the car, and 2 cars got past in 2 corners. So for Mardenborough, it's sort of a tough point in the race for him. He's probably done more racing here in 24 hours than he's done in his entire career.
Probably right. I mean, he didn't get very many laps in last year, but this weekend he's done 3 Formula 3 races, and he had a second place in the third of them. And he's had to adapt from a single-seater racing car with all the aero on that to a GT3 car. And don't forget, he doesn't do GT racing anymore because he goes Formula 3. So although you still think of Jan Mardenborough as a GT racer because this is where he started, actually, he's been out of the cockpit of one of these cars for a little bit of time now, and he's having to reacquaint himself with what it's all about. Down he comes towards the bus stop. He's driving very well, and I know that Darren Cox, who runs the Global Motorsports program for Nissan, is mighty impressed with him. Now let's have a look at how Patrick Pilet found a way past Bernd Schneider. It was Bernd being caught up in traffic. Look to the top right of the screen. There's the Porsche, and it zaps through the slower cars. Crikey. Patrick Pilet taking a bit of a chance there, but he's got to take that chance. He's got to get back on the lead lap. Yeah, he's got to go through.
Bernd Schneider was caught in traffic, and Patrick Pilet was aggressive in his handling of that traffic. So the gap now we see as we get back into relatively clear track. It's about a second and a half, 2 seconds as they come across the line. The difference is that the Mercedes is leading and Pilet is in second place, but on the road, the Porsche looks to be ahead. So it's a big task for Porsche and Patrick Pilet to try and pull away from Bernd Schneider, who's sitting there matching lap upon lap. Every time the Porsche goes a little bit quicker, Bernd Schneider does the same. And what a tease this is. Schneider getting a little bit boxed in behind one of the other Porsches, the Pro-Am, the Gentleman Trophy cars, but quickly passes and dispatches that car. And you see Pilet in his haste to get past the Ferrari, lights flashing, and does so cleanly, and making a mini break from what is the leading Mercedes-Benz as the Porsche jumps and bumps across the inside. That's the Pro Speed competition car. Carl Rosenblatt in that car as well. Maybe not at the minute, but Swedish driver.
Yeah, Stanley.
Well, I've known Carl Rosenblatt for many years. I haven't seen him for a long time, and that is a Porsche Cup car as opposed to some of the proper more competitive cars out there.
GT3 true. Yeah, Martin Rich behind the wheel of it at the moment, but Carl Rosenblatt, hugely experienced driver, racing 24 hours in Maserati days with Michael Bartel's team, going back to GT1 days. So we are approaching noon at Spa. 4.5 hours of the race remain. 75 Porsche presses on in the hands of Xavier Marson as it turns now through a long left at Pau. And up front, Matt Schneider leads from Patrick Pilet. They are now 5 laps up on Daniel Zampieri, who runs in 3rd place for Kessel Racing. And that last safety car period and pit stops means that our 3rd place battle has, for the moment, changed its shape, because we've only got 1 car now on that lap for 3rd. A lap up, therefore, is Zampieri over Greg Franchi, who's a lap ahead of Andre Lotre. That will update when Lotre next crosses the line, but the fight's for 4th now, not for 3rd. In 12th place, Xavier Marson ahead of Thomas Jaeger's Mercedes, that went really strongly in the hands of Thomas Jaeger early on, but lost lots of time after lots of pit stops for Klaus Hummel. And with the field now on lap 4:59 and 4.5 hours remaining, it still looks as though we might be talking about a Mercedes win, but I'm still expecting a sting in the tail in this race, because that car, I can't think, has had a single problem race long. We haven't seen it had a puncture or a spin or a delay. It has gone like clockwork. Can it go like clockwork right the way to the very end? The HTP team doing a tremendous job of running this car. Downhill once more comes the Mercedes past the endurance pits. That's where the ceremonial finish will be, but the actual finish of the race is at the timing line out of the bus stop. And so the Mercedes in traffic accelerates its way uphill now, heading up towards Les Combes, and on lap 460 Matt Schneider leads the way. Last year's race was 509 laps long. It was a very wet race. It had all those safety car periods. This year's race looking very different indeed. So Mercedes versus Porsche has been the way that we have seen the race in the hours this morning, and it looks as though that battle is going to continue into the closing stages of the Spa 24 hours. We'll be back for that a little later. For now, though, from Jack Nicholls in the pits, John Watson and David Addison, it's goodbye from Spa.